Chapter 1035. Xiao Bao, hold on. There's no hurry to cook. It's good for the body to be hungry once in a while. Come closer to me. Xiao Bao, I'm not praising you on purpose, but you're really efficient. I thought it would be good enough if we could get on the boat in the afternoon, but who would have thought that you were already prepared? When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao say that there was money to be made, his interest was piqued. He called out to Zhang Xiaobao and waved his hand. Money was a good thing, but it could not be casually printed and distributed. He could only follow the rules of the game to earn money. What do you mean I'm ready? We'll make do and gather in Luoyang. You should get on the boat first and take a nap to recover your energy. When you wake up, we can talk about making money while having lunch. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and said before he continued to lead the way. Li Longji waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to lift the carriage. He walked to the carriage by himself. The distance of more than 1,000 steps was considered as a workout. When he got on the carriage, Wang Wan was already waiting. She brewed a pot of tea, some melon seeds, and grapes. She held a cup of coffee and took small sips. When he saw the coffee, Li Longji could not help but shudder. He hated the taste. He thought that only Wang Wan would treat this black stuff as a treasure. She had the merchants from the west find it and plant it in Luzhou, waiting for it to grow. Every time a merchant brought it to trade, she was reluctant to sell it. He could not see how it was precious. There was a musty smell. When he drank it, it tasted like coptis. It was far better than tea leaves. When Wang Wan saw Li Longji looking at her, she quickly protected the cup of coffee as though she was afraid that someone would snatch it away. In her opinion, coffee and tea were no different. They were both bitter and aftertaste. Your Majesty, why don't you take a nap? Zhang Xiaobao picked up a boiled broad bean and suggested to Li Longji. When he saw his godfather looking over, he pushed a plate of broad beans to him. His godfather liked to eat broad beans. Let's talk about something else. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Li Longji yawned. He picked up the teacup and smelled the tea. He felt much more energetic. Wu Huifei, who was sitting on the side, stopped talking to Empress Wang in a low voice and began to listen attentively. Zhang Xiaobao didn't touch the teacup. He reached out and opened the small cabinet next to him. He took out a thermos bottle and a bowl and poured himself a bowl of warm yellow wine. He pulled out the drawer on the side of the small table and took out a plate. There were also broad beans inside, but they had been boiled with fennel. She picked one up and ate it. She took a sip of wine and enjoyed it with her eyes closed for a moment. Then, she said, it's actually very simple. For example, Xiaobei's baby candy house pays money to a new company according to different agreements. One day, when the road is difficult to travel and the weather is hot, the candy they were transporting melted. They tell the new company, and the new company compensates them according to the agreement. Cuckoo, do you want to try it too? Zhang Xiaobao gestured for Wang Wan to eat the beans in front of him. Xiaobao, what's wrong with you? You want to eat fennel beans when drinking yellow wine? You look so poor. Do you eat fennel beans when drinking coffee? Wang Wan opened the small sunroof of the car. The smell of yellow wine was much stronger than coffee and tea. I want to drink red wine and smoke cigars. Wouldn't the smell in the car be even stronger? Why open the sunroof and turn on the fan? Being poor is also a kind of personality. Zhang Xiaobao ate another broad bean and stopped. He opened another drawer and took out a small plate of fried potato sticks. He put it in front of Wang Wan and said, make do with it. I don't have time to make dessert. Do you want jam? I want honey. I'm sick of it. Seeing the two of you together every day, my teeth are about to fall down. I really admire the two of you. Aren't you sick of it? Xiaobao, talk about business. Cuckoo can find something to eat by herself. Li Longji couldn't stand it anymore. He heard that the two of them were together every day when they were less than a month old. In another 2 or 3 years, it would be 20 years. Weren't they sick of it? They could still stick together? He admired them. If he didn't say this, Wang Wan really didn't want to eat. As soon as he said this, Wang Wan smiled sweetly at Zhang Xiaobao and said, husband, I want to eat with salt. You see, there's nothing in the coffee. Then eat with salt. Zhang Xiaobao took out another plate and brought it over. Then he said to Li Longji, this is called different professions, different personalities, complementary thinking, unified ideals, yin and yang in harmony, rootless and limitless. It's called Tai Chi, I know. Don't tell me things from stories. I want to hear about the compensation and profitability of the new company after the signing of the agreement with Baby Candy House. Li Longji drank all the tea in the teacup in one gulp and sat on the small table. He looked very anxious. Zhang Xiaobao refilled Li Longji's tea. It was 70% full. He said, "In fact, it's very simple. Set up a new company and let others pay a small part of the money. When others suffer a disaster or have problems, they can get a part of the compensation from the company, or even all of the compensation. Collecting the wealth of the world and soothing the pain of the people is similar to taxation. It's taken from the people and used by the people. It's a supplement and perfection to taxation. For example, the Tang Empire's tax provides medical treatment. If an artisan accidentally broke his arm, he has to go to the medical center to reattach it and recover. With the support of the Tang Empire's tax and your money, it's free. The artisan doesn't have to pay a single cent. But if the artisan can't work, he has to make a living even if he doesn't work. He has two ways. One is to apply for unemployment benefits. You should also urge the matter we talked about last time to be carried out quickly. But this unemployment benefit can only ensure that he and his family can live and not die of hunger or cold. It's far from making up for the loss caused by him not being able to work. If he pays the money to the new company and signs an agreement, the company will compensate him. If he earns the same amount of money in the past day, according to the agreement, the company will compensate him with 600 copper coins or the same amount of money. Every day, there's a time limit. It's also included in the agreement." After explaining, Zhang Xiaobao continued to eat the fennel beans and drink the yellow wine. The only thing missing was the coins. Li Longji and the other three were digesting Zhang Xiaobao's words. The carriage was quiet for a moment. After a while, Empress Wang spoke first. "Soldiers who go to war can also apply. Soldiers have the country's pension. It's not that they can't, but they can't apply for it themselves. Wouldn't that make the soldiers feel bitterly disappointed?" Wang Wan answered this question. "What if someone cheats the company?" Wu Huifei asked. "This is a small problem in the implementation of the agreement. It can't be stopped and can only be improved gradually." Zhang Xiaobao answered. Li Longji also asked, "For example, Tubo suffered a disaster in the spring and signed an agreement with the company. Does it conflict with the imperial court's tax reduction? Or like your example, just now, an artisan injured his arm. After the company pays, he can still apply for unemployment compensation? The two are not related. The imperial court treats everyone equally. The company's compensation will be treated according to the agreement. It's like one is commercial and the other is non-commercial. The company collects money and uses it to invest. Although it can indirectly accelerate the depreciation of the country's currency, it will inevitably increase the imperial court's tax revenue. The imperial court's tax revenue increases and can be used to subsidize the people. In theory, the purchasing power of the currency unit will decrease. In reality, the people's wealth will not evaporate. Zhang Xiaobao explained, separating the public and private matters. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, "I understand. After you and Cuckoo told me that time, I thought about it carefully. Indeed, whether the currency depreciates or not mainly depends on the amount of currency issued and the country's productivity. It's the way to balance. When the amount of currency issued decreases and the productivity increases, the depreciation will be the direct product of the increase in productivity and the indirect product that uses the product as raw material. On the other hand, the depreciation will be the currency. The depreciation of the product will be the improvement of the people's living standards. The depreciation of the currency will be a disaster for the country." Li Longji seemed to have thought about it a lot. He spoke of his own theory, but that was all he knew. He knew that the knowledge behind it was very profound. It was so profound that Xiao Bao could use it as a weapon sharper than a cannon to attack other countries. Moreover, it was the kind that was impossible to guard against. Every step was a trap. When it was gentle, it was like a trickling stream. When it was strong, it was like a surging tide. Very good, very good. Li Longji, who knew that Xiao Bao had many tricks up his sleeve, was very satisfied. Then, he looked at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher hastily said, "It's another kind of bank, right? It's just that the operation is not managed by the great Tang's imperial court. What if it goes bankrupt? Other people's money will be gone, right?" Wang Wan finally finished her coffee. She rubbed her stomach and said, "It's delicious. Whether it's hot or cold, the taste is the same. When Lu Zhou's coffee tree grows and bears fruit, it'll be considered cheap if it's 50 copper coins a cup. When the time comes, we can cooperate with Little Bei's precious candy house. The adults can drink coffee and eat snacks while the children can continue to drink milk and juice. We'll definitely make a lot of money." After praising Lu Zhou, Wang Wan continued Gao Lisher's words. "It can also be managed by the imperial court. It depends on how it's defined. In theory, there's a possibility of bankruptcy. After all, the money raised has to be used for other investments. If the currency doesn't circulate, it'll depreciate. However, the losses and profits of investments are purely cash operations that don't involve the industry. That's a zero-sum game. There's a balance of probability and a limit of loss. This new industry that's about to appear can't be completely out of the imperial court's control. Xiao Bao and I will add on the content. As for the system, I'll leave it to Xiao Bao to manage. I believe there won't be a problem. There's no need to worry about bankruptcy." "In that case, I agree. I'm willing to fully invest." Li Longji nodded. "I'll follow and assist." Wu Huifei wanted to participate. "I don't agree. Your Majesty, you can only take 10%. Otherwise, it'll be easy for you to transfer a large amount of money when you need to do other things." "I won't do it. Concubine, we can participate." Zhang Xiaobao objected. Li Longji was stunned for a moment. After pondering for a while, he said, "Let's discuss it again. Let's keep it open first. We can discuss the investment later." "Aya, we're at the river." "Xiaobao, why do you think there are fewer boats?" Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and looked out of the window. There were still 2 miles to go. Now, he could only see the boats in the river. Seeing that Li Longji changed the topic and used a delaying tactic, he didn't pursue the matter just now. He said, because a part of it went to help transport supplies and cooperate with the disaster relief in Tibet. The other part was given to Little Bei and the rest. Only when we reach Luoyang can we gather a large enough team. I wonder if Little Bei and the rest had a good time along the way. Let's send a report. I say 1, and you say 1. What's a flower blooming in the water? Little Yuan, it's your turn. What are you looking at? It's just a city wall. What's there to look at? It's only Shuzhou. It's a place that military strategists will fight for. Little Bei and company's boat went with the flow. They opened the sails and sped all the way. They had already reached Shuzhou. If they continued south, they would reach Chuzhou, which was also the area around Suzhou. Little Bei was singing a duet with Little Yuan. When he saw Little Yuan looking elsewhere with his binoculars, he was very displeased. However, Xiao Yuan did not put down his binoculars and continued to watch. He looked at the washing stones that were used to wash clothes and fetch water. When Xiao Bei touched him, he said, "Xiao Bei, which place's custom do you think it is? They like to put children in a wooden basin and then let them float down the river to play by themselves?" Xiao Yuan did not put down his binoculars and continued to watch. As Little Bei took Little Yuan's binoculars, he said, "In a story." Then a monk scooped it up. "Let me see. Where is it? That woman really put it in the river. Quick, save the child. Those on the shore, capture that woman. She dares to harm people." Little Bei immediately turned nervous. At the washing stones downstream, there really was a woman who had placed the wooden basin containing the child into the water. In such a large river, the wooden basin was like a leaf that could be overturned at any time. As he shouted, Little Bei took off his outer clothes and drew an arc. With a plop, he jumped down. Despite knowing that it was very far away, he still swam over with all his might. Little Yuan paused for a moment before shouting, "What are you waiting for? Get the people there to save and capture her. My brother and sister, I hope the water isn't cold." After shouting, he jumped down as well. He didn't dare to jump into the yellow river back then because the water was cold. The guards on the boat didn't dare delay. Like dumplings, they could jump down one after another. Similarly, there were people on the shore who ran over to capture the child. Those who were watching the commotion also gathered. When little Bei swam to the washing stones, the wooden basin had already overturned. However, the child inside had magically floated down the river for a distance and was scooped up by a small fishing boat. Bring the child over to me. Let me take a look. I've got her. Little Yuan, hurry up. I'm waiting for you. Little Bei stopped on the water and pointed at the fisherman to get him to bring the child over. He then turned his head to call Little Yuan. Little Yuan's performance today was pretty good. He flopped to Little Bei's position and wiped the water off his face. When he looked at the shore, he saw that the woman had already been restrained. Her eyes were swollen from crying like peaches. There were also tear stains on her face. The fisherman didn't know Little Bei's identity, but seeing his ostentation, he didn't dare delay. He rowed the boat and came over. He reached out to grab Little Bei and said, "How pitiful. The girl doesn't have ears. No wonder she was thrown into the river. Sigh, this is a heaven-sent disaster." Little Bei didn't reach out. When he heard the fisherman's words, he thought for a moment before saying angrily, "What heaven-sent disaster? Give me the child. Can't you let me live without ears? I want to ask what's going on." The fisherman hesitated for a moment. When he saw that Little Bei's chest was sticking out of the water, he handed the child over. Little Bei stretched out his hands. Little Yuan also came over to help. The two of them carried the child and steadily stepped on the water toward the washing stones. When they stepped on the stones, before Little Bei could ask, the woman wailed, "My child, it's not that I'm heartless. You were born in the wrong place. My child, why are you crying? You know how to feel heartache, but you still threw him into the water? Shut up. Tell me, how is he born in the wrong place? How can he be born in the wrong place in my Tang Dynasty? I want to see who doesn't want their child to live. Where's the doctor? Come here." Little Bei shouted angrily with his eyes wide open. Chapter 1036. Xiao Bei had no intention of returning the child to the woman at all. Soon, a group of doctors and maids came over and carried the child over. They used a stethoscope to listen to the child's cries while taking his pulse. They were also in charge of changing the child's package. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were also surrounded by curtains and waited for the curtains to be removed. Other than the fact that their hair was still a little wet, the rest of their bodies had already become dry. Xiao Bei glared at the woman who had stopped crying but was still sobbing and did not dare to resist. He turned his head and remembered the fisherman who had helped to save the child. He looked very old and had always made a living in the river. The wind was strong and his skin was not good, so he looked older than he was. Besides this person, there were 4 more people on the boat. To be precise, there were 5 people. There was a woman who also looked old, a young man, a young woman, and a little boy who looked similar to Xiao Bei. The young woman had a baby in her arms and was breastfeeding the child. She turned her body slightly and did not avoid others. "I haven't thanked this old man for his help. Someone, give 100 strings of money to this old man." When Xiao Bei spoke, he tiptoed and wanted to see what the child looked like. However, he could not see because the child was breastfeeding. The fisherman who saved the child was very nervous at first, but when he heard Xiao Bei's words, his expression suddenly changed and sank. He turned his face and spat out 2 words, "No." The other 3 adults also looked unhappy. Even the boy who was about the same age as Xiao Bei snorted, indicating that he was angry. "Don't. You saved my child, so I will help your child. The money is not much, so give the child some clothes to wear." Xiao Bei was very good at talking and pointed at the child who was being breastfed. Immediately, a maid and a male servant from the inner courtyard went to do the public relations so that the fisherman could accept the money. The woman who had put the child in the water could not accept it. "My child. Not now, it's mine. Your child has drowned. From now on, her surname is Zhang. She is my sister, Zhang Xiao Bei. The patrol inspector of Tang Dynasty will become 10 people and patrol the Tang Dynasty together." Xiao Bei did not have a good attitude towards this woman and pointed at the child who was being saved. "That's right. In the future, there will be 10 people. Heaven's destruction will shake the evil spirits, and they will have no ears to listen to all directions." Xiao Yuan also supported. The fisherman who saved the child was in the middle of refusing to accept the money when he heard Xiao Bei in Xiao Yuan's words. He grabbed the 100 strings of cash and was about to put it into his pocket when he thought about it, but he was still worried. He turned his head and handed it to the woman, whose face was also full of hardships, and said, "Keep it well. Don't lose it. Xiaobei gave it to you. Make it into a pouch and wear it close to the child." The woman nodded repeatedly. She carefully took it and put it in her bosom. She covered it with her hands and stopped moving. Xiaobei was stunned. "The money is for buying clothes for the child. I have clothes at home." The fisherman did not change his mind. Xiaobei looked at Xiao Yuan helplessly. Xiao Yuan felt around his body. His clothes were changed, but he had no money. He tiptoed and reached for it. He took out a handful of coins from a manservant's pocket and handed them over. "Here, put the coins in the pouch. The function of the coins I gave you is the same as Xiaobei's. Paper money can only be stored for a short time. It's a pity if it spoils. Spend it. Use the money Xiaobei gave you to buy things. It's comfortable to wear, healthy to eat, and convenient to use." The fisherman did not stand on ceremony and really took the coins from Xiao Yuan's hand. It looked like he did not intend to return the 100 strings of cash. The woman who put the child into the water also became obedient when she heard Xiaobei and Xiao Yuan's words. She stared blankly at her daughter, who was wrapped in a velvet cloth again. A smile suddenly appeared on her face. Xiaobei jumped in fright. "Are you crazy? Don't scare me. I won't take the blame, even if you were crazy. You were the one who threw the child away first, and then I came. Sue, let me tell you, even if you take the case to Hanyuan Palace Hall, I'm not afraid of you. From the Supreme Court to the Censorate, no one will speak up for you." Xiao Yuan nudged Xiaowei. "Why are you telling her this?" "Doctor, go take a look. Can it be treated?" "I'm not crazy," the woman quickly said. "I know. You're a normal person. Don't move." "Doctor, go quickly," Xiao Yuan said. "I'm really not crazy. I'm happy. I can live again. My child can live too. They said that I gave birth to an evil ghost reincarnated. They said that I couldn't pass the water tribulation. They said that I'm a witch. I originally thought that if my child couldn't pass the water tribulation, she would die. When I go back, I'll jump into the well and become a ghost. I'll be haunted by them." The woman seemed to be muttering to herself, but she also seemed to be explaining to Xiaobei and Xiao Yuan. With just a few words, everyone understood. The woman laughed out loud again. "Ha ha, ha ha, but my child has passed this tribulation. Yes, she has passed this tribulation. In the future, she will be a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire. That's right. From the Supreme Court to the Censorate, no one will dare to touch her. Ha, they will come and go in groups. Xiaobei, I can work. I was originally a maidservant in their family. I could do any kind of work. Let me be your maidservant. I can sleep for 4 hours a day. I can eat all the leftovers. I can wear rough hem clothes and sleep in the woodshed. I can do anything." As she spoke, the woman wanted to kneel down and kowtow. However, she was held back by someone and could not move. Xiaobei and Xiao Yuan did not say anything. A servant girl was unwilling and said to the woman, "How can the master treat her like this? If you don't curse people, who knows if you're speaking the truth?" Xiaobei nodded. He did not believe what the woman said. At the same time, he thought that this woman was stupid. If she slept for 4 hours, would she still have the energy to work when she was not sleeping? "Hong my Hong father is here." Just as the situation was in a deadlock, a man rushed over from outside the crowd. He shouted as he ran, hot tears streaming down his face. Before he could get close, he was stopped by someone. "Stop, who are you?" My Hong is inside. The one with no ears. I'm her father. My poor child. Let me see if you're hurt." The man was still going to enter. "She's not your child. She's the reincarnation of an evil spirit. Xiaobei, it's him. His family said that my daughter and I are inauspicious." The woman shouted at the man. "I didn't say that. It's you. You crazy woman. I didn't keep an eye on you today. You actually wanted to drown my Hong. You have such a vicious heart," the man retorted. "You're the crazy one. As the registrar of the Shuzhou provincial government, you bought me as a servant girl. Then you took my body. You didn't even give me a status. When the child was born, you wanted to kill her. You still dare to make up stories." The woman shouted at the top of her voice, causing the people around her to frown. Xiaobei looked at this and then looked at that. He couldn't tell who was telling the truth and who was lying. Seeing that the two of them were still arguing, he stopped them. Stop. Su. Zhou. Registrar. 6th. Rank. Official. Official. What the official says should be true, right? Come, Registrar Official, come closer. Yes, come closer. Brother, you ask. Xiaobei was naturally calling his brother Xiaohai. Xiaohai and the other 7 people didn't jump down. Instead, Li Jun and Pan walked over. Xiaohai appeared to be a steady person. Usually, when he had time, he would do calculations. However, among the 9 children, his words would always be supported. Therefore, whenever he encountered trouble, Xiaobei would always think of his brother. Xiaohai looked at the registrar official who was being stared at. He didn't say anything and just sized him up from top to bottom, from bottom to top. Only when the registrar official's legs were trembling did he ask, "For your daughter, Hong, you hurriedly came from your home, right?" "Yes. When I returned home, I suddenly found that Hong was gone. I heard from the servants that the crazy woman carried Hong to the river. I ran without a care for my life. Unfortunately, I still came too late. Thank you for your help. This official is very grateful." This official, what time is it now? Xiaohai didn't wait for the registrar official to continue and asked again. "It's 9:15. "About time," the registrar official replied. Xiaohai nodded and asked again. "Running all the way here must be very tiring, right?" "Tiring? Oh no. Actually, this official is only thinking about Hong. I forgot whether I was tired or not. Why would I care about these things? Only now do I feel tired and weak." The registrar official panted. "Do you know why we came here so coincidentally today?" Xiaohai asked again. The registrar official shook his head and then nodded. "It must be because my Hong is very lucky and has met a benefactor." "Wrong. It's the 9 of us. Last night, we suddenly had the same dream. Guess who we dreamed of? Yin Zheng. When Hong Nong was sick, he was caught and placed in the Vermilion Bird Street. Yin Zheng, the county magistrate who is still alive, dreamt of him lying." "Aya, why is it so familiar? Do you know?" Xiaohai said to the registrar official. His tone was very calm. "This official is not lying. Every word is true." The registrar official obviously couldn't stand it anymore. "No one is saying that you are lying. There is something I don't understand. It's 9:15. Why didn't you stay in the yamen? Why did you come home?" Xiaohai's voice was very soft at the beginning, but he suddenly raised his voice towards the end. The registrar official was so scared that he fell to the ground and stammered, I was in the yamen, dealing with the books, went back home to get the materials. Yes, the materials at home." "You put the materials from the yamen in your home? You went back to get them? Then you found out about it and came here? Is your home near the yamen?" Xiaohai continued to ask. Yes, near, ran. The registrar official replied. Xiaohai no longer spoke to the registrar official. He turned around and said to his sister, "Xiaobei, let's go back. This is too bloody. We can use torture." "Why?" Xiaobei looked at the registrar official whose face had suddenly turned pale. "Because he lied. There is still a lot of vegetable juice on his boots. There's also a green mark on the corner of his mouth. What is the purpose of us stopping the ship this time?" Xiaohai pointed out the problem with the registrar and then asked, "Purpose?" The purpose is to take the cherries ointment distributed by the capital to Shuzhou to deal with it. Here in Shuzhou, we can replenish the vegetables, especially the cabbages stored in the winter, and make them into pickles. When we reach Hangzhou, we can sell them. Mother wants to eat cucumbers. The cucumbers on the boat have been left out for a long time, so they are not fresh enough. Here, because the winter is not too cold, we can make a simple shed to produce cucumbers. Also, let the kitchen cook the pork and chicken on the boat. Our family's craftsmanship is good, so we can sell them in Shuzhou and buy fresh ones to store on the boat." Xiaobei counted with his fingers to calculate the purpose of stopping. After this trade, not only would he not lose money, but he would also make up for all the expenses on the way. At first, he had planned to do business along the way. When the onlookers heard the conversation between Xiaobei and the registrar official, many of them sighed. They were indeed Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother and sister. Even when they went out, they still had to make money along the way. Even if they left the family in the future, they would not have to worry about starving to death. The registrar official was dumbfounded. He looked at his boots and wiped his mouth. His hands began to tremble. Xiaohai took over the conversation and said, "Yes, so the registrar official, did not stay in the yamen at all. He ran to the dock and hid there. He did not forget to eat the cucumbers that were sent by the people. Either he wanted to spy on us, or he was worried about our purpose, or he wanted to find a chance to meet us. But no matter what, it proved that he was lying. Also, when he was talking, he and the woman were not looking at the same place. He was looking at us, but the woman was looking at the child. Are we that attractive? That's scary? If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Why is General Hu not afraid of us? If something happens to us, when our father looks at us, Uncle Emperor stops him. How will our father react? He will be very anxious. Even if he can't come over, he will keep looking around. If it were brother or sister, he would kill someone who dared to stop him. I know. There's going to be another person on the Vermilion Bird Street. Do it. Let's leave." Xiaobei pointed at the registrar official and said angrily, "I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I plead guilty. I just want to find a chance to get close to you and get some benefits. The child matter is my family matter. You can't treat me like this." The registrar official had completely given up on the idea of leaving things to chance. He did not expect that Xiaohai could be so powerful. He did not need to use any extra means. He just looked at the person and asked a few questions. Xiaobei sneered and waved his hand. The people who were about to execute him stopped. Xiaobei circled the registrar official twice and said, "I'm not interested in knowing your surname. I don't care whether it's your family matter or not. We are inspectors of the Tang Empire. We patrol the place on behalf of His Majesty. You lied, which is the crime of deceiving His Majesty. If we catch you, your crime will be increased by 5 levels. I don't care whether you live or die. I won't convict you here. You go back and let the officers of the state escort you to the capital. You can deal with the Ministry of Personnel, Supreme Court, and censor it yourself." After saying this, Xiaobei turned and walked back to the boat. Xiaoyuan signaled the maid to take the woman and followed him back. No one dared to touch the registrar official again. He was free for the time being. Xiaobei did not care whether he ran or not. What he meant was to let him go to the government office to accept his crime and then be escorted away. If he had the guts, he could run away. After that, he would be issued an arrest warrant. After a moment of silence, there were continuous cheers. The people really felt the power of Xiaobei and the others. They also sighed that the girl who was born without ears had a good life. He's the head of the family. This money? The old woman on the fishing boat still had her hand on her chest. She held the 100 strings of coins and asked the old man. The old man thought for a while and said, "Spend. We have to spend the money. We have to buy a big boat, make some clothes, and prepare the furniture. When the time comes, we have to give the money together. The 100 strings of coins can't be divided. If it is divided, the money we get back will not be from Xiaobei. It won't work. The coin will be passed down in the family." His son and daughter-in-law, who were nursing the child, nodded at the same time. After returning to the boat, Xiaobei drank a bowl of ginger sugar water and ran to see the earless child. The child was lying in his mother's arms and drinking milk. The woman's mood was much more stable and her eyes were bright. While feeding the child, she asked the maid to help her put a hot towel on her face. She also told the maid that she wanted to eat boiled eggs and pig's knuckle soup. The maid agreed. The kitchen made 4 dishes and a soup. The soup was black chicken soup. The vegetables were grilled mutton, sweet and sour cabbage, cucumber, golden mushroom, tomato, scrambled eggs, and a plate of seasonal fruit. However, the amount was not much. "I want to drink pig's knuckle soup without salt." The woman looked at the child in her arms and mustered up her courage. She stubbornly suggested what she wanted to eat. "Drinking pig's knuckle soup is not popular now. What you're eating now is the same as what my mother and the little girl eat. They're pregnant now. When the news spread, my brother and sister specially asked the medical school to have a meeting with my family chefs to discuss the food ration. Let me see my sister, okay?" Xiaobei's voice appeared at the door. He also walked in, wanting to see the child who had been rescued. When the woman heard that it was something specially made for first-rank noble madams, she was relieved. She turned sideways and said, "Let's see." Xiaobei saw that the woman did not hold the child to show him, but he continued to feed her. He did not force her. The baby was eating. Later, I will ask my brother and sister if it will affect the baby without 2 ears. I will ask them to think of a way. You can live in my house. When the time comes, I will arrange things for you. We will take care of the baby. You can find another person. Don't think about him. I have already shown mercy. He won't die. What crime of deceiving the emperor? Uncle Emperor doesn't care. But he can forget about continuing to be an official. An official who dislikes his own child. How can he be good to the people? Seeing that the child only had a hole in her ear, Xiaobei's heart ached. Hearing Xiaobei's words, the woman could only nod. She stared at Xiaobei. After a while, she lowered her head to look at her daughter. She felt that the child was also cute. At this time, her daughter had already fallen asleep. She did not even burp. When a maid took the child, the woman realized that she was hungry. She looked at Xiaobei and said, "I want to eat. I can't help you do things now. I didn't ask you to do things now. What you need to do now is to take care of yourself and feed my sister. Eat. There will be fish, beef bones, yak bones, and mine. Tomorrow, there will be venison. Anyway, we will eat for a month. Every day is different." Xiaobei also sat at the table and asked someone to bring a cup of fruit juice. He sucked with a bamboo straw and watched the woman eat. The woman knew that although her heartless husband was a registrar and had a good family life, he could not compare with Xiaobei and the others. She had never seen 2 kinds of dishes in front of her before. After taking a bite of each dish, the woman asked Xiaobei, "What is this? And this?" "This is a tomato. My brother likes to call it tomato, and my sister likes to call it tomato. The agriculture temple is making use of the time to cultivate seeds. In a few years, all the people in the Tang Empire will be able to plant them. They can be used to cook and eat as fruits. That is a golden needle mushroom. The production is very small. Usually, only officials above the 5th rank in the capital can eat it. My brother and sister said that in terms of nutrition, it is similar to other mushrooms and can be replaced. But the taste is different. Mother must like to eat it first. There's also chili. It is very spicy. My brother actually asked the people in the agriculture temple to mix chili and tomatoes together. He said that chili will grow. Don't you think it is fun?" Xiaobei introduced the dishes as if he was familiar with them. He gestured the shape of a persimmon with his small hand. The woman nodded. "It is fun and delicious, but many people can't eat it. Sigh, the rich have their rich lives, and the poor have their poor lives." "That's not true. My brother said that if you feel that your life is not easy to change, then let's change the world. In the past, in the north, it was cold, and we couldn't eat cucumbers. Now we can eat cucumbers. Those who believe in fate are vermin. They enjoy the food made by those who don't believe in fate." The education that Xiaobei received made it impossible for him to accept his fate. He said that he would fight against the heavens. After hearing Xiaobei's words, the woman could not say anything else. She lowered her head and ate fiercely. Xiaobei held the cup and thought about something. Perhaps the woman was really hungry, or perhaps she was afraid that her child would be hungry, or perhaps the dishes were really delicious. She swept up all the dishes like a whirlwind. There were also 2 bowls of rice. When it was time to eat the fruits, Xiaobei's eyes widened in shock. You didn't make it? Eat some Yamcha pills and slowly walk around the deck. Then take a bath and rest. My sister has someone to take care of her. I suddenly thought of something very important. I will discuss it with them." Xiaobei looked at the woman worriedly, shook his head, got up, and left. The woman watched Xiaobei leave and touched her stomach. "It's really delicious. The chef on the ship should be better than Between the Clouds and the Water and Blue Sea Silver Sand, right?" When Xiaobei came to another room, Xiao Yuan and the other 10 children were all studying. To be precise, Xiao Yuan was revising. He was telling Li Jun and Pan Air story. "Let's stop for a moment. I want to discuss something with everyone. I was thinking, is it because there are many children in Tang who are born with poor health and are abandoned? There are also girls. We should stop this, right?" Xiao Yuan: "Yes, stop. What should we start? Tell the people that what they're doing is wrong? I'm afraid that they won't listen." Should we use our family's intelligence organization to investigate door to door? Xiao Yuan stopped talking first. He had no choice but to stop. When Li Jun and Pan Air saw Xiaobei, they left Xiao Yuan and ran to Xiaobei's side. They looked up and listened to Xiaobei. The others also stopped what they were doing. Let's discuss it together. We will come up with a solution. I'll talk first. Let's make up ghost stories to scare them and say that we should abandon the children. Xiaobei started the conversation and came up with a solution. The others began to think of ideas. When it was time for dinner, the 9 older children and 2 younger children finally came up with a plan and arranged for people to implement it. It's another sunny day. The birds are chirping, the swallows are flying low, the water is flowing to the east. When will you return? Come, cheers. In the morning, Zhang Xiaobao stood outside the cabin and brushed his teeth. He spat out the water in his cup into the river. It mixed with the river water and flowed to the east. Wang Wan had already packed up and looked around for Zhang Xiaobao to eat. When she turned to the left side of the deck, she saw him. She was listening to his poetic speech. She looked up at the sky. It was dark clouds. No wonder the swallows were flying low. Xiaobao, hurry up. We are waiting for you to eat. Sunny day. Is this the legendary infinite stretching of imagery? It has the effect of changing space. Which part of the sky did you change? Don't dawdle. Look at the sky. It's probably going to rain heavily for a few days. Who knows if there will be a disaster somewhere? We will be busy. It will come. It will come. It's normal for there to be a disaster. As long as the area is small, it will be fine. I will be surprised if there's a year when the weather is good everywhere in Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao spat out the last mouthful of water and followed Wang Wan into the cabin. The sails of the ship were lowered, ready to welcome the storm. When they arrived at the dining hall, Li Longji and the others were also there. They had not touched their chopsticks. It seemed that they were waiting for Zhang Xiaobao. Good morning. Zhang Xiaobao greeted and sat down at his seat. Li Longji picked up his chopsticks. Xiaobao, you made me wait for you to eat. Tell me, how should you thank me? I'll wait for you during lunch. If worst comes to worst, I'll prepare the dishes. Zhang Xiaobao regretted composing a poem while brushing his teeth. There's no need for that. Help me think of a good idea. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Li Longji chatted as he ate. Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the fried egg and asked, Which industry's idea is it? Think about it yourself, Li Longji said. All right, industry. How about it? Zhang Xiaobao suggested. Li Longji nodded his head as he ate. There are many technologies in the industry. Considering the confidentiality of the raw materials and technologies, there aren't many that can be used in the industry. How about this? I'll get them to design a few skinning machines that can be powered by human power, animal power, water, or wind. The technical requirements are low. In terms of materials, we can use wood for the frames and steel for the crucial parts. At worst, we can just replace the parts and increase production efficiency. The time saved can be used to do other things. Even learning how to read and write would be good. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and thought of an idea. While Li Longji was thinking, he quickly ate again. He didn't want to wait for others to finish eating while he was still hungry. Li Longji thought about what Zhang Xiaobao said, but his mouth didn't stop eating. After a while, he nodded his head in agreement. If that's the case, it's settled. Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaobao, don't eat too much. There's still something to eat later, Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao. All right, I'll just drink a bowl of soy milk and eat 2 fried eggs. Zhang Xiaobao reluctantly agreed and finally finished his meal. Just as he was about to drink some tea and take a break, the heavy rain outside fell and hit the deck loudly. Li Longji called Zhang Xiaobao out again. A large umbrella was set up on the deck. Under the umbrella was a barbecue rack, and beside it was a water basin filled with prawns. There were also 2 bottles of wine. When Zhang Xiaobao sat opposite him, Li Longji poured wine for Zhang Xiaobao and said with emotion, The rain is misty and the waves are surging. It's a good time to chat and drink. However, I have many worries in my heart. How many people are dripping water? Which bridge is difficult to cross? Xiaobao, what do you think we should do? Zhang Xiaobao slapped his forehead in distress. If he knew this would happen, he would have let Li Longji go out to play by himself. The house leaks, the road is muddy, so he could just fix it. Does he have to take care of everything? Just as he was thinking about how to answer, someone came from the inner courtyard and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Little Gongzi, there's news from the Great Tang Bank." Xiaobei and the others used their precious candy house, their toy house, and other jewelry as collateral to get a loan from the Great Tang Bank. The Great Tang Bank returned the loan and said that they were too young to go through the formalities. What do you think? Chapter 1037. The words of the inner courtyard made Li Longji temporarily give up on asking Zhang Xiaobao to come up with ideas to help others repair houses and roads. He stopped the inner courtyard, who was about to return. "How much money do they need?" "Your Majesty, we don't know how much money they need. The young master and his wife want to borrow 3 million strings of coins. All of their things together are normally valued at 6 million strings of coins. Due to the added value of the jewelry processing and the uncertainty of the brand of baby candy house, they can only borrow half of the total value, 3 million strings of coins." The inner courtyard replied. When mentioning Xiao Bei and the others, a doting smile appeared on the inner courtyard's face. Li Longji waved his hand, and the inner courtyard retreated. "Xiao Bao, send a report to Xiao Bei and see what they want to do." Li Longji's interest was piqued, and he urged. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Don't ask. Since they don't want money from their families, it means that they want to do things with their own abilities. It's normal for the Great Tang Bank to reject their loan application. Let's see what other ideas they can come up with. If possible, I want to give them 3 million strings of coins. It's just a small amount of money. Look at Xiao Bei and the others. They have to use their own things as collateral." Li Longji had a distressed expression. The words 3 million strings of coins came out of his mouth so casually. If it were 10 years ago, he definitely wouldn't have been so confident. "Xiao Bei and the others can't take our money. It's not easy for them to go out and be free. If they want to do something, let them try. At worst, they'll lose some money. For them, it's most important to gain something from this." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao had already put red charcoal on the grill. The rain outside was still drizzling, and the contrast between the two made it seem very comfortable under the umbrella. Li Longji smiled and shook his head. He used a bamboo stick to cut open the stomach of a fresh prawn, took out the innards, and put them on the grill. He then put the innards on the grill and said, "In recent years, I've lived a relatively happy life. In the past, I always had to scheme against the officials, and the palace wasn't stable either. There are also the neighboring countries and the foreign tribes in northern Hebei province. The only thing that can be said to be better is the national treasury, which appears to be abundant. If I didn't know about the lives of the common people and the future situation you and Cuckoo described to me, I would have thought that the common people of the Great Tang were already doing very well. It's all thanks to you and Cuckoo. With your influence, I don't have to worry about my subjects harboring ill intentions. I doubt they'll be able to overturn the heavens. That's why life is about enjoyment, not worry. From the commoners to me, the emperor, who doesn't have some worries. Thinking about it all day long, I don't want to live anymore." Zhang Xiaobao held a brush in his hand and brushed the salt water on the prawns. This was how fresh prawns should be eaten. If it wasn't for Li Longji's heavy appetite, he wouldn't even have to brush the salt water on the prawns. Hearing Li Longji's sigh, his hands didn't stop moving as he continued. There's no one in power who can solve all the problems of the people under their rule, but at the very least, they have to make sure that the people don't have to worry about their survival. If they can do that, they could be considered to have succeeded. Anyway, it's very difficult. Yes, it's difficult. No matter how difficult it is, it has to be done. Xiao Bao, where's I just now? Li Longji lightly nodded as he flipped the bamboo stick in his hand. You said that you're living a good life. That's not it. It's in front. Give Xiao Bei money. Even further. Let me eat. Even further. Give Xiao Bei and the others money. Eat the prawns. We've personally roasted them for you. When you eat them, you should show some appreciation, right? Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. This subject is eternally grateful. Show your loyalty. This subject's loyalty to the Great Tang can be seen by the sun and the moon. I'm even more willing to protect Your Majesty's stability. Next time, when you put me in front of you, can't you say something like I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire? If I said that, I would have to build a house for someone else. All right, let's drink. Truly, outside the umbrella, the rain gurgles, the prawns on the grill, the wine in the cup drains. Bridges, carriages, and the affairs of the world, the people's hearts are like a furnace. Li Longji raised his cup. Cheers! Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and downed the wine. He grabbed the bottle and poured another cup for Li Longji and himself. He raised his cup again. Cheers! The wild geese flew to the south and returned. Let's drink another cup. The common people have their own way of doing things. A leader should do what a leader should do, who should repair bridges and mend roads. Huh, you're still preaching to us? You're a leader, and you're not willing to do small things. Then who should you tell us to lean on? Tell us. Who should you tell us to do it? Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and took the prawn that Zhang Xiaobao passed him. He took a bite and nodded, indicating that it tasted good. He drank another cup of wine and said, "Let's change to yellow wine. I see that you and Cuckoo don't drink wine one cup at a time. Right now, it's awkward to keep drinking." Zhang Xiaobao turned to the inner courtyard a dozen steps away and shouted, "Boil the wine." He then picked up a prawn and took a small bite. He slowly chewed it and said to Li Longji, "Earlier, we discussed this matter. We wanted to give the local wealthy families and gentry the opportunity to participate in the local administration. After that, we'll select them through layers of selections. In the end, we'll send them to the capital. Why don't we let them do it? Right, we almost forgot. Once we're done eating, we'll immediately issue an edict. It's already difficult for your family's business to reach the county. So how can you pay attention to the matters of the villagers? Local matters should be handled by the local authorities. After that, we'll report it to the county yamen. Only then will your family be able to secretly verify it." Li Longji clapped his hands happily. He scooped up a live prawn and continued processing it. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips. He picked up the charcoal tongs and scraped the white ashes off the charcoal. He knew that if he didn't come up with a solution, Li Longji wouldn't stop harassing him. Was it easy to eat with an emperor who was always looking for trouble? "Xiaobao, tell me, do you think it's easy for me to have a meal with you? I'm risking catching a cold and working for you. I just want you to be happy so that you can accompany me. When we return, we'll take the land route. What do you think?" Before Zhang Xiaobao could complain, Li Longji had already started complaining. Zhang Xiaobao was so frightened by Li Longji's words that his hands froze. When he felt the warmth of the charcoal, he quickly withdrew his hands. After mulling over it for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, if you dare to go, I'll go with you. We'll take the land route from Jiangnan to Luzhou. You'll know what's going on after that." "Let's give it a try," Li Longji said weakly. At this moment, the inner courtyard had brought out a red clay stove. There were also wine jars sealed with clay seals. Naturally, the wine in the jars was Shaoxing's yellow wine. It was not bought. It was given to them by the merchants who cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao preferred wine more than yellow wine. He drank it occasionally, but most of the time, he used it to cook. He poured spoonful after spoonful into the pot. Wine was wine, pure wine. Even when it was boiled, nothing was added. It was like tea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were not used to drinking wine that had ginger, sugar, and salt added to it. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao as he fiddled with the small stove and wine. He suddenly said, "If I knew we were going to eat prawns, I would have asked you to make the drunk prawns. Now it's too late." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He boiled the wine and said, "Get someone to catch 2 fish. When the boats are ready in the afternoon, we'll set off quickly." In the cabin, Wang accompanied Wu Huifei and Empress Wang to talk. Wu Huifei mostly asked Wang where the family's business was, how they arranged the staff, and what had happened in the process of perfecting the system. She planned to develop in this direction. Empress Wang talked about the children. She asked where Xiao Bei and the others had been recently, and whether they had sent any news about their son and daughter. Wang responded easily. She said that when she was doing business, she could bring up the children's matter. The 3 of them chatted happily. At the same time, Wang also received news from her family that Xiao Bei and the others had gone to get a loan and were rejected. The manager of the Great Tang Bank is too hateful. How can Xiaobei go back on his word? Let Xiaobao deal with them. Xiaobei and the others' things are worth 3 million strings of cash. Even if the price is 30 million, many people will rush to buy them. Empress Wang was not satisfied when she heard the news and complained about the injustice for Xiaobei and the others. Wu Huifei, however, agreed with the way the bank did things. She said, "Sister, don't blame the manager of the bank. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Today, we agreed to let Xiaobei and the others get a loan. Tomorrow, other children steal things from home and exchange them for money. Will we give them money? Xiaobei and the others are different from other children. Cuckoo, why do you think Xiaobei and the others want money?" Empress Wang suddenly thought of this question. 3 million strings of cash was not a small amount. Wang Wan shook her head. "I don't know. Since the younger brother and sister don't want money from the family, they naturally have their own plans. Let them be. When a family trains the children, they should let go when it's time. If they do it right, the credit will go to the children. If they do it wrong, it will be the family's training fee. This is the difference between the children of aristocratic families and the children of ordinary families. The children of aristocratic families have enough resources for them to try. As long as they are not too stupid, they will often be far behind the children of ordinary families." Empress Wang and Wu Huifei nodded and immediately shook their heads at the same time. Wu Huifei said, "That depends on who they are compared to. Compared to you and Xiaobao, the children of aristocratic families will be overshadowed. You have learned too much. This is the power of education. The purpose is to let a small number of children of ordinary families close the gap between them and the children of aristocratic families through hard work. Since they don't have enough resources to gain experience through practical actions like the children of aristocratic families, they can learn indirectly from books." Wang Wan mentioned the importance of education. "Isn't that so? We should educate the children well. The children of the Tang Empire are better than the children of other places. With a few more children like Xiaobei and the others, who will dare to disobey us in the future." Empress Wang's words were still so aggressive. "Young lady." The maid opened the cabin door a little from the outside, poked her head out, and whispered, "What's wrong?" Wang Wan asked. "There's news from Xiaobei and the others. They didn't get the loan, so they immediately contacted the people of the branches of the other big trading companies in Shuzhou. Up to now, the intelligence shows that they have reached an agreement with 3 big trading companies. For the time being, the 3 big trading companies have agreed to provide 5 million strings of cash. The other 4 branches of the other trading companies are asking for instructions by telegram." The maid answered. Wang Wan was stunned. After a few breaths, she laughed again. 5 million strings of cash? Or temporarily? You are indeed the younger brother and sister of Xiaobao and I. It seems that you have done a lot of preparations. You have the demeanor of Xiaobao and have not lost your reputation. Chapter 1038. Wu Huifei was also stunned. She had just heard that Xiaobei and the others had failed to apply for a loan. How did the loss of 3 million strings of cash turn into 5 million strings of cash? Was it so easy to get money? Damn the manager of the bank. Look at what he has done to Xiaobei and the others. 3 million strings of cash is too much for Xiaobei and the others. I'll talk to His Majesty later. Empress Wang was not happy. She felt sad when she thought of Xiaobei and the others struggling for money. Other people's children were so old that they would hug their relatives and act like a spoiled child, but Xiaobei and the others had to work hard by themselves. The more Empress Wang thought about it, the sadder she felt. She said angrily, "Xiaobei and the others are too much. They insist on raising money by themselves. I'll remember it and ask someone to ask. See which company or group refuses to help them. They made Xiaobei feel bad for a while, but I'll make them feel bad for a lifetime." Wang Wan smiled. "Mother, you don't have to do this. Who made Xiaobei feel bad? They will do it themselves. I guess you'll see them when we reach Hangzhou. Xiaobei's revenge is Xiaobei's business. I'm just thinking about it. You and Xiaobao can't disappoint your younger siblings. And His Majesty, if he doesn't help this time, What will he do when Xiao Bei sees him? Cuckoo, why do you think Xiao Bei and the others need money? Empress Wang was still unwilling to let it go. In her opinion, it was a sin for anyone to not smile when they saw Xiao Bei. People who didn't love cute children were not good people. Wang Wan shook her head. If they don't say, Xiao Bao, and I won't ask. We don't want to dispel their enthusiasm. Children are often more persistent than adults. What if they lose money? Wu Huifei asked. That depends on what Xiao Bei and the others plan to do. If they still insist, they will take the initiative to negotiate with me and Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, and I will transfer the debt to them. They won't dare to ask for it. If they don't accept it, it will affect their cash flow. If they don't insist, they will remain silent, which means that they don't care about the loss. This is the right of children. Xiao Bao, and I will help them pay off the debt. Xiao Bao is in trouble. He has to guide his younger siblings to pick themselves up and continue to do business. He wants them to get up where they fell. Wang Wan said with a smile. Haha, this consort finally understands why Xiao Bei and the others are so smart. It's because they have the best older brother and sister in the world, Cuckoo. Let's talk about military matters. Empress Wang pulled Wang Wan and began to talk about the knowledge of war. Zhang Xiaobao also received the news. Li Longji, who was holding a bowl of wine, spat it all over the grill. It's fine, it's fine. I don't think it's dirty at all. Xiaobao, do you think I'm dirty? Li Longji coughed a few times and said embarrassedly. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the vinegar beside him and sprayed it on the prawns. I don't mind, Your Majesty. You don't know that under normal circumstances, when you eat seafood, you have to dip it in vinegar, especially prawns and crabs. They are very refreshing. There are also some that are dipped in ginger foam. You can try some later. Okay, I'll take it that you don't mind. All right, I've already sprayed it. So why are you still spraying it? Since you asked, I'll let you eat all of it, Li Longji said gloomily. Zhang Xiaobao put down the vinegar and looked at the prawns on the grill. The fish is almost ready. I'll grill it for you later. Come, Your Majesty, let me toast you. Li Longji drank the remaining wine in the bowl, smacked his lips, and said, 3 million strings of cash is gone. But before I could ask them to support them, they actually immediately got 5 million strings of cash. They're clearly showing off to the great Tang Bank. This is just like your family style. You get stronger when you meet the strong. Of course, I'm Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother and sister, and I'm like a kite. The more difficult the situation, the more I'll be able to soar into the sky. Cuckoos, and my mission is to do well on that string. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Then he asked the inner courtyard who came to deliver the news, who has made a deal now. In response to your question, there's the Li family's Thunderbolt Logistics, the Yang family's Daunting Aquatic Products, the Gu family's Splendid Sundry Goods, and the other 4 are reporting to the owner of the main store. The strength of the first 3 is about the same, so it won't take too long to come to a conclusion. The inner courtyard answered with a proud look on his face. Hey, they're all big guys, and they're specifically looking for the top 100 companies of the Great Tang. Li Longji knew who they were as soon as he heard the names. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. The young master and the young lady are not ordinary businessmen. The inner courtyard was as happy as if others had praised him. Write down the details of their negotiation and show them to us. I don't know how they negotiated, but I think they shouldn't use their identities. Although their identities also play a big role, it's only a guarantee, not an oppressive one. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to get detailed information immediately and see how his younger brother and sister did it. Yes, remember it well, and find out the purpose of their money. Li Longji also said. He picked up a shrimp and ate it. It was so sour that he frowned. Shuzhou, in front of the branch of the Qiantang Marine Products Group. This is a joint store opened by 22 businessmen of the Jiangnan East Road. The flagship store is in Hangzhou, and the manager of the branch in Shuzhou is surnamed Sunday. Among the 22 businessmen, the biggest shareholder is the owner of a large fleet, also surnamed Sunday. The inner courtyard flipped through the information and introduced the 11 people to Bei Bei. Bei Bei nodded and waved her small hand. Let's go inside and talk. I don't believe that without Butcher Zhang, I have to eat hairy pigs. I'm scared if they don't give me a loan. After that, Bei Bei led the way in, followed by the other 10 people. As soon as they entered the door, they smelled a fishy smell. The store was not small. There were 4 rows of containers for customers to see, with 10 containers in each row, for a total of 40 containers. The containers were filled with dried shrimps, squid, dried kelp, clams, fish fillets, shrimps, and other seafood. They were divided into different sizes and varieties. There were 4 salespeople standing behind each row of containers. When they saw a group of children suddenly enter, their eyes lit up. They secretly thought that a big deal was coming. Just by looking at the clothes of this group of children, they knew that they were from rich families. The aura they exuded also proved this point. Then they were shocked. Although they were dressed well, the cute golden embroidery pattern on their chests was too scary. The little ancestors of the Zhang family and Wang family were here. When a salesperson guarding the door saw the pattern, he turned around, stepped forward, and ran upstairs. He shouted as he ran, "Manager's son, they're here." "Not good, they're here." "Quick, come down, manager's son." Bei and the others were very natural. It seemed that they were used to it. Bei strolled to a container filled with fish fillets and stood on tiptoe to take a look. The 4 salespeople in the row quickly came over and stood respectfully. "Can I taste it?" Bei pointed at the fish fillets and asked, "Can I taste it?" Bei saw that the 4 of them did not speak, so he asked again. Taste." "Okay, let's taste it." Wait a moment, you eat this." One of the salespeople reacted and nervously finished the sentence. He suddenly turned around and took out a delicate wooden box from a small cabinet behind him. He opened it and took out a piece of fish fillet and presented it to Bei. The fish fillet was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The entire fish fillet was light yellow in color. The edges were not scattered, and there were no thorns in the center. It was thin and tough. When Wei moved, the entire fish fillet gently trembled. Bei took the fish fillet and placed it on top of the other fish fillets in the container. He first smelled it, then pinched one side of the fish fillet with his hand and gently pulled. That small piece of fish fillet was pulled down along the grain. Bei put it in his mouth and chewed. He nodded with satisfaction and shouted behind him, "It's time to eat the fish fillet. Jun Pan come quickly." The 10 children all came over and tore the fish into pieces. Delicious, loose but not scattered, tough but not hard, salty and sweet, fresh but not fishy. It's just like what we eat at home. Tang seafood. It lives up to its reputation. I'll buy it. How much is it? Little Yuan commented as he ate and asked the seller how much it was sold. It's worth a lot to be praised by Little Yuan and Little Young Master. Take out all the high-quality fish fillets in the shop. We'll let the Little Young Master and the ladies give us some face and take it away. Following the voice, 3 people came down quickly from upstairs. One of them was the receptionist who had just shouted and ran up the stairs, followed by 2 others. One of them was so tall that it shocked Bei and the other children. He was short, dark, and had an asymmetrical figure. When he looked at people, there was always a trace of fierceness in his eyes. The one who spoke was another person wearing a long robe. He was around 50 years old and had a third of the hair on his temples and head. He was full of smiles. He cupped his hands and bowed to Bei and the others. Bei returned the greeting and said, "We're not here to ask for anything. We'll eat this fish fillet. You can keep the rest and continue to sell. We're not officials today, and we're not representing the Zhang family and Wang family. We're just here to discuss business with you." Well said, well said. Hurry, honored guests. Please come upstairs. You still have to bring the fish fillets. Do us the honor. The person still had a warm smile on his face. He didn't care what Bei said about representing or not representing anyone, because he knew that if he didn't receive them well, not only would Bei's brother and sister not agree, but even his own boss wouldn't accept it. Bei smiled embarrassedly. "You're making it seem like we're here to rob you." "Hee, shopkeeper-san, please." The group of people went upstairs. The people below quickly took out the high-quality fish fillets. The seller didn't feel bad at all. It was a great honor to accept gifts. Upstairs, shopkeeper Sun Yang arranged for Bei and the others to sit down and asked, "What do you want to drink? Hot milk or fruit juice?" "Drink," drink plain water. Bei didn't like the fruit juice and milk quality, so he didn't want to drink it. Sun Yang also understood and nodded. Someone brought plain water, and a fruit platter made of dried fruits and seasonal fruits was placed on the small table. The fruits in the fruit platter were all cut open without any carvings. They were scattered on the side, and there were bamboo skewers for the fruits. There was a saying here: if you gave someone unpeeled and carved fruits, it wouldn't be convenient for them to eat them, so they wouldn't eat them. Instead, they would scatter them, making it seem casual. Only then would they be able to eat them. It was the same for dried fruits. If you didn't prepare something to specifically put the shell and core, then it would be no different from pouring tea until it was about to overflow. Bei had Xiao Yuan and the others look after Pan and the younger ones. He took out a piece of paper from his bag and said to Sun Yang, "Shopkeeper's son, we've come to disturb you this time because we want to sign a cooperation agreement with your bank. We'll provide the proposal, and you'll be responsible for the investment. Take a look at the content first." After saying that, Bei asked someone to pass a piece of paper over. Sun Yang took it, but didn't open it. Instead, he asked Boss Zhang, "Shopkeeper Zhang, how much do you want us to pay?" "At least 1,000,000 strings of cash. Don't consider my family and our official position. This is business. Please." Bei stretched out a finger and made a drawing gesture, then let Sun Yang continue to read the content. Sun Yang still didn't look and stretched out 3 fingers. 3,000,000 strings of cash. My Qiantang Ocean Products Group agrees. When will the money be used? My company will transfer it over at any time. 3,000,000 strings of cash? Can your shopkeeper make the decision? I'm not doubting you, but the amount is too big. Bei was surprised. The strange-looking person beside Sun Yang spoke. "Sun Yang, you can only transfer 50,000 strings of cash. I'm here to patrol and have to watch over Brother Sunday. I don't agree." "What do you do?" Bei was unhappy. This person was randomly interrupting. "I'm a good brother of the company's largest shareholder, the owner of the independent trading fleet. I help him patrol Tang. I've seen your emperor before," this person said arrogantly. "You patrol Tang? How come I don't know?" "Shopkeeper's son." Bei was angry. Where did this inspector come from? When Sun Yang saw Bei's dark expression, he hastily said, "Oh, my little ancestor, he's not patrolling Tang. He's the branch of Qiantang Ocean Products in Tang. His name is Shan Tushir. Our boss brought him back from the new island. Don't misunderstand." After speaking to Bei, Sun Yang said to the person called Shan Tushir, "You're tired of living. Don't get me in trouble. This is the little ancestor of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Let me put it this way. Luzhou's business association belongs to them. You know the Hurricane Battalion, right? It belongs to them." Shan Tushir's eyes widened. His mouth was wide open, and his body began to tremble. After a while, he shook his head with all his might. With a thud, he knelt in front of Bei. As he cowed out, he said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. I won't fight back or move when you hit me." "Shopkeeper's son, is he crazy?" Bei was confused. "Shan Tushir, get up. He's annoying. Get up and talk properly." Sun Yang pulled Shan Tushir up. Shan Tushir was still looking at Xiao Bei and the others. He said, "You saved my life." The Hurricane Battalion called for artillery support and fired into the forest from the sea. "We call for air support." A group of people flew over and killed all the people who chased after me and Brother Sunday. Good job. Good job, Great Tang. Now I'm also a member of the Great Tang. The Great Tang also protected me, just like how it protected Brother Sunday. But we have a promise. "Oh, so you're someone who was saved by the Hurricane Battalion." Bei knew what was going on. He waved his hand casually and said, "Don't worry. You don't have to kowtow to thank me. I don't think they saved you. They saved the people of Tang. Anyone born in Tang is a citizen of Tang from the moment of birth. Tang has to protect them because they will have to do things for Tang in the future and pay taxes. My brother and sister said that the people of Tang worked hard for the stability, prosperity, and strength of Tang. How can Tang leave the people alone without help and without care for their lives? No matter where Tang's military power can reach, even if it's a dog, it can't be beaten by anyone. If you kill one of my people, I'll slaughter your village. The world is so big, it's hard to find a place where you can't hide. I won't rest until I'm dead. Yes, yes, yes. On the new island, the 3 tribes around my tribe attacked me. Those who didn't surrender and work for me were all killed. I also saw you, it's our emperor. You kowtowed many times, and the emperor rewarded me with many things. But I forgot to praise your hurricane battalion. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll take you to see the emperor. The emperor is very easy to talk to. You're so good-looking, interesting. The emperor will like you. Shantusher nodded repeatedly and made a promise. Sun Yang covered his face with his hands and didn't dare to look at Bei and the others. Bei sighed and said, "Okay, there will be a chance in the future. The emperor is my father." Pan who was eating the pear slices that Xiao Yuan fed her, pointed at herself and said when she heard others mention the emperor, Yes, he's our good Pan father." Bei followed Pan words and said. When Pan happily continued to eat the pear, he said to Sun Yang, "Shopkeeper's son, you should look at the content of the cooperation. We don't want money, we want you to invest." I can't explain it clearly. Isn't this still asking for money? Look. Sun Yang immediately picked up the paper and flipped through it as fast as he could. He nodded. "I've read it. Very good. We agree to cooperate. 3 million strings of cash." When Bei saw Sun Yang's action, he was so angry that he took 2 deep breaths. He pouted and said, "Let's go. We'll change to another company. We won't cooperate with Qiantang Sea products anymore. We don't want anything." Xiao Yuan and the others stood up at the same time and planned to leave. Sun Yang was shocked. He rushed over and opened his arms. Don't go. I'll read it. I'll read it seriously. If the conditions are not good enough, we won't invest a single copper coin. How about it?" Shantusher also stretched out his arms to stop them. He wanted to wait until the matter was over and then treat them to a meal to thank them properly. Xiao Yuan, who acted as a mediator, advised Bei, "Why don't we wait? We are businessmen. We don't care about money, right?" Only then did Bei sit back down. He calmed down and said to Sun Yang, "Please." Sun Yang solemnly picked up the paper and slowly flipped it open. He wanted to take a good look. He did not dare to let Bei and the others leave because of his negligence. Otherwise, even if others were angry, his own boss would not let him off. After the boss came back, he kept telling others about what happened at the new island overseas. He was also the most proactive when it came to paying taxes. He said that every copper coin he paid was not only for the Tang Empire, but also for himself. At the same time, he also set a rule. No matter who cooperated with an independent trading fleet, they had to take the initiative to pay taxes. They also had to promise that the people they cooperated with had branches all over the country. If the Zhang family and the Wang family needed, any branch manager had the right to directly transfer 3 million strings of cash without asking for anything in return. If the 2 families needed more money, the branch manager had to send a message back to the headquarters as soon as possible. From this, it could be seen how dangerous the situation was when the boss was rescued. While thinking about this, Sun Yang's gaze fell on the paper. After flipping the cover, it was the first page. On it was written, "Baby Candy House Cooperation." Sun Yang nodded slightly. He knew that Baby Candy House was opened by Bei and the others, and they had branches in several big places in the Tang Empire. Sun Yang flipped the page and continued reading. His eyes lit up. Then he stopped thinking about other things and flipped through page by page. The more he read, the more surprised and excited he became. When he was halfway through, he stopped and asked, "Young Master Xiao Bao has such means?" Chapter 1039. Xiao Bei and the others were a bit nervous when Sun Yang looked at them. This was a plan that they had come up with themselves. Whether or not they could gain the other party's approval was very important to them. Even the 2 younger children, Pan felt this atmosphere. They stopped eating fruits and pulled Xiao Yuan's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and looked at Sun Yang together. However, when Sun Yang said this, Xiao Bei and the others sighed helplessly. Pan also sighed heavily. The inner court beside them quickly said to Sun Yang, "This has nothing to do with our young master Xiao Bao. Young Master Xiao Bao still doesn't know about this. He probably only knows that the Great Tang Bank rejected Xiao Bei and the others. Our young master and his wives wanted to use their precious candy house and other toys and accessories to take a loan of 3 million strings of coins, but the Great Tang Bank rejected them with the excuse of being too old. Sun Yang was stunned when he heard the inner court's words. Then he stood up in shock and asked, "Really? Of course. How could young Master Xiao Bao's plan be so simple?" The inner court said confidently, "Simple? I don't see how it's simple. This is clearly a chain of plans. The Great Tang Bank is too unreasonable. Our young master and his wives used things to take a loan of 3 million strings of coins, and they didn't even give it to them. If it was me, just based on our young master and his wives' reputation in the Great Tang, they're worth at least 30 million strings of coins. Sun Yang began to take Xiao Bei and the others seriously. In the past, it was because of their status. Now, he was treating them as equal business rivals and business partners, all for this cooperation plan. Xiao Bei was a bit embarrassed by the praise. He hesitated a bit and asked softly, "Then, do you agree to the 3 million strings of coins? You can state your conditions. If we think it's acceptable, we'll give in on the profit sharing and other details." Xiao Yuan also said, "Yes, take a good look. Don't patronize us because of our status. If we want money, we could just ask for it directly. We want to cooperate with others based on our own abilities. If it's really possible, we'll sign and go to the next one." Add on. Pan also looked at Sun Yang and said. Only then did Sun Yang realize that he had only read half of it, and the plan had already come to an end. There was still half of it left. He hurriedly said, "Let me see what's written at the back." As he spoke, Sun Yang continued to flip through the pages. He saw that the second set of proposals was written on the paper. This time, he realized that the second set of proposals was not like the first set, where the first set of proposals was included. Instead, it was separated from the key points, and the first part of the proposal did not change much. After he finished reading the second proposal, he flipped to the bottom and saw that it was Proposal 3. Again, he removed the duplicates and started from the point of disagreement. When he finished reading the third set, there were 2 more pieces of paper at the end. At the beginning, it was written donation and support to the children of the Great Tang and the Imperial Court. After reading this, Sun Yang remained silent for a long time. He stood there breathing heavily. Xiao Bei grew impatient and asked, "Shopkeeper's son, is this okay?" Sun Yang suddenly came to his senses and solemnly put the cooperation plan on the small table. He picked up the cup of water from the small table and held it in his hand. He bowed deeply to Xiao Bei and the others and said, "With water instead of wine, I propose a toast to the inspector of the Tang Empire. Heaven and earth, the protection of longevity. Cheers." "What toast? Is this okay? Say something. If you agree, we'll sign the contract. Business is business. If you don't pay up after signing the contract, I'll sue you. We still have to go to the next house. We have to take a look at the manager of the Great Tang Bank. Without him, we'll be able to raise more money." Xiao Bei was still thinking about the Great Tang Bank's rejection of the application. Xiao Yuan understood what was going on and returned the toast with a cup of water. He said, "The great sound does not seek the sound, but it contains the sound of the tide. Great love is like the shape of water, and the heart shines in a mirror. Besides, we won't lose money. On the contrary, we'll make a lot of money." Yes, I'm thinking too much. There's no need to be too emotional about what you've done. It shows that I haven't done it yet. Once I've done it, it'll be natural." Sun Yang nodded deeply. After thinking about it, he said to Xiao Bei and the others, "Young ladies and young masters, let's not go to the next house. It's too tiring for you to run back and forth by yourselves. I'll help you contact the managers of the other big companies and branches in the area and find them. Let's have a meal at the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant here. You'll pay for the reception and decorations. We'll hold an impromptu business meeting to raise money. I believe that after they've read your proposal, they'll definitely agree to cooperate. Otherwise, if any one of them doesn't agree, no matter how big their business is, they'll be attacked by the other merchants." Sun Yang suggested. He was very sure that the merchants who had read the proposal, even if they didn't dare to make the decision themselves, would definitely pass it back to the headquarters. After the people at the headquarters knew about it, they would definitely support it. One reason was that according to the proposal, there would indeed be money to be made. Since there was money to be made, why not cooperate? Another reason was that the things included in the proposal were not as simple as making money. It would also stimulate the local economy and people's livelihood in the places where there were shops in the future. Another reason was that it also included help for the children of the Great Tang Empire. Other than using it on other children, their own children would also benefit from it. Therefore, those who didn't agree after reading the proposal were likely to deliberately go against Xiao Bei and the others. In that case, the people who cooperated with them would band together. There was no need to use the world's righteousness, and there was no need to stand on high moral grounds to criticize others. It was enough for them to bear with it, if they didn't play in this circle in the future. Sun Yang thought that his suggestion was very good, but he didn't expect Xiao Bei to shake his head. Manager Sun, this won't do. This will seem disrespectful. It's better to show sincerity by personally visiting. Don't you think so? Yes, no, there's no need. Xiao Bei, let me tell you, there's no need to do this. Even if you don't do this, no one will dare to not cooperate with you. Sun Yang immediately understood what Xiao Bei meant. They wanted to personally visit with sincerity. However, this sincerity wasn't something that everyone could accept. Xiao Bei and the others went with sincerity. If anyone didn't agree, when their elder siblings found out, they would definitely remember which Chamber of Commerce had received the sincerity of their younger siblings, but was unable to help them even if they wanted to. Let's make a trip. Manager Sun, you have to talk to your boss. What if his considerations are different from ours? Xiao Bei insisted. Same. The Great Tang Empire is of the same origin, and we are of the same origin. I will immediately send a report. Not only will our Qiantang Ocean products pay the money, but I will also inform the other business groups that are cooperating with us, but don't have a branch here to sign. I will sign it. As Sun Yang spoke, he waved his hand, and someone brought over a pen and stamp. He wrote his name on the contract and stamped it. This was only the first step. Next, it had to be notarized. There were 4 copies, one for each side, one for the notarized place, and the other one for the government. Xiao Bei put away the contract, smiled sweetly, and said, Then we'll leave now. We won't go back to the ship today. In the evening, we will welcome Sun Dongjia and the Mountain Earth Inspector at the Blue Sea Silver Sand. Sure. Sun Yang sent Xiao Bei and the others all the way out, but he didn't forget to give them fish slices, although they didn't lack fish slices. Let's go back. I was really shocked today. Xiao Bei and the others, a group of children, it's really not easy. It's no wonder that all the Tangs like them. Not to mention that they didn't do anything wrong. Even if they did, they have to pretend that they didn't see it. Sun Yang watched as Xiao Bei and the others entered the Shuzhou branch of Colorful Cloud Apparel 300 meters away. Only then did he turn around and say something, as if to himself, but also as if to Shan Tushur. They're very good. Their hurricane camp is very powerful. Unfortunately, I was too scared to mention it when I saw the Emperor last time. When there is a chance, I will bring something from my place to present to the Emperor. Then I will find a way to take this group of children and let them meet the Emperor. Hearing Sun Yang's words, Mountain Earth Stone echoed. Sun Yang patted his forehead hard and dragged Mountain Earth Stone into the store, for fear that others would hear and see them. When they came upstairs, Sun Yang let out a long breath and turned to Mountain Earth Stone and said, In the future, when you have time, you should listen to the affairs of the Tang Empire. Don't always take the opportunity of inspection to look at other people's goods and compare them with the things in your tribe. Okay? Okay. I am the Tang Empire's inspector. I will be responsible for inspection. I don't think about how much the things in the tribe are worth, nor which ones are easy to buy and transport back to the tribe. Mountain Earthstone nodded honestly. Brother Tushur, you're my big brother, my blood brother. Listen to your little brother. We can't keep mentioning the name of the great Tang patrol envoy. You must remember, don't mention anything about the patrol envoy, or else you'll be drowned in spit, and the hurricane camp won't be able to save you. Sun Yang felt that it was a big mistake to let Mountain Earthstone see Xiao Bei and others today. After a pause, he said to Mountain Earthstone, "When we are having dinner tonight, don't mention the matter of taking Xiao Bei and others to meet the Emperor. Don't mention it. If you mention it, you will be laughed at. I can't afford to lose face. We're going to have dinner, not to make others happy. Do you understand?" Mountain Earthstone felt the helplessness and suppressed anger in Sun Yang's words. He blinked his eyes in fear and asked in a low voice, "Why?" "You explain it to him." Sun Yang waved to the greeter standing next to him. When Mountain Earthstone looked over, the greeter also said helplessly, because he is the Tang Empire's inspector. "You are a fake. If he is willing, he could be with the Emperor every day. The youngest girl is the Tang Empire's youngest princess, but she is the princess royal with the highest status. Do you understand?" Mountain Earthstone lowered his head deeply. He raised his hands and imitated Sun Yang at the beginning, covering his face. Just as others were feeling embarrassed, he suddenly raised his head and said, "I regret that I didn't know in advance. Otherwise, I could have asked them to take me to see the Emperor. There is still a chance tonight." "That's great." When the lanterns were lit, it was still raining in the area from Hunan to Luoyang. The rain didn't let up. Zhang Xiaobao and the others had already met up with the fleet in Luoyang and other ports. Without stopping, they chased after them in the direction of Shuzhou. Li Longji pulled Zhang Xiaobao and ran to the platform above the ship. They also opened a large umbrella and fixed it firmly. There was a hot pot on the table below. Zhang Xiaobao made the Sichuan hot pot. It was spicy and warm. The dishes were placed on the plate, but no one touched their chopsticks. "How is it? Are you anxious now? The rain is still falling. If it doesn't stop tomorrow morning, it will probably cause a disaster." Li Longji held a small wine cup. Inside was steep ginseng wine. He took a small sip from time to time, but he wasn't in the mood to eat. He said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. "I'm not afraid of a disaster. We can't let the entire Yellow River area be flooded. It's just a small area. At most, it will be washed away. I'll get people out and have them redesign the houses and build new ones. It's just money. I'm afraid of delaying the construction of the railway. Money is easy to earn, but time can't be bought. If the ground is flooded, how are we going to fix the roadbed? The road here is very important. Let's eat. We'll talk about it later. Let's eat. It's really cold after the rain and the wind." Li Longji picked up a piece of meat and rinsed in the pot. He dipped it in some seasoning and stuffed it into his mouth. "It's spicy. You put too much chili. You put it. I said a handful is enough, but you grabbed another handful. Someone changed the pot." Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was spicy without tasting it. Someone immediately went to get the pot and mixed it with the soup. This way, it wouldn't be so spicy. Not long after, the pot was sent over. There was still a milky white soup inside. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have the time to make it into a clear soup. At the same time, a piece of information was sent over. "Little Master, there's news from Xiao Bei and the rest. Please take a look." The person handed the information over. "I'll take a look first." Li Longji snatched it over and looked at it. Suddenly, he leaned back. That's impossible." Zhang Xiaobao patted his chest and looked at Li Longji gloomily. Li Longji's reaction was too infuriating. "You snatched it over and looked at it, and then you're startled. It's obvious that you're trying to arouse the curiosity of others." "Xiaobao, guess what's going on?" Li Longji's eyes were still staring at the news, but he asked Zhang Xiaobao. "I guess that Xiao Bei and the rest have raised more money. The amount is a little too big." Zhang Xiaobao replied casually. "It's not just a little too big. They've already raised 32 million strings of cash. Have the merchants of Great Tang gone crazy? What do Xiao Bei and the rest need so much money for?" Li Longji shook the paper in his hand and said with widened eyes, "How would I know? I reckon that more detailed information will be sent over later. The telegram isn't fast, and there's a lot of words. We'll have to wait for a while. Your Majesty, eat first." Zhang Xiaobao was also curious. He wasn't curious about what his younger siblings wanted to do with the money, but how they managed to get others to fork out the money. Zhang Xiaobao was certain that his younger siblings didn't use the power of their family, or rather, they didn't take the initiative to use it. Instead, they relied on their own methods to get other merchants to cooperate with them. At this thought, Zhang Xiaobao smiled proudly. The smarter his younger siblings were, the greater the scale of the matter. This meant that he had taught them well. Li Longji was still looking at the piece of paper over and over again. The paper wasn't big, and there weren't many words on it, but he liked to look at it. It was only when Zhang Xiaobao started to cook the meat and stir the red oil in the pot that a spicy smell came out that he put down the report and said to Zhang Xiaobao, 32 million strings of cash. That's enough to start a rebellion. It's enough to recruit warriors, stockpile provisions, and forge weapons. It's all enough. In the past, the Great Tang's annual income was only slightly more than that. Don't you think so? Yes, they should be rebelling. Aren't you going to help them? They keep calling you Uncle Emperor. It's time for them to use your majesty. Zhang Xiaobao poured himself a cup of wine and drank it all down as he spoke to Li Longji. Li Longji also drank the wine in his cup and pushed the empty cup in front of Zhang Xiaobao, asking him to pour wine for him. He said, "Help, you must help. Tell the person who received the message to hurry up. I want to know how they did it. I'm sure that they definitely didn't use the power of their family. Although the merchants who are cooperating with them have to consider this issue first." Zhang Xiaobao poured wine for Li Longji. There's no use in rushing them. They sent the message slowly, so there's probably a lot of content. Your Majesty, try this tofu skin. It has a unique texture when eaten, and it tastes pretty good. I won't eat it first. No matter how good your cooking is, it won't taste good in my mouth. Wait a moment. Li Longji put down his chopsticks and continued to sip his wine. He was clearly very anxious. He would only reveal his emotions when he was with Zhang Xiaobao. They waited for half an hour. Li Longji didn't eat, and Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to eat by himself. The charcoal wasn't put out, and the soup was continuously added. Zhang Xiaobao could only eat some cucumber and other cold dishes to go with the wine. Just as Zhang Xiaobao finished half a plate of cucumber shreds, the telegram was finally sent over. Li Longji snatched it over again. This time, it was a daluo. It was similar to what Xiao Bei and the others had shown Sun Yang. The only difference was that there were 2 more pages describing the situation there. Li Longji's expression kept changing as he looked at it. Sometimes it was surprise, sometimes it was contemplation, sometimes it was doubt, and sometimes it was sighing. He had a variety of expressions. Zhang Xiaobao only had one expression, which was helplessness. He stopped eating and drinking. He placed his arms on the table and supported his chin. He stared at Li Longji without blinking. He was probably trying to read the content of the telegram from Li Longji's face. After flipping a few more pages, Li Longji's expression became serious. He started to drink and finished a cup in 3 sips. Then he pushed the cup in front of Zhang Xiaobao. His eyes never left the paper. Zhang Xiaobao read the content of the telegram. Li Longji wanted a drink, so he filled the cup. Then, he watched Li Longji drink and continued to fill the cup. By the time Li Longji finished his 6th cup, Zhang Xiaobao finally decided not to fill it up. Although the cups were small, only 2 taels of wine each, in addition to the previous cups, it was enough for 10 cups, which was 2 taels of wine. He couldn't let Li Longji get drunk. He still had to drink with him later. If he didn't drink 1 caddy of wine, it wouldn't be enough for the 2 of them. At this time, Li Longji just happened to flip to the last page. When he reached for the cup, he didn't realize that the cup was empty. He made a drinking gesture and licked the cup with his tongue. When he put down the cup, his eyes reddened. "Your Majesty, are you done reading? Can the subject take a look as well?" Zhang Xiaobao resisted the urge to snatch the telegram and asked, "What are you making so much noise for? Do you think it's easy for Xiao Bei and the others? Why is it so difficult to get alone? Immediately implement the matter we discussed and cooperate with Xiao Bei and the others." Li Longji put down the telegram in dissatisfaction and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "What matter?" Zhang Xiaobao stretched out his hand to take the telegram. "It's that plan to encourage people to have children. Xiao Bei picked up a child without ears and wants to get money. Then she wants to raise the children that other people don't want. Then she's waiting for us to subsidize her. If you don't implement the matter, how are you going to subsidize her? Li Longji explained the matter to Zhang Xiaobao. If we don't subsidize her, won't they have enough money? Will they be able to pay for it? Zhang Xiaobao didn't look at the contents and directly asked. That's not the case. How can Xiaobei and the others be simple? We watch her grow up, but we can't always bully her, right? Li Longji said loudly. Who bullied her? Zhang Xiaobao's voice grew even louder. Chapter 1040. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Li Longji was very shameless. He ignored Li Longji and lowered his head to read the cooperation plan. The one in his hand was for Dongting Aquatic Products. Just like the information said that each company would provide 3 different plans, this agreement also had 3 plans. First, it proposed a general principle that would not change under any circumstances, even in times of war. That was to open 4,000 baby candy houses within a month in the Tang Empire. And the shares would not be transferred, nor would new shares be issued, which meant that the 9 people of Xiaobei owned all the shares. Do you feel that it's overbearing to let others pay for it while Baby Candy House doesn't pay anything? Li Longji held chopsticks and dipped something in the pot, but his eyes didn't look at the pot. He estimated the time and felt that Zhang Xiaobao had finished reading this, so he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It's okay." Zhang Xiaobao replied casually and continued to read. The following was that Dongting Aquatic Products needed to invest 500,000 strings of coins to obtain the right to display the auxiliary sales counters of the 4,000 Baby Candy House. Baby Candy House would be exempted from the cost of advertising for 1 year and would make banner advertisements for 4 seasons free of charge. The quality of goods produced by Dongting Aquatic Products must meet the food standards of Baby Candy House for children. The logistics cost will be shared by Baby Candy House according to the distance, 20% to 50%. Dongting Aquatic Products didn't need to continue to pay extra. It's fair, right? But the logistics cost of Baby Candy House for 500,000 strings of coins is too high. It doesn't seem to be cost-effective, right? Li Longji paused and said, "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao replied this time and continued reading. This was the second plan. The first one remained unchanged, but the second one was proposed. Dongting Aquatic Products would invest 1 million strings of coins, and Baby Candy House would only bear 10% of the freight regardless of the distance. A children's play center would be built next to Baby Candy House. There were 4,000 of them in the Tang Empire. They would be built in the same proportion as Baby Candy House. The play center would be a duty-free zone. Dongting Aquatic Products would not charge any fee for selling goods in it. However, 20% of the profit would be donated to the Tang Empire Children's Happiness Fund. Now you know why Xiaobei wants a duty-free policy in Hong Nong's amusement park, right? The 4,000 amusement centers were all branches of Hong Nong. The headquarters was in charge of finance and taxation. It reminded me of when you and Cuckoo were young. That was how you schemed against me. Just like what you said in the story you told Xiaobei and the others, it's a diversion, playing hard to get, secretly crossing the Chun Song, deceiving everyone, and swapping a pillar for a pillar. No matter how smart we are, we can't trick them. Li Longji's timing was very accurate. He spoke just as Zhang Xiaobao was looking at this place. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh. He felt that Li Longji was too cute. He wanted to learn from what he and Cuckoo had told their younger siblings. Then he continued to read. This time it was the third plan. The first part of the study was unchanged, but the latter part required Dongting Fishery to invest 5 million strings of cash. Darling's Candy House would not bear any logistics costs, but they could find a logistics company for Dongting Fishery with a discount of 60% to 20%. If the actual cost was more than 20%, the money would be paid by Darling's Candy House. Besides, they could also give Dongting Fishery half of the shares and shares of the Haha Mirror Garden. The Haha Mirror Garden would be composed of mirrors. There would be different mirrors in it and a mirror maze. It would be open to all children for free. An adult who accompanied the child would get a 30% discount. 2 people would get a 50% discount, and the rest would be paid in full. Plus the money from selling souvenirs. Dongting Fishery could get 5% of the net profit, which was 5%. After making a profit in the Haha Mirror Garden, The dividends would be paid according to different situations and proportions, such as changing the mirrors, paving the lawn, and indoor decoration. Finally, there was an appendix of free donation support and imperial subsidies for the children of Tang Empire. Free donation. In addition to the 20% profit mentioned above, all businessmen would voluntarily donate to build local children's homes to accept abandoned children. If the imperial court's maternity and child support subsidies were implemented in the future, cooperating businessmen were not allowed to ask for money for any reason. All the money would be at the disposal of Darling's Candy House, but the accounts could be audited. Have you found out? Bei and the others know what we are discussing. They even calculated this part of the money. They are right. When we implement the matter, we will give them the money when there are children in the children's home. Of course, I know that if we give them the money, they will not spend it as profit. But after all, I'm involved in it. Go on to the next one, the agreement with Thunder Logistics Group. You and Cuckoo told them the story of the Haha Mirror Garden. As a result, they made a Haha Mirror Garden. It is the mirror that is not so flat, right? Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything this time. He continued to look at the next agreement with Thunder Logistics. This one required less money. The first one was to pay 300,000 strings of cash to advertise. Then, Thunder Logistics would get at least 30% of the relevant material transportation share of 4,000 Darling's Candy House. However, when a number of goods exceeded a benchmark number, Thunder Logistics would have to return 20% of the excess profits to Darling's Candy House to fund the children's fund. The second one was to invest 600,000 strings of cash. Apart from the advertising, the distribution share would be increased by 20%, reaching 50%. At the same time, according to the first plan, after exceeding the benchmark number, in addition to the 20% funding fund, they would have to give another 30% of the excess profits to settle the shipping costs. The third one was to invest 1 million strings of cash. Darling's Candy House would give up all of the goods transportation share, but for the excess, they would have to pay another 20% to the fund and pay another 50% to provide a discount for the goods transportation. The maximum amount would be 40% of the total value of all goods. At the same time, they would get 5% of the shares of the Haha Mirror Garden. The rest was the same. At this point, Zhang Xiaobao didn't continue reading. He already understood what was going on. His younger siblings were using the 4,000 Darling's Candy House and their supporting facilities as a platform to optimize and integrate the resources of all industries. At the same time, they were achieving their own series of goals. Putting down a piece of paper, Zhang Xiaobao leaned back and smiled as he gently clapped his hands again and again. Li Longji also clapped as he said, "Don't you feel proud? Your younger siblings are actually able to make such a big move. They're not inferior to you and Cuckoo back then, and they're even better. Come, let's drink. You flatter me. Your Majesty's praise is wrong. They're just a bunch of insensible brats who only know how to mess around. They should listen to your Majesty's teachings more." Zhang Xiaobao raised his cup and clinked it with Li Longji's before downing it in one gulp. Li Longji poured Zhang Xiaobao a cup of wine and said, "Don't be modest with me. A big move is a big move. How did the 9 children figure it out? First, they were able to earn money themselves, and they were even able to arrange for their informants to enter Darling's Candy House to supplement your family's intelligence. Second, they were able to help the children of Great Tang. They were really able to do what they said they would do. Taking out profits for the children to use would also make the children's parents feel more at ease. Third, they were able to find a place that was exempt from tax. Naturally, they were able to find the local people who were unable to work and had too little income to solve some of the problems of the imperial court. Fourth, I can also help your family sell mirrors. There will be a market for your family's defective mirrors. Haha mirrors, how good are they? Big and small pieces will do, and all kinds of shapes will be fine too. Even bumpy ones will be even better. Fifth, with so many large business groups following Darling's Candy House, you can analyze the general situation of the various materials from the speed of their supply and the time of their delivery. When combined with your family's current trading system, the data would be even more perfect. Not only would it be more convenient for your family to obtain useful information from your business and earn more money, It would also allow you and Cuckoo to have more power to analyze and coordinate materials when disasters occur. Oh, right. The amusement park's equipment is produced by the Ministry of Works, and your father is in charge of it. Naturally, the construction work will be done by him. No one else knows how to do it. Today, I've learned something new. I estimate that Xiao Bei and the others will be able to obtain more than 40 million strings of cash, and that's still an understatement. 10,000 strings of cash to build a place. What a good plan to gain something without risking anything. This is a plan within a plan, a chain of plans. Xiao Bao, if others were to do this, would you approve? Others? Who else would be able to do this? Zhang Xiaobao's heart was filled with joy. Perhaps his younger brothers and sisters didn't even think of so many benefits. They just wanted to get money and solve the problem of child relief. In addition, they also wanted to help the emperor with the help of a local tax exemption. But no matter what, the resources were integrated. Moreover, just as Li Longji had analyzed, many things were involved. Just now, there are already several aspects. As they gradually improved, they would discover even more benefits. If others were to do this, I wouldn't care. This is a normal occurrence, but I will pay close attention. If they want to do something that will have a negative impact on the Great Tang, and if the economic interference takes too long to be effective, I will even directly use administrative means. As for Xiao Bei and the others, what do I have to worry about? Their goal is very clear, and they aren't thinking about how much money they can earn in the future. They haven't learned that ability yet. The operation of capital is very simple, just like Xiao Bei and the others. They are confused, but it's also very difficult. Cuckoo, and I haven't taught them. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji that he was biased. As long as his family was fine, others would definitely pay attention to it. However, Li Longji felt that Zhang Xiaobao was right and agreed with him. A gratified smile appeared on his face as he said, I know that Xiao Bei and the others want to solve the problem of the children, and at the same time, help their uncle the emperor share some of the pressure. Everything revolves around these 2 points. Then, they need money, so they made a few preparations. But the bank didn't give them a loan, so they used this method. When they were building a canal to let the ducks grow healthily, they inadvertently watered the spring on both sides of the river. In Wang Wan's cabin, Empress Wang and Wu Huifei were also reading the report that was written at the same time. Empress Wang's eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't understand the purpose of a series of events described in the report. Wu Huifei, on the other hand, was deeply immersed in the report, and her expression was similar to Li Longji's. Wang Wan was reading a portion of the report in one hand, while her other hand was in charge of roasting meat for Empress Wang and Wu Huifei. Outside, Zhang Xiaobao and Li Longji were eating hot pot. Inside, Wang Wan and the others were eating roasted people. The lamb and veal had been treated with supplementary ingredients, so they tasted pretty good. At noon, Zhang Xiaobao had helped them prepare it. When Wang Wan received the second agreement, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Her hand that was roasting the meat became lighter and lighter. Then, like Zhang Xiaobao, she put down the document and stopped looking at it. This was because she understood the intentions of her younger siblings. Younger sister, tell big sister. Big sister feels like Xiao Bei and the others have been taking a step back instead of taking advantage of others. Think about it. Xiao Bei and the others' baby candy house is very famous. Other people are spending tens of millions of strings of coins to advertise for a long time. This is too unfair to Xiao Bei and the others. When I think about how Xiao Bei and the others are being bullied for money, I feel very uncomfortable. Why did the Great Tang Bank set such a rule? Call Xiao Bao over later. I have to talk to him. Empress Wang saw this in the report and wanted to seek an alliance, so she spoke to Wu Huifei in the form of asking for advice. Wu Huifei glanced at Empress Wang in surprise. For a moment, she didn't understand what she meant. After pondering for a moment, she understood. She then smiled helplessly at Empress Wang and said, Big sister, how are Xiao Bei and the others being bullied? They are carrying out a commercial attack. The method they are using is alliance and borrowing other people's strength. It's no different from fighting a war. Fighting a war? Oh, You're talking about a commercial war. Then who is Xiaobei's opponent? Empress Wang didn't understand, but she didn't doubt Wu Huifei's words. This was because at this time, there was no direct conflict of interest between the two of them. For the time being, they don't have an opponent. But I reckon that with Xiaobei's personality, she won't easily give up, Wu Huifei said with certainty. Who won't give up? Empress Wang continued to ask. The great Tang Bank. Wang Wan followed up and put the roasted meat on the two's plates. Then she said, Xiaobei and the others can't pretend that nothing happened. No matter what, they have to get back their face. Yes, their face, huh? Wang Wan's words were very relaxed. It was as if the great Tang Bank and Xiaobei had nothing to do with her. Empress Wang was one of those who sided with her relatives. She agreed and said, yes, they should fight back. They can't always be bullied. Wu Huifei thought differently. She asked Wang Wan. The rules were set by Xiao Bao. The manager of the great Tang Bank didn't do anything wrong. You're going to ignore that manager in order to protect your younger brother and sister? What do you mean he didn't do anything wrong? The rules are dead, but people are alive. If it wasn't Xiaobei and the others who applied for a mortgage loan, no one else would be allowed to get a loan? Wang Wan asked. I think so. I haven't seen anyone who dares to challenge the great Tang Bank, Wu Huifei said. Wang Wan poured fruit wine for the two. When she reached for the meat with her chopsticks, she said, in fact, Xiao Bao is very dissatisfied. The great Tang Bank, as a business center, should be more flexible. Xiaobei and the others couldn't get a loan because they were too young. Then why didn't the local manager send someone to find Xiao Bao and me to discuss it? Or perhaps find my father and Xiao Bao's father to discuss it. Business is not something that can be obtained by stubbornly guarding, but by taking the initiative. The great Tang Bank is not a high and mighty existence, although its current position is not low. However, Xiao Bao and I want the great Tang Bank to become a pure business. It is an existence that can withstand any impact and competition in the same industry. Otherwise, it will decline one day. I don't need to ask Xiao Bao to know that if Xiaobei and the others make a move against a great Tang Bank, Xiao Bao will definitely not interfere. Moreover, he will pass on this idea to Xiaobei and the others. At this time, Empress Wang finally understood the seriousness of the matter and was shocked. She picked up a piece of meat that Wang Wan had roasted, but when she ate it, she found that she could not find the taste that she imagined. She helplessly put down her chopsticks and said to Wang Wan, Cuckoo, you're saying that you and Xiao Bao support Xiaobei and the others to attack the great Tang Bank? But what about the weapons? If the great Tang Bank wins, what will happen to Xiaobei and the others? If Xiaobei wins, what will happen to the great Tang Bank? Wang Wan poured herself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. She exhaled and lightly sighed. AI. It seems that the managers of the various banks need to be retrained. This is an opportunity to let them know that their relationship with their customers is not one of hostility, but one of unity. I support it, and I believe that Xiao Bao will also support it. As for the weapons, if Xiaobei and the others are smart enough, they should have already thought of a way. If they use the plan of taking drastic measures and driving the tiger to devour the wolf within half a month, Xiao Bao and I will adjust the teaching arrangements. This means that Xiaobei and the others can grasp more knowledge. Foster mother, you asked me who I should help, so it is natural. Xiao Bao and I will definitely help our younger brother and sister. If Xiaobei and the others fail, we will bear the loss for them. If they succeed, we will cheer for them. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei did not expect Wang Wan to give such an answer, especially Empress Wang, who asked in disbelief, Cuckoo, you mean that you will connive and protect Xiaobei and the others? What will the world think of you? Of course the world will think that we are doing the right thing. If a person can't even protect his younger brother and sister, how can he protect the entire Great Tang? Wang Wan replied. Empress Wang's eyes lit up, and she nodded fiercely. Cuckoo, I like this about you and Xiao Bao. Isn't that right, sister? When Wu Huifei heard that Empress Wang finally asked her, she reluctantly said, Sister is right. No one is allowed to touch the people they protect, not even His Majesty. Chapter 1041. While Xiaobei's group was setting sail once more, the 4,000 candy houses in the Great Tang were also beginning to move. Xiao Bei and the others had nothing else to do for the time being. They felt that they had done a very great thing, but they didn't know that their actions had made their brothers and sisters busy as well. Zhang Xiaobao sat at the bow of the ship. The wind blew in his face, bringing with it a slight chill. He flipped through a thick book in his hand, which recorded the planting of this year's grain and cash crops in various places. Wang Wan sketched out the distribution of soil on the sheltered table next to her. In some places, it was sugarcane, sweet, honey, and wheat. Li Longji sat not far from Zhang Xiaobao and Li Shiyu, drinking soup. Yesterday, he finally drank too much and fell asleep. This morning, his head was still faintly aching. When the others were eating breakfast, he went to take a bath. After the others finished eating, he asked Zhang Xiaobao to make a bowl of soup for him. As he sipped, he felt the warmth flowing into his stomach and felt much better. Okay, it's almost done. Xiao Bei and the others have completed the preliminary rationing plan for their candy house. In the short term, the workshops and shops related to sugar will be affected a little. The cost of production will increase by about 10% and will naturally fall within a month. Zhang Xiaobao closed the book and said with a smile. Wang Wan was still sketching there. I still have to be busy. The planting of sugar cane, sugar beets, barley, and corn needs to be arranged according to the different climate and soil of each place. The income of the people who raise bees and flowers will increase. It's also thanks to our support behind the scenes. Otherwise, the raw material cost of Xiaobei's candy house would increase by several times, or the sugar-related industries in Tang would be affected. 4,000 candy houses to open at the same time. How daring. This time, our family's glass industry will benefit. I'm just afraid that we don't have enough manpower and can't handle it. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed. I'm afraid that we won't be able to handle it. Our glass is still handmade. When we need thick glass, we can only cut and grind it. The thin glass can be blown out, so a lot of waste glass is produced. How did Xiao Bei and the others come up with this idea? Large pieces of glass can be directly made into mirrors, and small pieces can be pieced together to make the effect of a kaleidoscope. Bits and pieces of glass can be used for inlay and handicrafts processing, and can also be sold for a lot of money. That's why I'm going to increase the tax on the glass industry. Your family will reap all the benefits, Li Longji said. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Li Longji's bowl of soup and said with concern, Your Majesty, the soup won't taste good if it gets cold. Xiao Bei and the others are in charge of this matter. When you see them, you can personally tell them that the sales tax on my family's glass have already reached 50%. That's right. Many of them are given to the Ministry of Works for free. Where's the money to be earned? Wang Wan chimed in. Li Longji snorted and gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. He let out a long sigh and said, Don't you know how much the cost of your glass is? If you sell a single piece of glass, it's enough to pay 100 workers in your factory for a month. Otherwise, if you give your glass to the Ministry of Works and the military for free, it won't be as simple as a 50% tax. Seeing that your family's trash glass can also make money, if we don't collect your tax, what will the imperial court eat? You even said that you want to increase the tax on those with high incomes. That's good. I'll start with your family and increase the tax to 60%. As for who instigated this, I don't care. Since you mentioned Xiao Bei and the others, I just want to tell you something. Since Xiao Bei and the others are so capable, Jun, and Pan can't be lacking in the future. I don't care what method you come up with. When Jun and Pan are as old as Xiao Bei and the others, they also need to come up with a business plan. They don't need me to give them a single copper coin. They need to raise at least 3 million strings of cash and open a chain store to make money. The more Li Longji spoke, the more he felt that what he said made sense. He shook his head happily and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, waiting for them to give him a definite answer. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turned their heads woodenly and looked at each other. They then turned their heads back to look at Li Longji. Li Longji smiled proudly. Do you realize that I am very wise? Yes, your Majesty is truly wise. Zhang Xiaobao responded, then said, Okay, I agree. It's simple. Isn't it just 3 million strings of cash? From now on, I won't teach them anything else. I'll only teach them how to do business. 6 years later, I'll have them use their own methods to raise 6 million strings of cash. Yes, if they can't raise the money, Xiao Bao and I will make up for the shortfall. Wang Wan agreed. Make up for the shortfall? I lack money? They have to rely on their own abilities to get 3 million strings of cash. Also, just knowing how to do business isn't enough. Arithmetic, calligraphy, painting, poetry, musical instruments, and excellent swimming skills are all required. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Li Longji added to his request. Your Majesty, do you want to learn military command? Do you want to learn how to cook? Do you want to learn how to govern? Zhang Xiaobao helped Li Longji supplement. Li Longji didn't immediately speak this time. He continued to drink the soup that was almost cold. From time to time, he would stop and unconsciously stare at a certain spot. After a while, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already arranging the planting of sugar raw materials, Li Longji drank the last mouthful of soup and said to the two of them, Junior has to learn politics, national policy, and military command. As for Panner, she can learn more about other aspects, but you also have to teach politics. She doesn't have to learn it too well. How about this? If they learn more, we don't require them to reach a certain level in a few years. We will be satisfied if they can have half of your ability at their prime. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were speechless once more. Little Yuan, why do you think they're willing to give us so much money and cooperate with us to do business, but not willing to work with us on this major matter? Do you know the Great Tang Bank is the wealthiest place in our Great Tang? If we can make them suffer, even if it's just a little bit, we'll become famous. That would be something that everyone yearns for. Xiao Bei stayed in the cabin. He opened half the window and let the moist wind from the river blow in. He said to little Yuan, who crossed his arms to show that he was cold. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, little Yuan was very vexed, because this was not the first time Xiao Bei had brought it up. Since last night, when she clinked glasses with others, Xiao Bei kept talking about working together to deal with the Great Tang Bank. As a result, the merchants who had clinked glasses with Xiao Bei only took a small sip of wine. When they heard what Xiao Bei brought up, they all drank 3 or 5 cups in a row. Xiao Bei didn't finish her cup of fruit juice. All the people that she found to work together to teach the Great Tang Bank a lesson all drank too much. No one was lucky enough to escape, and they all drank voluntarily. Xiao Bei wasn't stupid. She immediately saw that these people would rather get themselves drunk than offend the Great Tang Bank, so she was very angry. Little Yuan was also angry, but she understood that behind the Great Tang Bank was her brother. Which merchant dared to provoke him? If the person who had rejected their loan application was not a manager of the Great Tang Bank, but the owner of some pawn shop or private bank, then everything would be easy to deal with. She believed that the merchants would take the initiative to help her take revenge. Last night, Xiao Yuan heard Xiao Bei mention the matter of revenge in his sleep. He felt helpless and angry at that manager. Hearing Xiao Bei mention it again, Xiao Yuan could only comfort him. Actually, they're afraid of our brother, not the person in charge. If it really doesn't work out, we can send a report to our brother and ask him to fire the person in charge. That won't do. If we fire the manager, wouldn't we be bullying others? I want that manager to suffer a big loss. That way, others will feel that it's normal to fire him. Xiao Bei shook her head and directly rejected little Yuan's suggestion. What's the difference? In any case, the manager is following the normal process and didn't break any rules. Do we have to make things difficult for him just because he offended us? Perhaps that manager is already on tenterhooks. Little Yuan began to sympathize with the manager of this branch of the Great Tang Bank. Xiao Bei didn't say anything and continued to stand by the window. Her face was red from the wind, but she had no intention of leaving. After about 15 minutes, Xiao Bei softly sighed, rubbed her face with her hands, and left the window. She found a corner and dragged a stool over. Sitting there, she rested her arms on her legs and rested her chin on her hands. Little Yuan also dragged a stool over and sat down next to Xiao Bei. Together, they fell silent. Little Yuan, tell me, is it good or bad that the Great Tang Bank is so powerful? If a bank similar to the Great Tang Bank appears in the future, won't the Great Tang Bank be threatened? After a while, Xiaobei nudged Little Yuan and asked. Little Yuan thought for a while and then replied, there definitely will be. Didn't Big Brother and Big Sister say many times that no matter what industry it is, other than the military industry, there shouldn't be a monopoly? Xiaobei recalled that when she was with her big brother and big sister, she could always hear all kinds of things. Nodding, she said, yes, I also know. Big brother and big sister mean that if one family monopolizes an industry, it won't be good for the people's livelihood. Just like the pricing power that our family had in the beginning, when I heard the servants at home talk about it, I didn't understand why at that time. Now, I finally understand. Whoever has the power to set the price can decide the unrealistic price of a certain or several goods. This is not simple. Just like the cooperation model we use now, we rely on the power of our family to make those merchants willing to cooperate with us. But if we can decide the price of all commodities in the Great Tang from the start, then as long as we show the slightest intention of needing money, countless merchants will come to us. Little Yuan nodded and followed Xiaobei's words. So, in the future, many banks will appear in the Great Tang. But I know that no matter how many banks appear, Big Brother and Big Sister will control them very well. They won't allow any bank to use methods that violate the rules or take advantage of loopholes to harm the people of the Great Tang. At this point, Little Yuan was stunned for a moment and then whispered to Xiaobei, actually, our big brother, Xiaohai, mentioned something to me yesterday. What did he mention? Xiaobei's curiosity was aroused. Big brother Xiaohai said that as long as we calculate the proportion of collateral that the Great Tang Bank gives out and how much of the Great Tang Bank's money hasn't been used, we can make the Great Tang Bank suffer a small loss. Little Yuan's voice became even softer. Xiaobei also appeared to be nervous. He looked at the door and then looked at the two servant girls and a manservant who were ready to serve the two of them at any time. His entire person became vigilant. In fact, the three people in the room had already noticed that the young master and young lady's reactions were different, but they still pretended that nothing had happened. They were very dutiful, even though they had already noticed that Xiaobei's wife, Little Yuan, and young master were thinking about how to deal with young master Xiaobao's Great Tang Bank. Really? Seeing that the three people in the inner courtyard did not respond, Xiaobei covered his mouth with his hand and asked Little Yuan, just like the person who contacted him underground. Little Yuan hid behind him. Don't act like you can't see him. I'm whispering because I'm afraid that you will suddenly become too excited after hearing it. How about I have someone call Big Brother Xiaohai over? Only then did Xiaobei realize that the people in the room were from the inner courtyard, so there was nothing to hide. Thus, he nodded and said to his servant girl, Little Tang, go call Big Brother Xiaohai over. Little Tang nodded and ran out as fast as he could. Xiaobei turned his head to the remaining two people and said, in a moment, when we discuss matters, you two can also participate. However, no matter what you hear, you absolutely cannot tell anyone else. Do you understand? The two people repeatedly nodded. The man said, young lady, you can rest assured. From now on, no matter what you say, I will forget after hearing it. I absolutely won't remember it. What I mean is that even my big brother and big sister must not tell anyone. Can you do that? Xiaobei asked. Yes, very yes. As long as what you say does not harm the family, we will not tell anyone else, especially after you specifically mention it. If you mention it, we will also tell young Master Xiaobao that the first people he will deal with will be us. The manservant continued to promise. The servant girl next to him also had an expression that said she would not say anything even if she was beaten to death. She was very clear that her male colleague was completely correct. If Xiaobei and the others specifically said that what they discussed was not allowed to be told to anyone else, and that the matter would not cause any great harm to the family, then they definitely could not tell anyone else. Otherwise, young Master Xiaobao would at least kick them out of the Zhang family and Wang family at the very least. If it was serious, it would be easy to erase them. That's good. In a moment, you two also need to participate. When the time comes, we will be like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. No one can even think of escaping, okay? Xiaobei was very happy. What else could the two people say? They could only continue to nod. Not long after, Xiaohai and the others came over. Pan and her sister were also there. The two little ones were now like tails, always following behind their 9 big brothers and sisters. They didn't know what the adults were thinking, especially Li Jun. How could she know how much pressure she put on others when she played with big sister Xiao Bei, and how much of a sense of crisis it created? None of the princes, including the current crown prince, were not worried at all. Back then, when Li Sun was with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they were already nervous, and that was just a person who didn't have the identity of a prince. The current Li Jun was the true eldest son of the first wife, born from the empress. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal because he was too young. When their imperial father abdicated, Li Jun probably wouldn't have grown up yet. Of course, this was because they didn't know how old their father, Li Longji, would be. However, what they knew was that if Li Jun was with Xiao Bei and the others, what was the difference between being with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? If there really was a difference, it would be that Li Jun had been cultivating relationships with everyone in the Zhang family and Wang family since she was young. This invisible pressure made the princes want to find a chance to get rid of Li Jun, but they also knew that they didn't have the ability to do so. So, the only thing left was to silently pray in their hearts. They hoped that Li Jun and Pan would either get a serious illness or encounter some kind of danger. However, this was only a thought. They also understood that if they were with the Zhang family and Wang family, they would get an incurable illness and their lives would be in danger. In that case, Tang wouldn't be able to find a safer place. How could Li Jun and Pan know about these things? They just like to play with their brothers and sisters. They could eat good food, play games with others, and listen to interesting stories. Right now, Pan was wondering if there would be a story to listen to with everyone gathered together. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Xiao Bei. When Xiao Bei looked over, she gave him her sweetest smile and said, "Story. Tell me a story." Okay, stories. Be good, Pan. Big sister will tell Pan a story in a while. Xiao Bei coaxed Pan, but his eyes turned to his brother, Xiaohai. Xiaohai was relatively quiet and didn't like to talk all the time. Other than when he was reading essays, he was also with his brothers and sisters. Otherwise, even when he was with his mother, he didn't talk much. He probably felt that instead of wasting so much time talking, it was better to learn arithmetic. Seeing his sister look over, Xiaohai nodded and said, "Through the information at home, I found out that the money in our Great Tang private bank is actually not much. All the money added together is about 400 million strings of coins, but the private bank only has a fifth of it left. The rest of the money was either invested by the private bank or loaned out. That is to say, the private bank has 80 million strings of coins, and we have 40 million strings of coins to do business. If we are determined to do something, we can at least make the Great Tang private bank suffer a loss." Xiaohai's words were very certain, and the other children also nodded. This was something that they had discussed together. Like Xiao Bei, they had been holding back their anger. Therefore, they unleashed all of their abilities. While Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were hiding here and feeling uncomfortable, they came up with this result. When the 3 people from the inner court heard Xiaohai's words, they couldn't help but shiver. They didn't know what to feel in their hearts. This group of little brats, they were actually planning to attack the Great Tang private bank. Xiao Bei heard it clearly, but he didn't understand how the 40 million strings of coins they had raised had anything to do with how much money the Great Tang private bank had. Xiao Bei doubtfully looked over and said, "Big brother, then what should we do?" At this time, the cabin door was closed. The people outside weren't allowed to come in, and the people inside weren't allowed to go out. Everyone's eyes were on Xiaohai. Xiaohai was still as calm as ever. This was the habit of someone who worked in mathematics. Seeing that everyone was looking over, Xiaohai found a chair and sat down. He said to Xiao Bei, "We discussed it, and the final decision is that if you and Xiao Yuan agree, then we will teach the Great Tang private bank a lesson. Otherwise, they will really think that we are so easy to bully. In the future, anyone will dare to bully us in the name of fairness. Big brother hasn't said anything yet, so I guess big brother and big sister are waiting to see what we will do." "I agree." Xiao Bei was the first to express his position. I agree with her. Xiao Yuan said. Good. Then I will now analyze the relationship between the 80 million strings of coins and our 40 million strings of coins. Xiao Hai looked at the others and saw that no one objected. Even Li Jun and Pan nodded. Xiao Bei pulled Pan over and held her in his arms. He looked at his big brother. The three people from the inner court took a deep breath at the same time, then closed their eyes and made a decision. They were going to go all out and do whatever they wanted. It was too late to back out now. Not to mention, even if they wanted to back out just now, they still couldn't. The cabin suddenly quieted down. Xiao Hai copied the adults and lightly coughed. He then said, the Great Tang private bank's operation model is actually very simple. One is to lend money, and the other is to attract deposits. The interest of the loans is higher than the interest of the deposits given to others. The other is to invest. In terms of the Great Tang private bank's own investments, Big Brother is very strict. One is to not invest in the most basic industries, and the other is to not invest in businesses that are too risky. Thus, the result is that the money invested cannot be recovered in a short period of time. This is because it is not a speculation, but an investment. There is a long-term return of capital. Thus, the Great Tang private bank's current reserves are only 80 million strings of coins. When Little Hai said this, he paused and looked at Little Bei. This time, Little Bei understood a little and said, yes, it's only 80 million strings of cash. However, 80 million strings of cash is very little. It's based on the total amount of 400 million strings of cash. It's a fifth, which is 20%. But in reality, 80 million strings of coins is not a small amount. How can we make their 80 million strings of coins smaller? Is this what you mean? Make it smaller? Then let the Great Tang private bank go bankrupt? Xiao Hai nodded. It is not a simple matter of making it smaller. We want to make them panic. As for going bankrupt, that is impossible. Do you think Big Brother and Big Sister don't have a means to deal with us? They do. If Big Brother and Big Sister directly find us, then we will be honest. Xiao Bei said, what do you mean by directly find us? Big Brother and Big Sister definitely won't do such a thing. Whatever methods we use to attack, they will use the same methods to counterattack. Yes, counterattack, not just defense. Xiao Hai said to Xiao Bei. Oh, then can we beat Big Brother and Big Sister? Xiao Bei lost his confidence. There is no need to beat Big Brother and Big Sister. As long as we cause trouble for the Great Tang private bank, Big Brother and Big Sister will probably be very happy to see that the Great Tang private bank is not really stable. It is because of Big Brother's existence that others do not dare to make a move. If we make a move, we can give the Great Tang private bank a warning. What is that saying again? Xiao Yuan. As Xiao Hai spoke, he could not recall it. In the story, one is born in sorrow and dies in peace and happiness. This was Xiao Yuan's strong suit, so he spoke without hesitation. Yes, that's it. Instead of waiting for others to make a move, why don't we make a move first? We can have a battle of offense and defense with Big Brother and Big Sister. We can learn a lot and see how Big Brother and Big Sister handle it. Xiao Hai became spirited and spoke more. He even increased the movement of his hands as he constantly gestured. All right, what will we do first? Xiao Bei asked. A loan, a mortgage loan, but can't be in our name. We are too small. They won't give us a loan. Let the businessmen who work with us do the loan. Our 40 million string investment isn't all at once. There's a process in between, and it's divided into batches. But the merchants we're working with have already prepared the cash and put it in the Great Tang Bank. That is to say, the Great Tang Bank doesn't really have 80 million strings of cash, but 40 million strings of cash. We can first get the merchants to take out the loan, and when the Great Tang Bank has less money, we can take out the money at once. That way, the Great Tang Bank will have no reserves. What do you say? Little Hai continued to speak. All the children felt their eyes become brighter and brighter. So it was actually this easy to break into a bank? That's great. Just as they were rejoicing, the man from the inner courtyard raised his hand and spoke. Young master, young ladies, may I interrupt? Go ahead. Xiao Bei was excited, so he didn't stop others from interrupting. Well, it's like this. Since the Great Tang Bank's 80 million strings of cash is called a reserve, it naturally can't continue to lend. Therefore, if we ask the merchants to apply for a large loan, they won't be able to get it. If others apply for a small loan, they will have to see how much interest the bank can get back. Only when the loan exceeds 80 million strings of cash can the Great Tang Bank continue to lend. They are afraid that someone will take away the money like we did and then be unable to pay, so this idea won't work. The man from the inner courtyard explained the situation to Xiao Bei and the others. Little Hai slapped his forehead and didn't say anything else. He realized that the idea he came up with in a hurry wouldn't work. How could he have forgotten this matter? Xiao Bei also frowned and said, "It's fine. This method won't work. Let's think about it again. I know. Our goal is very simple. It's to make the bank run out of money, right? Then let's convert 40 million strings of cash. The merchants we're working with can't only have this much money, right? They must still have money in the bank. We'll take out the cash and give it to them so that they can continue to take the money out. This way, the bank will be finished. Then, we'll spread the news that the Great Tang Bank is out of money. This will make the people who deposit money in the bank anxious and go to the bank to take out the money. Huh? What do you think the Great Tang Bank will do?" After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he felt that his idea was very useful. He waited for the others to praise and agree. The others thought about it and didn't find anything wrong with it. Thus, they split up and sent telegrams to their business partners to discuss this matter. They also began to arrange for people to spread the news that the Great Tang Bank was empty and couldn't take out any more money. In the end, when everyone gathered together again at noon, their expressions had turned ugly. They are too poor. They still have the face to say that their capital can be ranked in the top 100 of the Great Tang. They're all people on the top list of billionaires, but none of them can take out any cash. Xiao Bei said gloomily. Xiao Yuan also imitated Lord He, took a deep breath, and then let out a long sigh. I also contacted them here. They said that the Great Tang Bank doesn't have all the money they gave us for the cooperation. Brother Xiao Hai, how much is it? Much less. According to my calculations, the people we're working with have only transferred 16 million strings of cash directly from the bank. The rest of the money is also borrowed from others. This time, they can't rely on their own cash to support the cooperation, but through financing means. They don't have much cash, and most of it is on goods. This is the normal business model. If they can really take out so much cash, they can't be ranked in the top 100. Xiao Hai explained. In other words, the other party used quasi-cash flow. The reason why it wasn't pure cash flow was because they didn't have much debt. It was just that they were not comfortable with negative capital operations. So it's like this. Then why does my family always have a lot of money? Uncle Emperor also has the same. Right, where did my family's money go? The Great Tang Bank's reserve of 80 million strings of cash can't all be my family's money, right? There's also Uncle Emperor's money. Uncle Emperor has 100 million strings of cash. As Xiao Bei spoke, he finally realized the problem. If all the money in the Great Tang Bank was added together, it would only amount to 400 million. Excluding his family and Uncle Emperor's money, there was practically nothing left. Then the current reserve of 80 million strings of coins was simply not right. The other 8 children were the same. They were all confused. How did he get the money? After going around and around, a part of the money evaporated? Even the 2 younger children, Pan felt the distress of their brothers and sisters. Pan waved her small hands and said, "Money, money." At this time, the man in the inner courtyard also didn't know, because he didn't study this in the inner courtyard. It was even more impossible for him to know how his family's money was used. Go, find the relevant people in my group. I'll ask them. Xiao Bei decided to figure this matter out. There were all kinds of people in the group. Soon, 2 people in charge of capital operations came. One was surnamed Zhang, and the other was surnamed Wang. They were called Zhang Bin and Wang Fei. When the 2 entered the cabin, they also felt the difference in the atmosphere, but they didn't know what had happened. They looked at each other, and Zhang Bin asked, "Young master, young lady, why did you ask us to come here? I want to ask something. Where did our family's money go?" "And Uncle Emperor's?" Xiao Bei asked. The 2 understood. Wang Fei thought for a moment and said, replying to young lady, "In truth, Our family's money and His Majesty's money are also in the bank. However, this money is not directly calculated by the bank system. Instead, it goes through a different system. Another system? Xiaobei had never heard of this before. Why? Because the young master said that he didn't have much energy to waste on the bank. He still had many things to do. If they went through the same system, the approximate amount of money in the bank would be easily leaked. This is because the bank also has to pay taxes to the court. If we can't fake the accounts, then the Ministry of Revenue and the court would very likely leak the secret. In that case, others would estimate the amount of money in the bank and use the method of running on the bank to deal with the bank. The bank would be greatly affected. The purpose of our family's money and His Majesty's money going through the other system is to hide behind the scenes. The Emperor's money doesn't need to be taxed. Our family's money is paid a fixed tax and turnover tax, so it has already been paid. This way, we also don't need to tell others how much money we have in the bank. Thus, when Wang Fei explained to this point, Zhang Bin continued, thus, these two very large amounts of money are hidden behind the scenes. The purpose is to wait for others to use various methods to run on the Great Tang Bank. Then, we could take measures against them. Of course, our family's money and His Majesty's money are also used as capital. During this process, our family doesn't need to pay taxes. This is because most of the time, our family's money is used for disaster relief. This includes His Majesty's money. Normally, the money our family earns and the money we give out for free form a balance. Xiao Bei and the others now understood. Because they understood, they all became disheartened. Xiao Bei rubbed his face and looked at the others. He said, our plan has failed. How much money our family has and how much money Uncle Emperor has, we all have a rough idea, although we don't know the specifics. The Great Tang Bank indeed only has 20% of its reserves. If many people work together, it will be very easy to attack the bank. However, as long as Elder Brother doesn't do anything, everything will be fine. If he does, whoever attacks will be unlucky. Failure. Could it be that the bank doesn't have a loophole? Pan also nodded. Bad luck, failure. It's bad luck. No, say it like this. Xiao Bei didn't forget to teach Pan. No, Pan followed up with another sentence, making the atmosphere a little more relaxed. Xiao Bei and the group of children continued to squat in the corner and draw circles, trying to think of a solution. However, the rumors had already spread. The speed at which the rumors spread was very fast. They all used telegrams. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaobao received news of the rumors. Li Longji hurriedly came over and said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was sunbathing with Wang Wan, look at what your younger brother and sister have done. They've made everyone anxious. What they run on us? If they run on us, then so be it. A bank that hasn't experienced the risk of a run on us isn't a good bank. Only soldiers who have walked the line between life and death can fight a tough battle. From the moment the bank appeared until now, it hasn't been attacked at all. That won't do. Zhang Xiaobao appeared to be very calm, as if he wasn't worried at all. As soon as Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression, he felt angry and said, why haven't you done anything big? When you kicked the other partners out, you didn't hold back. Then, you kicked yourself out as well. If you didn't go out and control the bank with me, how would others dare to run on us? How would they play tricks? Oh, right, they played tricks. It was Xiao Bei and the others who did it. Tell me, why are your younger brother and sister, a group of little brats, so vengeful? Isn't it good to have a vengeful heart? Let others know that if you want to provoke them, you have to bear their retaliation. If you don't have the means to kill them in one blow, then it's best not to try. It's just like our Tang Empire. If other countries don't have the means to destroy Tang Empire in one blow, then they shouldn't lightly provoke us. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences that they can't bear. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he even put on a reasonable appearance. He didn't blame his younger siblings at all. Wang Wan didn't say anything as she basked in the sun. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. He wanted to see who would make use of this opportunity to add fuel to the fire. At that time, he would deal with them. Naturally, he also had his own selfish motives. The ones who started the propaganda war were Xiao Bei and the others, so he wouldn't pursue this matter. If it was anyone else, he would deal with them together. After all, Xiao Bei and the others were still young. If he really wanted to pursue this matter, he would have to look at the two of them first. He clearly knew that his younger siblings weren't stable, so he didn't inform them beforehand. How could Li Longji know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking? Right now, he was worried that everyone in Tang Empire would withdraw their money. If that happened, the bank wouldn't be able to afford it. What would the result be? Thus, he asked, "Then what we do now? Are we just going to let others take the money away?" That's right. That's how it will be for the time being. I've already left 20% of the reserve for the Great Tang Bank. This is the time to test them. I'll see what the managers of the various places do and how the chief manager arranges things. If there isn't a bank run, I'll even help behind the scenes. Only then can we nurture people. Your money will go through another system, so there's no need to worry that the bank won't be able to support it. If there's really no other way, we can just take out your money and my family's money. No matter what, we should have at least 50% of the reserve. When Zhang Xiaobao finally revealed what was going on with the money, Li Longji felt even more depressed. "Xiaobao, why didn't you tell us earlier? My money isn't in the bank? Then what am I worried about? I'm hungry. I want to eat steamed buns, big meat steamed buns, the kind with soup." Li Longji started thinking of other ways to get his money back. It seems like we're thinking of the same thing. I also want to eat soup dumplings. The noodles have already been served. I'll steam them in a moment, Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. But us wants to eat dumplings again. Li Longji changed his mind. Your Majesty, you're making things difficult for me. You can't do this. A monarch doesn't take his words lightly. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and complained. Li Longji seemed very satisfied. I'm not making things difficult for you. I've decided to eat dumplings. I want 1 pot of steamed dumplings and 1 pot of boiled dumplings. Just when Li Longji thought that Zhang Xiaobao would beg for mercy, a member of the inner court ran over from behind. Before he even got close, he said, "Young master, the matter of making dumplings has already been arranged. There are 3 kinds of fillings. Do you want to go and mix the ingredients?" Right away, Zhang Xiaobao turned around and ran towards the ship's kitchen. He didn't forget to turn around and shout at Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject accepts the decree. Dumplings steamed and boiled." Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao's departing figure, then at Wang Wan, who had also stood up and was about to leave. He said, "You're with such a shrewd person every day. Aren't you worried? Guess what's heard a few days ago?" Your Majesty, you've heard as well. There's indeed such a matter. I have to find Xiaobao and have a good talk with him. How could he do such a thing? Wang Wan left behind these words and also left. Li Longji was stunned. After a while, he muttered, "I don't even know what I heard. Xiaobao, look at Cuckoo. She's so shrewd. Aren't you worried?" Chapter 1042. After Wu Huifei finished speaking, she looked at everyone's faces. Empress Wang was at a loss. She didn't know what was going on. Gao Lishir was helpless. Li Longji and Wei Wei opened their mouths. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were calm, because they knew that someone would think of this problem. The 5-baht note was created for this reason, as well as the law roll and the Zimbabwe money of nearly 100 years ago. This time, they didn't answer. Li Longji shook his head and said, "My dear concubine, it won't work. If we really issue money, it will be like killing the chicken to get the eggs. The more money we issue, the more expensive the goods will be. Unless when we issue money, the Great Tang doesn't have the imperial court to buy things. Instead, the money will be directly sent to every Tang person according to a certain proportion. And even if that's the case, the amount of money involved in the contracts signed by some people in the past will also be unbalanced. Think of another way. Don't mention this in the future." Wu Huifei didn't say anything. She lowered her head and continued to think. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued eating their own dumplings. Gao Lishir, on the other hand, ate 2 dumplings. He wanted to figure out what other trick Zhang Xiaobao had up his sleeve. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was almost done eating and drinking soup, he asked, "Xiaobao, since we can't directly achieve our goal by issuing money, is there any other way to get through this crisis without using your family's and His Majesty's money?" "There are several methods. The first is that the bank borrows money from the underground bank. If it's discussed well, it can even borrow money at a very low interest rate. As long as you give the other party a promise when the other party needs money, the Great Tang Bank will also provide the money at a very low interest rate. However, I don't agree with this method. Now that I'm in charge, the Great Tang Bank won't have a big problem for the time being. If one day I'm not in charge, it's very likely that the Great Tang Bank won't lend the money even though it clearly has the money to lend. They would lend the money to the underground banks at a much higher interest rate, and then the underground banks would take the money and lend it to others at several times the interest rate of the Great Tang Bank. Next year, the capital will be allowed to exist, but it will absolutely not be allowed to exist in such an unbridled manner. Thus, if the Great Tang Bank borrows money from the underground bank and the interest is not good, I will not care, but I will not allow the manager of the Great Tang Bank to make any promises. Zhang Xiaobao suggested a solution. Wang Wan nodded. She knew that this was a common phenomenon. No matter which system it was impossible to eliminate private capital because the emergence of the banking industry was caused by the demand of private capital. It was not an independent industry in the first place. If it was truly independent, there would be no need for it to exist, and it would lose the soil for survival. Moreover, in some countries with certain systems, the country sometimes had to directly borrow money from the private capital. Even in their own country, there were also national debts. Li Longji and the others listened, and Wei Wei nodded. Wu Huifei's eyes lit up even more, and she asked, Xiaobao, according to what you said, if the private underground banks unite, they can directly attack the Great Tang Bank, right? They can first deposit their money in the Great Tang Bank and then wait for the Great Tang Bank to lend them money, and then they could just run on it? Yes, in theory, this is the case. Such a situation can also occur, and it can even cause a country to go bankrupt. However, that is under the condition that other foreign capital enters, and it is because the country's own productivity cannot keep up. If a country does not seek fundamental development, but uses extreme financial means to obtain more foreign currency support, and wants to borrow the chicken to lay eggs, then the result will be that the chicken is gone, the eggs are gone, and even the nest will be torn down. After dealing with the matter in Jiangzhou, Kuku, and I will go to the place where the Turks were originally located. I will use money to open the way and go to other countries to stir up trouble. First, I will give them some benefits, and when the time comes, I will withdraw the money that I invested. When the time comes, it will be much easier to fight them. Zhang Xiaobao followed this topic and explained in detail what he had said to Li Longji so that people could understand the matter more clearly. Wang Wan also said, let alone a small country, even a country larger than the Great Tang, can also fall into an unimaginable crisis if we use good methods. To deal with a small country, we only need to use economic sanctions. The prerequisite is that before the economic sanctions start, we have to let the other party form a close relationship with our economy. Moreover, we have to use necessary methods to impact the other party's economic system and make it unbalanced. Targeting agricultural products is the most effective method. For example, in the current Silla, Xiaobao still hasn't used the final step of sanctions. This is to further wear down the unity of the people. Otherwise, the other party will easily start a war. Even if they clearly know that they can't win, they will still fight. But once they lose the hearts of the people, will they still need to use force? They grow a lot of cotton, and cotton can't be eaten. Stop the supply of food, and support a few factions within their ranks. Let them play around. Wu Huifei had understood this matter, so she agreed. It should be about half a year. At that time, the summer grain will be harvested. This consort is looking forward to Kuku. Do you have any other methods to make the Great Tang Bank suffer an attack? Yes, the Great Tang Bank directly borrows money from the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court has the money, or the bank itself issues bonds. If the two are not enough, then take out the gold and silver and directly exchange it for the currently popular paper money. This is also the reason why Xiao Bao obtained so much gold and silver and didn't circulate it. Xiao Bao is afraid that when he is busy, someone will do bad things behind his back, and he won't be able to control it. Wang Wan mentioned two more methods. These were all commonly used methods. Let alone the bank. Even the country had used them before. Of course, she also knew that all methods were ultimately superficial. The most important thing was whether the country used the power of politics. The currency issued by the country didn't match the actual resources and exceeded a certain ratio. Okay, consort, we eat first. There are many ways. Just like marching to war, we have to change our tactics and not stick to formality. We also want to see how big of a wave this run on the banks will cause, and if the Great Tang's economic system is as sturdy as imagined. Seeing that Wu Huifei still wanted to ask more, Li Longji spoke out to dissuade her. Only then did Wu Huifei realize that she had only eaten 2 dumplings and was still hungry. Unfortunately, Xiao Bao had specially prepared the stuffing, so she lowered her head and ate. While the cabin was calm and tranquil, the Great Tang outside was in the midst of a storm. Because the telegram had only reached the county level and not the village level, when the rumor appeared, it hadn't spread to the villages yet. Only in the prefectures and counties could they hear the news that the Great Tang Bank had run out of money. This caused an uproar, and everyone had different reactions. The people who were most worried were those who had some assets in the bank and waited for interest. When they heard that the Great Tang Bank had run out of money, the first thing they thought of was to take their deposit certificates and try withdrawing the money. There was also a group of people who wanted to see the world in chaos. Not only did they withdraw the money themselves, they even told others that the Great Tang Bank only had this little bit of money, and if they took too long to withdraw it, it would be gone. The people who were the most calm were the businessmen. When they heard the rumor, they sneered. Those who had never played the game of Monopoly would never know the power of those who could enter the top 100. If they didn't know the power of those people, they wouldn't be able to imagine the power of Zhang Xiaobao, who was above them. The businessmen were very sure that Zhang Xiaobao was an invincible existence. How could he let the Great Tang Bank have any problems? Therefore, most of the businessmen didn't care about the nagging of their wives. If they were annoyed, they would directly use the family law. How could they not control them? Since the merchants did not move, the impact on the banks was much smaller. The managers of the banks in various places kept sending telegrams and specifically went to find the local merchants to discuss matters. They suggested that if they really could not come up with cash to pay, they could borrow a portion of the money from the other party to deal with the emergency. In addition to these 2 groups of people, there was another group of people who were rich. They didn't have much money at home, but they weren't poor to the extent that they couldn't eat. They had some savings in the bank. This group of people belonged to the lowest class of people. They lived frugally and saved the money they had left in the bank. This gave them confidence, and at least they didn't have to worry about their lives. When many of them heard that the Great Tang Bank had a problem because of a temporary loan, and what they were most afraid of was that everyone would withdraw money only to find that the money they had lent would not be returned, those in charge of the family all sighed and then took out their deposit certificates, looked at them, and put them away in a different place. Husband, the Great Tang Bank has no money. Right now, there are people lining up at the Great Tang Bank on the other side of the road to withdraw money. Where's our family's passbook? In a craftsman's house, a man was working on a piece of wood furniture. The rough shape was already done. Now, he was using a carving knife to carve patterns on the furniture. A woman came in and shouted. The man's hands didn't stop moving, and he softly replied, "Got it. Where's our family's passbook? Quickly take it out. I'll go get it too. If I don't go now, it will be too late." When the woman saw the man's expression, she was very angry and urged him. "I'm not taking it out." The man replied with 2 words. "If you don't take it out, it's gone." The woman had a look of disappointment on her face. The man's knife was still carving on the wood. It was a cloud. It had no fixed shape, and its shape was casual, but it was like a gentle breeze. "I'll go get it myself." The woman angrily went into the house. After a while, she came out with an ugly expression and asked, "Where's the passbook?" "I put away. There are still people who owe money to the Great Tang Bank. They haven't returned it yet. When they return it, the bank will have money again. What's the hurry?" The man said a few more words this time, but the carving knife didn't stop. "You prodigal man, return it back? What if it collapses early? All the hard-earned money will be gone. You tell me, where did you put it?" The woman's eyes widened. "If you don't return it back, You'll give it to the bank. The money, I don't want it. When we bought this house, we borrowed money from the bank. Did the bank charge us interest? When they helped us, we were happy. Now that they are in trouble, you want me to hit them when they're down? If I were this kind of person, I would let down the great Tang Bank today and do something bad to you tomorrow. The man finally stopped what he was doing and turned his head to the woman and shouted. The woman withered. Then you really don't want the money? If you can get it back, then get it back. If you can't get it back, then don't get it back. The children don't need money to go to school, and we don't need money to see the doctor. I can still feed you with these 2 hands. The man said slowly and firmly. Father, Mother, I'm back. Mother, guess what good thing I encountered today? What is it? While the husband and wife were talking, a little boy ran in with an even smaller little girl. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they shouted happily. What good thing? The family's money is almost gone. The woman complained in a low voice, but after being glared at by the man, she didn't dare to say more. It's Xiao Bei. Mother, you know Xiao Bei, right? She is the Tang Dynasty's patrol inspector. She got a lot of money and wants to build 4,000 places in our Tang Dynasty. In our county, there's a precious candy house. I went to ask, and the workers said that they want to build a fun place with a mirror. When it is built, my sister and I will go there to play. We don't need a single cent. Also, the little cripple grandson that the old cripple picked up can go there to get money. Every month, all the children who are not in good health can go there. Also, Mother, you don't have work to do, right? I heard that there's a place where you don't need to pay money or pay taxes. When the time comes, you can ask if people like you can join. The little boy said happily. The little girl wanted to interrupt, but couldn't. She was so anxious that she jumped at the side and kept nodding. When the woman heard this, she was stunned. The man was also stunned. Father, the Tang Dynasty Bank is managed by Xiao Bao. Xiao Bei is Xiao Bao's sister, right? Do you think he took out all the money to do this? They should have done it bit by bit. Why do they need to make 4,000 at once? This. The woman also started to get anxious. If they make a few, will it be our county's turn? Go, take out my screen and sell it. Buy it at a cheaper price. Don't wait for it to be expensive. After you buy the money, take it to the bank and deposit it. The man said and turned back to continue carving. The woman stood there and twisted the hem of her clothes. She thought for a while and gritted her teeth. Child, come with Mother to get the screen. The Tang Dynasty Bank can't collapse, and neither can the Zhang family and Wang family. Let's go. The little boy agreed and ran to the warehouse with his mother. This family was not the only one who had made a choice. Many commoners were also doing what they felt they should do. Therefore, at the entrance of various places in the Tang Dynasty Bank, there were different scenes. Some people were lining up to withdraw money, while others were lining up to deposit money. Chapter 1043. After replenishing their supplies, the fleet continued down the river without stopping at all. As noon passed, Xiao Bei and the others who had been wanting to teach the Great Tang Bank a lesson hurriedly ate something in low spirits. After that, they could no longer eat. When the ship stopped to make one last short stop, they changed into even thinner clothes. They were now in the Chuzhou area, where the canal met the Huai River. People came and went at the dock like shuttles. Small boats moved back and forth on the river like fish jumping through the water. Let's think about it again. Let's start from their business contracts and see if we can find any loopholes. Xiao Bei said to his brothers and sisters beside him as he watched the boats come and go on the river dejectedly. Let's talk about it later. Let's learn from them. Brother said that there is no complete system in this world. We can find loopholes in everything. Xiao Yuan had been busy for almost the whole morning, but he still couldn't think of a good way to take revenge. He was very helpless. Xiao Bei, let Grandpa fish with you, okay? Old Man Wang saw that the little guys were listless and felt uncomfortable in his heart. He wanted to find something fun to cheer them up. Looking down, he saw more than a dozen small boats not far from each other on the river. There were boys on the boats, pulling nets between the two boats. There were also boys swimming in the water, hitting the water to drive away the fish. The girls were singing crisply. The boys were playing flutes. Their voices pierced the clouds, bright but not sharp. Seeing this scene, Old Man Wang nudged Xiao Bei and said, Xiao Bei, Grandpa Fish will take you to play with the children, okay? Look, they're playing so well. Compete with them and see who's better at watching the water and catching fish. Xiao Bei looked in the direction Old Man Wang pointed and found that it was indeed so. His eyes lit up. He was about to turn back to the cabin and change into a diving suit when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. They came to catch fish to play. Don't they have lessons in the afternoon? Are they worthy of the money from the local merchants? Wait, Xiao Yuan, come down with me. Hurry up and change. Xiao Bei was thinking about this problem. He called Xiao Yuan and ran into the cabin first. By the time Xiao Yuan had also changed into a wetsuit, Xiao Bei had already been standing on the observation deck in front of the ship and waiting for a while. Jump! After saying the word jump to Xiao Yuan, Xiao Bei took the lead and jumped down. Can we go down? Sooner or later, I'll be tormented to death by you. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth and jumped down as well. With a splash, Xiao Yuan created a huge splash. After popping her head out, she complained to Xiao Bei beside her, "My hand is red from slapping. We're on a 4-story ship." "I know. It's not the 6th floor. It's only a dozen or so meters high. Follow me." Xiao Bei waved his hands and moved his 4 limbs at the same time. He quickly swam towards the group of children. Xiao Yuan could only do his best to chase after them. He wanted to continue complaining, but he couldn't find the words to say. As soon as the two entered the water, the situation on the surface of the water immediately changed. Many people who were fishing and transporting goods suddenly realized that the people on the boats beside them were unfamiliar faces. There were also many people swimming and playing in the river. They're so free. Instead of looking for work, they're swimming. How can they expect to live a good life? A person who was rowing or looked at the 3 people who swam past the boat and shook his head with a sigh. She's good at swimming. Our family's child can't be compared to ordinary people. Old Man Wang stood at the bow of the boat and watched as Xiao Bei quickly approached the dozen or so boats like a fish. He stroked the beard under his chin and praised her. The others were silent. They were already used to it. This old man praised Xiao Bei almost every day. Even if Xiao Bei found a stone to smash the glass, he would also praise her for her strength. The children were strong and strong. Our family's child can't be compared to ordinary people. He's also sensible. Our family has a lot of glass. Xiao Bei didn't know that someone was praising her. She swam to the dozen or so boats and saw 2 children vigorously slapping the water with their hands to drive the fish towards the net. After a while, she disappeared without a trace. The 2 children thought that something had happened and wanted to go down to look for her. Only then did Xiao Bei pop up with her hands firmly grasping a fish. That's amazing. Catching fish with bare hands. I don't know how to do that. A boy looked at the fish in Xiao Bei's hands with admiration in his eyes. The other asked, "How did you catch it?" "The fish swim very fast. I can't catch up." "Take it." Xiao Bei passed the fish to Xiao Yuan, who had just caught up. She lowered her head, and her body sank again. Xiao Yuan pressed the still swaying fish against his chest with one arm, freed up his other hand, and punched the fish's head twice. He then used his fingers to poke into the fish's eyes. Finally, the fish's struggling gradually became smaller. After a short while, Xiao Bei popped its head out again. This time, it was holding an even bigger one. It was 2 feet long, and its eyes had long been pierced through. However, it was not completely dead yet. Its body twisted, and its tail slapped the surface of the water. "Can you teach us?" The boy who spoke first came closer and looked at the fish enviously. He begged Xiao Bei. "Okay, it's very simple. There needs to be a knack for catching fish. You can't catch just any fish." Xiao Bei nodded and threw the fish to another child. The boy listened very seriously. When Xiao Bei finished speaking, he asked, "What kind of fish do you want to catch?" "Pick the stupid fish to catch. Fish also need to learn skills. Those who don't learn or can't learn will naturally be caught by others. So you have to observe and see which fish don't usually go to class and play around with others. Once you find them, you'll be able to catch one." Xiao Bei pointed at the fish in Xiao Yuan's hands, indicating that it did not attend classes. Fish also attend classes. The boy's IQ was obviously lower, and he asked in puzzlement. Xiao Bei nodded solemnly. "Of course. If people attend classes, Why don't fish attend classes? If fish skip classes, they will be caught in the future. If people skip classes, they can forget about having a future. Oomph. Who are you calling a future? The boy's IQ rose sharply, and he shouted loudly. Whoever skips classes is a future. Xiao Bei's voice was also not soft. Do you know why we skip classes? The boy was very angry. Why should I care? I only know that you should be sitting in class now. Xiao Bei was even angrier. What right do you have to care about us? The boy looked at Xiao Bei with disgust. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Quick, come with me and send this fish to the restaurant. It's a big sea bass. If you cut it, it can be sold for at least 400 copper coins. When we deposit it in the Great Tang Bank, we can let the bank bear an additional 400 copper coins. When it dies, it won't be worth anything. The other child was trying hard to drag the fish and swim to the side of the boat. The child, who was even more noisy than Xiao Bei, suddenly reacted and turned to help. He did not forget to turn back and stick out his tongue at Xiao Bei. I'm not giving you the fish, Lilialu. Xiao Bei did not make any movements until the two children brought the fish to the boat and let the boat bring them to shore. She just stood in the water. When the water reached her neck, it did not rise anymore. Hey, why are you in a daze? Swim up. Do you want to commit suicide? Xiao Yuan carried another fish and stepped over, shouting at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei turned her head. Her body floated up and stopped at the exposed part of her chest. She asked Xiao Bei, "Did you hear what they said?" I heard them. They are thinking of ways to earn money and deposit it in the Great Tang Bank so that they can help others withdraw money. They are afraid that the Great Tang Bank will be forced to withdraw money. They don't know how strong the Great Tang Bank is. What do you want to say? Xiao Yuan touched Xiao Bei with the fish and said according to what the child shouted just now. Xiao Bei's mouth twitched. It's all my fault. If I didn't want to take revenge, they wouldn't have come out to fish. I even scolded them just now. Xiao Yuan scratched her head with one hand. When she saw the people from the protection team swimming over, she said to Xiao Bei, "Why didn't they take revenge? Brother and sister didn't scold us. How could they not know? I guess the people who save money are not only children, but also adults. If this didn't happen, how would we know that there are many people who care about us? We are working hard for the children of the Great Tang, and the children of the Great Tang are also working hard for us. Isn't that good?" Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Yuan and lowered his head to think. When the people from the protection team came to him, he said, "Let me think." As he spoke, Xiao Bei's hands and feet moved rhythmically, and his body sank straight down. Xiao Yuan shook his head at Wei Wei, who was swimming over, and signaled her not to come over. He held the fish and waited. He didn't think that Xiao Bei would commit suicide. His brother and sister said that when you need to take responsibility, using death to escape was the most cowardly action. Sure enough, after about 2 minutes, Xiao Bei came up again with a fish in his hand. He said angrily, "I wanted to stay down for a while, but it dared to run away from me." Okay, you are good. Let's go back." Xiao Yuan could also catch fish with his bare hands, but he definitely couldn't do it as easily as Xiao Bei. He was clearly the white stripe in the waves in his brother and sister's story. However, Xiao Bei shook his head. "No, they will take it as a day off. We will fish with them. When we catch fish, we will sell it for money and let them save it. This money is theirs. Then catch fish, time to catch fish." Xiao Yuan waved his hand, and the people from the protection team started to get busy. Once everyone joined in, the speed of catching fish increased significantly, especially Xiao Bei. He asked the people from the protection team for an iron skewer and dove into the water. He caught 1 fish in one go. The children who asked for leave to fish were happy. They were responsible for sending the fish to the shore, and the people on the shore would take care of them and transport them to the restaurant. The restaurants were also divided into different grades. Some restaurants took the opportunity to lower the price. After the children asked, they turned around and left. Some restaurant managers heard that the children were saving money to support the Great Tang Bank, so they offered a high price and told the children to be careful not to drown. They even asked the children to come over for dinner at night. The children didn't thank them. Not only did they not thank the restaurant managers, but they also didn't thank Xiao Bei and the others. Their thoughts were very simple. They felt that everyone was helping the Great Tang Bank, so it was natural for them to do so. Those who didn't help the Great Tang Bank and instead added insult to injury were the ones who were hateful. The number of onlookers on the shore gradually increased. Xiao Bei focused on catching the carp and perch. Every time Xiao Bei caught a fish and the children carried it to the shore, someone would immediately shout out a price to buy it. They would then find a restaurant to have it made into fish slices. The fresh and high-quality fish gave a different feeling when eating it. While Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were working hard to catch fish, Xiao Hai and the others also came down. Even the Li siblings came down to join in the fun. They also knew how to swim, but they weren't good swimmers. They had no problem swimming in the swimming pool, but at the intersection of the canal and the Huai River, people like them would drown. Therefore, the two of them were given life jackets and arranged for people to protect them. They were allowed to participate in various activities. Even if their intelligence couldn't keep up, they could at least leave some impression. Xiao Hai swam over and asked Xiao Bei, "How are you? Are you tired?" "No, I didn't use much strength. I just feel uncomfortable. If I didn't insist, they would still be sitting in the school." Xiao Bei complained to his brother. Xiao Hai gave a rare smile and said to his sister, "You've done a good job this time. Brother and sister just sent news that the Great Tang Bank will begin to take out a portion of our family's money at noon tomorrow. They will inform the depositors of the bank's strength. At the same time, it will end at noon tomorrow. Starting from this morning, those who deposit money at noon tomorrow will have their deposit interest increased by 400%. Those who don't withdraw money from the bank will have their deposit interest increased by 100%. Those who take a loan from the bank, deposit money, and withdraw money will be more stringent in the future. Starting from noon tomorrow, the Great Tang Bank's deposit interest will be reduced by 30%. Let me think. According to this, starting from this morning and ending at noon tomorrow, those who deposit money will have their deposit doubled in a little more than 3 years. The Great Tang Bank is so rich." Xiao Bei quickly calculated the general situation of the interest. 4 times the interest in more than 3 years, 1 copper coin would become 2 copper coins, and 2 copper coins would become 4 copper coins. Then he shouted happily, "That's great. Good people deserve good karma. Quick, quick, help me catch some fish. Sell it to the children who play truant. Sell it to them for more money. In 3 years, they will have more money to spend." Brother and sister are amazing. They immediately thought of a good idea. I was worried about how to repay others. Now I want to see if those people who withdraw money will still dare to take advantage of me in the future. Xiao Hai smiled again and said, "Brother and sister also want to tell you that the manager of the Great Tang Bank in Shuzhou has been resigned. They want you to stop thinking about taking revenge on him." He took the initiative to admit his mistake and wrote a self-reflection. Xiao Bei was not happy at all when he heard this news. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, Actually, I don't want to do anything to him. I just feel that he doesn't value us. He clearly knows that we're going to take a loan and won't spend the money blindly. He must have thought of helping others, but he still insisted on that rule. I'm very unhappy. Was it possible to get him back? A person who could be a manager of a place is not bad. We can't lose a talent because of us." At the same time that he resigned from the position of manager of the Shuzhou Bank, he also handed in a proposal. He said that there will be a reward system for children who do well in school. Moreover, the money that the children earn from catching toads, catching fish, digging up cicadas, and other work in their free time will be quickly spent by the children if they are not managed. He wants to set up a children's savings business. He wants to be in charge of this so that the children will know how to save and save for emergencies. Having a sum of money that the children can use freely is also a kind of happiness for the children. At the same time, he wants to encourage the children to study hard and accumulate more money through scholarships. Brother has already agreed. He will be transferred to the capital to be in charge of this business. Xiao Bei was no longer vexed. He happily dove into the water and caught another fish. He said, "See, I told you. A talent is a talent. Even if he's not in charge anymore, he can still think of better ideas. I have a good idea. Help me remember it and tell him later. It is that the child's passbook must be very beautiful. Moreover, every child who saves money must give a beautiful gift when they first save money, such as a bracelet, a hat, a belt, etc., so that people will know at a glance that he or she is saving money. Chapter 1044. During the bank run, Zhang Xiaobao didn't have to spend too much energy to calm his younger siblings down, but he also won the hearts of countless supporters. Xiao Bei and the others recovered very quickly. They helped others catch fish for an entire afternoon. The dozen or so children who had skipped class to catch fish had all deposited a large amount of money in the Great Tang Bank. Naturally, it was their parents who had helped them deposit the money. Their business had not started yet. It wasn't until the evening when Xiao Bei and the others left on the boat and continued to head south that the children knew the identity of Xiao Bei and the others. They all stood by the river and watched the boat disappear into the distance. They watched the sun slowly set in the west like an egg yolk and dyed the sky red. Their hearts were peaceful. Only when the person sent by the manager of the restaurant who had treated them to a meal called out to them did they reveal happy smiles. Forgetting their tiredness, they skipped towards the restaurant together. The children who caught fish were happy. Compared to being able to see Xiao Bei and the others, the amount of money in the bank was not so important. Many years later, they could proudly tell their descendants about what happened today. A portion of the crowd was also happy at noon the next day. The next day, just after noon, the branches of the Tang Bank all opened for business in the afternoon. At the same time, bundles of Tang banknotes were piled on the counter of the bank. The denominations ranged from 10 strings of coins to 500 strings of coins. The colors were colorful. When the people who wanted to withdraw money and deposit money saw it, they made a similar expression, which was shock. Then, annoyed voices and happy shouts echoed one after another in the bank. At this time, the bank also put up a public notice board. The blackboard was painted with ink, and the white chalk words were very dazzling. Little brother-in-law of the Zhang family, you can read. Help me see what's written. My son has gone to school. Otherwise, I could drag him here to read. A woman who was depositing money didn't recognize the words on the blackboard. She asked the person next to her who was going to withdraw money. She didn't show any embarrassment on her face because she didn't know how to read. Instead, she emphasized that he was her son with a hint of pride. The brother-in-law of the Zhang family knew why she was like this. It was because her son had ranked first in the school for 3 consecutive quarters. The rewards he received were enough to feed 2 people in her family. In addition to the symbolic monetary rewards, there were also cloth, rice, meat, and vegetable oil. Before the new year, she even received 4 pieces of pork. With such children, every adult should be proud of them. The children were happy when they learned, the merchants were happy when they received rewards, and the adults were even happier when they ate what the children received. However, this brother-in-law was not happy. He had already withdrawn 4 strings of cash yesterday, but he could not find today's passbook. When he got up in the morning, he scolded his wife for a while, and then rummaged through the cupboard for the whole morning before he took out the passbook from the gap of the mattress. When the Great Tang Bank opened for business in the afternoon, he rushed over. He never thought that the difference between reality and imagination was too great. That black and white announcement, as well as the colorful coins, made him want to find a hole to crawl into and return to the past. Brother-in-law of the Zhang family, what did you write? The woman continued to ask. She could see that there was something wrong with his expression, but she couldn't think of the specific reason. She could only guess that the words on the blackboard were not very good for people who wanted to withdraw money. The brother-in-law of the Zhang family tightly held the passbook in his hand. He saw that the passbook had changed shape, but he didn't know. He said to the woman blankly, I finally know the strength of the Great Tang Bank. Zhang Xiaobao will always be Zhang Xiaobao. It's a pity that I don't have any medicine for regret. It's written on it, written. The woman was a little scared. These words were too scary. It seemed that he wanted to kill himself, so she didn't say anything. However, a woman next to her who was also depositing money pulled her aside and said, Sister, I'll tell you what it says. When my daughter comes home, she always wants to teach me how to read. It's good that I can recognize those words. Sister, you tell me. The woman was more envious of her literacy. When my child comes back today, I'll also ask him to teach me. Good. I know that your son studies well. Every time my daughter talks about him, she's always envious. Someday, I'll get my daughter to help out at your place. Look at her. Isn't she cute? I think your son isn't bad. Oh, let's not talk about this first. It says that the Great Tang Bank announced today that all the banks have used the second-level currency reserves, a total of 100 million strings of coins. People who withdraw money don't have to rush and don't be crowded. If the 100 million strings of coins are withdrawn, there will be 200 million strings of coins released later. As long as you want to withdraw money, you don't have to worry about not being able to withdraw money. Moreover, the bank will operate until midnight. The people in the bank won't rest. Sister, look at that pile of money. There's still 500 strings of coins. Even if a merchant comes to withdraw money, there's still no need to worry. The literate woman first looked like she wanted to sell her daughter, and then she talked about the words on the blackboard. Hearing her words, the woman who asked the question revealed a smile. The Great Tang Bank seems to be really rich. My husband and I were worried that they wouldn't have enough money and would collapse in the end. Now, everything is fine. But why does the Zhang family's brother-in-law look unhappy? He can withdraw money now. Sister, that's because he saw another content. The Great Tang Bank said that they don't lack money, but in less than 2 days, they received something more precious than money. Thus, there was a reward activity. Starting from yesterday morning until noon today, which is when the bank closes in the morning, all the people who saved money during that time will have the interest calculated at 4 times the original amount. For those who didn't withdraw their money during that period of time, the interest will be doubled from the time they deposited the money. Yesterday, I deposited 45 strings of cash. In a little more than 3 years, it will become 90 strings of cash. The literate woman became excited as she spoke. She calculated the interest and came to a conclusion. Really? Yesterday, I also saved 32 strings of coins. Today, I just saved 3 strings of coins. It's a pity that I saved too late. If I had come in the morning, I would have saved a lot more. Sister, what if I save now? When the woman heard that the interest was 4 times the original amount, she was afraid that it was a trap. She pinched her arm with all her strength until she felt the pain. Only then did she relax. She then asked, if I save now, won't it be 4 times the original amount? It's more than 4 times the original amount. The Great Tang Bank has adjusted the new interest rate. If I save now, I can only get 70% of the original amount. It's decreased by 30%. That means that the people who started to withdraw money yesterday will lose a lot. Sister, think about it. If they withdraw money, they won't spend it immediately. What's the use of keeping it? If they want to save in the bank again, they will lose at least several times the original amount. It's not easy to calculate. In any case, it's more than 4 times the original amount. When the literate woman spoke, she looked at the younger brother-in-law of the Zhang family. There was a hint of schadenfreude in her words. The younger brother-in-law of the Zhang family turned green. He had calculated that the biggest loss from withdrawal was nearly 6 times the original amount of the depositor. If he wanted to double the amount now, it would take 20 years. What he wanted to do the most was to smash the Great Tang Bank. It was too much of a bully. Saving and withdrawing money was normal. Why should he give others benefits when he withdrew money but suffer loss? What if he withdrew money because he was in a hurry? However, a thought was a thought. He didn't dare to smash the Great Tang Bank. He didn't even dare to say anything unpleasant to them. He was very clear about who was behind the Great Tang Bank. I'm a fool. The Great Tang Bank is managed by Zhang Xiaobao. How could he let people withdraw money from the bank? His family is so rich. I'm blinded by pork. As he thought about it, he squatted down in annoyance and pulled at his hair with all his strength. The people who also wanted to withdraw money and the people who were going through the procedures at the counter stopped when they heard this. Sir, your money is 71 strings of coins and 251 copper coins. Please count it and keep it well. A person who was handling the withdrawal business put a passbook and different amounts of money on the counter. There's also a copper coin inside and said to the stunned person, withdraw it? I won't withdraw it. Why are you so fast? I won't withdraw it. I won't withdraw it, okay? The person was even more stupid. The salesperson gently shook his head and gave the person an apologetic smile. He said, the procedures have been completed. If you don't need too much money for the time being, you can deposit it again. What about the interest? Is it doubled? The person stared and asked, because the bank has readjusted the deposit interest rate. If you deposit it now, you can only deposit it at 70% of the original interest rate. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. In the future, even if the Great Tang Bank says it's going bankrupt, I won't withdraw money. Give me a chance. I saved the money last January and have been saving it for more than a year. Double the interest is equivalent to 2.5 years of saving. Tell your manager that I won't withdraw it and will still calculate it at the original interest rate. Is that okay? Even if it's a little less, I won't use double, even if it's 50%. Young lady, please help me. Who doesn't have difficulties? Help me this time, and I will definitely repay you. The person who was withdrawing money was crying. He leaned on the counter and begged the salesperson with a weak appearance. Before the salesperson could refuse again with a smile, a man next to him who wanted to deposit money and whose body was not greasy took over and shouted at the person who was leaning on the counter, refusing to leave. Hey, you fruit pancake seller, don't you have any shame? I know you. Last time, you wanted to get a good fruit pancake tool. I wanted to borrow money to buy a pig. We came here together. The bank checked our household registration and borrowed the money together. It's interest-free. What did you say at that time? You said that you will remember this kindness and will repay it in the future. Is this how you repay it? You still have the face to say, who doesn't have difficulties? When you have difficulties, others help you. When others have difficulties, you want to make things worse for them. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Now you know how powerful Zhang Xiaobao is. Why don't you know how to cross the bridge between the Zhang family and the Wang family? It's called one thought to heaven and one thought to hell. You walk the road yourself. Who do you blame? Take the money and get lost. If you dare to be noisy again, I will slap you. I was wrong. I really won't withdraw money in the future. I was wrong. The person continued to mutter as if he didn't hear it. The salesperson shook his head helplessly and looked at the guards next to him. Immediately, 2 guards came over and carried the person to the side to find a doctor. Next, the salesperson's voice was as pleasant as usual. The second person who wanted to withdraw money refused to move forward. He shook his head like a rattle drum. I'm not withdrawing money. I'm just looking. Yes, I went to the wrong place. What am I going to do today? There's so many things to do. Oh, I remember. I'm going to buy cloth. Yes, cloth. I won't delay your work. I'm leaving first. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. The third person didn't even say anything and followed him with his head down. In just a short time, the row of people who wanted to withdraw money disappeared. Fortunately, the door was wide enough. Otherwise, 2 people would have died. Bah, serves them right. If it were up to me, I should have waited a little longer. I should have put out the notice tomorrow night and asked them to withdraw all the money. If they withdrew all the money, I could have saved an extra portion and added some interest. Great, now it's 70%. Come, I'll save what I have. 70% it is. If I keep it in my hands, I won't get any interest. A person standing at the deposit counter looked at the person who left, spat disdainfully, and pushed the money back. Such scenes played out in different places. While countless people of the Great Tang felt the warmth and coldness of the world, they also had to ask themselves what they were thinking when they made their choice. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about other people's thoughts at all. Anyway, he did what he should do, which was to repay injustice with justice and to repay kindness with kindness. I'm a saint now. That's what saints do. After this incident, let's see if anyone dares to hit me when I'm in trouble next time. Zhang Xiaobao held a glass of wine and said to Wang Wan, but from his words, it seemed like he was looking for an excuse for himself. Wang Wan was still doing her embroidery. Hearing this, she raised her head and said, many people will be sad. What if someone takes it too hard and commits suicide? Don't you feel responsible? What do you mean? They shouldn't be sad, but I should be sad. I have a backup plan. What if I don't prepare? What will happen to the Tang Bank? Although it can't be closed down because of a bank run, it will make many people doubt it. The only way is to not handle the business of withdrawing money for others. Our reputation will plummet. What we lose is not only the reputation of the bank, but also the reputation of the court and our family. In the future, my words won't be as useful as they are now. Suicide? I don't believe that someone will commit suicide because of a lower interest. They don't lack capital. If someone really commits suicide because of a lower interest, then how many people do you think will die? I've heard of people committing suicide because they failed in stocks, futures, and gambling, but I've never heard of people committing suicide because of a lower interest. Besides, I don't care if someone commits suicide because of a lower interest. If the Tang bank collapses and I commit suicide, how many people in the bank will pity me? Zhang Xiaobao looked like he was very angry. Wang Wan sighed and said nothing more. She also understood that Zhang Xiaobao was right. Many people who tried to run the bank, even if they really did cause the Tang bank to collapse and then found out that Zhang Xiaobao had committed suicide, they wouldn't have much of a reaction. There were even some people who rejoiced in others' misfortune. Occasionally, in their free time, they would talk to others. There had once been a person who had stood on the altar and fallen like this. That person was an existence that reigned above the ranks of the wealthiest people. This was the disregard for life, the special excitement of someone who had fallen from a high position. Thinking of this, Wang Wan felt a little sad. She and Xiao Bao had done many things for Great Tang, but in the end, when the Tang bank was in danger, there were still many people who weren't willing to stand with them. Ignorance. No matter how much you educate them, those who should be ignorant will still be ignorant. They might have never thought about what would happen to Great Tang if the Tang bank was gone and Zhang Xiaobao was finished. What would happen to Great Tang then? They might think that as long as they have money in their hands, they don't have to be afraid of anything. It seems that we have to teach them more about politics and economics in the future. Xiaobao, don't you think so? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Indeed. At the very least, we have to let them know that money isn't useful just because they have it in their hands. Let alone paper money. Even if they have gold and silver at home, they won't have good days ahead of them if the political situation isn't stable. Right now, we've been controlling the salt tax with Li Longji, and it's very low. There hasn't been a situation where the commoners have to spend a lot of money to eat salt, and the annexation of land has also been stopped. Otherwise, even if they have 10,000 taels of gold at home, their fate is to be snatched away by others. Those fools, not only are they short-sighted, they even dare to question me. Do you think that kind of trick will work on me? All right, I know you're capable. Go do your thing and don't disturb me, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile before lowering her head and continuing to embroider her flower. But she couldn't calm down. She had realized that it was only because of her and Xiao Bao's strength that the Great Tang was able to operate normally. If the two of them were to suddenly withdraw from the situation, countless people would fight over their stalls. If that was the case, it would be better for her and Xiao Bao to withdraw from the situation and allow everything to return to the path that the Great Tang should have taken. Even if there were problems, they would be able to persist for several decades. What the two of them needed to do now was to gradually perfect the system of the Great Tang so that the people would get used to living and doing things according to the system. At that time, even if the two of them were to withdraw from the situation, the Great Tang wouldn't fall into chaos. After all, the people would already have the habit of following the system. But this system was too difficult. It wasn't that the imperial power didn't want to change, but that it couldn't be changed immediately. That required the development of production technology and productivity to reach a certain level, as well as the knowledge and culture of the people to reach a level where they had no choice but to change. The process of turning imperial power into a democracy like that of the West was extremely long. To change it in just a few decades required an enormous investment of both internal and external energy. It was simply impossible at the moment. Let's wait. Let's wait for the next generation to do it. When the time comes, we'll see which system is good and use it. Or perhaps we'll come up with a new system. Under the framework of a constitutional monarchy, we'll preserve a portion of the sovereign's power and walk the line between democracy and non-democracy. Wang Wan said a few more words. Zhang Xiaobao put down his brush and helplessly said, "Just continue embroidering your flowers. What's the point of researching this? A system is only adaptability, not absoluteness. According to the needs of different social environments, different systems are correct. We can't put the system first. What needs to be put first is the needs of society. The system can be changed, but the goal of survival can't be changed. That is to live for a better life. What do you mean by live or die? Tell us about it. We're very happy today. The situation of the various regions has been reported to us one after another. Let those disobedient commoners know that they have to work together to protect Great Tang. Yes, only then can they live properly. Right after Zhang Xiaobao said those words, Li Longji's voice sounded. At the same time, he appeared at the entrance of the cabin. Wang Wan continued to embroider with her head lowered, while Zhang Xiaobao continued to write. The two of them acted as if they didn't see Li Longji's arrival. In truth, they had already heard Li Longji's footsteps, and Zhang Xiaobao had intentionally said those words for them to hear. Seeing that the two of them didn't respond, Li Longji didn't get angry. Instead, he continued, Xiaobao, after the interest on deposits is adjusted, do you think that the interest on loans should be adjusted as well? Should it be adjusted back in the future? Why is it this kind of question again? Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and sighed. If we aren't concerned about this question, what should we be concerned about? Are you going to adjust it or not? Give me an answer. Li Longji glared at him. Adjust it? Since the interest on deposits is lowered, the interest on loans should naturally be lowered as well. If we don't adjust it, wouldn't those who want loans run to the commoners to borrow money? This will cause an abnormal concentration of capital. In truth, I was originally thinking of lowering the interest rate, but I was waiting for a suitable opportunity. It just so happened that Xiao Bei and the others were reporting to the manager of the bank, so I did it together. Otherwise, why didn't you start a propaganda war with others? Why didn't you stop Xiao Bei and the others? This time, you've gained an advantage. You won a portion of the people's hearts, warned a portion of the people, and strengthened the position of the Great Tang Bank in the hearts of the commoners. At the same time, you've also completed your plan to lower the interest rate. Say, what do you want us to say about you? You even want to make use of Xiao Bei and the others. You're truly too unqualified as an elder brother. Li Longji first praised Zhang Xiaobao, and then he began to criticize him. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care. It was Xiao Bei and the others who helped us. If not for this matter, I wouldn't have known the general situation of the people. It seems that we don't need to worry about the internal strife of the Great Tang when we launch an invasion in the future. By lowering the interest rate, we can accomplish two things. The first is to promote consumption. When the commoners realize that the interest rate is lower, they'll be willing to take out their money to buy things. However, we have to control the prices of goods properly. It's easy for the price of some goods to rise too much in a short period of time. The second goal is to have those who want to borrow more when the interest rate of the bank is lowered. Then, they can use the money to develop their own industries. Starting from a small scale, they can research production techniques and improve management, thus raising production efficiency and creating more material resources. But at the same time, they have to be controlled. They can't develop their industries by encroaching on other people's land, and they can't develop their industries by exploiting the natural resources of the Great Tang. The best result is for them to follow in the footsteps of the Great Tang army and plunder outside to produce locally before transporting back to our Great Tang for the commoners to use. Li Longji nodded and said, "Give it to a portion of the Great Tang commoners to use. We shouldn't care about those who run on the banks." Zhang Xiaobao was amused by Li Longji's words, and Wang Wan didn't dare to continue embroidering for fear of prickling her hands. After stopping, Wang Wan said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, you're the emperor. You can't argue with the commoners. If the commoners aren't good, then it means that you haven't been fooled enough. You haven't educated the commoners well. So how can you push the blame onto the commoners?" That's right. The commoners are adorable. The appearance of the bank only means that we haven't done our job well. I believe that if we don't change the way we treat the commoners and work hard for them, there will come a day when the commoners of our Great Tang are faced with this matter once more. When someone withdrew money, it wasn't for the sake of running on the banks, but because they happened to be in need of money. When someone saved money, it wasn't to protect the Great Tang Bank, but because they felt that keeping the money in their hands would cause it to depreciate. Zhang Xiaobao echoed. So it's our fault then? How long will it take for them to reach the level the two of you speak of? Li Longji faintly said. He felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He felt like he had been betrayed by many people, and it was an indescribable feeling. It won't take too long. There might be a run on the banks right now, but if someone says that they want the commoners of a certain area to rebel, there won't be any commoners who will follow them. As long as we maintain our governance, ensure the development of productivity, speed up the education of knowledge, and consolidate Great Tang's military and economic superiority, we'll be able to achieve our goal in 10 years at most. Of course, we can't expect to have every single commoner listen to us, but at that time, there will be very few who don't listen, and we can just deal with those who don't listen. Even if we can't do the favor, we still have the law and punishment. With both of these, society will be stable. Why isn't the data out yet? You're making me wait. As Zhang Xiaobao consoled Li Longji, he occasionally glanced at the door. What data are you waiting for? Li Longji also turned his head to look at the door and asked. The data of the bank. We can't let something like this happen for nothing. I have to see what's special about the situation. I'm coming. Zhang Xiaobao paused. As expected, 5 breaths later, someone from the inner court appeared at the door. He looked inside before walking in and saying to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Little young master, little miss, the data has just been compiled, and it's not too complete. There's still a portion that will have to be compiled at night. Please take a look. There's no need to rush. Tell me, what's the situation?" Zhang Xiaobao gestured for the person from the inner court to explain. Yes. After the Great Tang Bank ran on its banks from yesterday morning to noon, various places paid out a total of 43.2 million strings of cash. At the same time, more than 36.1 million strings of cash were deposited, so there wasn't much of an impact. The expenditure of various places varies according to the degree of prosperity, which is basically consistent with the law. The only problem is the Jiangnan West Road. From yesterday morning to noon today, the entire Jiangnan West Road unconventionally paid out 7 million strings of cash, and there are people from other places transferring money to the bank there. They're probably trying to empty the Jiangnan West Road bank of cash. Our bank system has just responded, urgently transferring cash from the nearby banks to the Jiangnan West Road bank. The transportation team has already set off under layers of protection. The inner court explained. Chapter 1045. Idiot. Li Longji commented after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished speaking. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, hoping that they would agree with his judgment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan frowned at the same time. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. It's interesting to deal with such an opponent, Zhang Xiaobao commented. Wang Wan also said, "What should we do to create a diversion? We'll beat them at their own game and lure the snake out of its hole," Zhang Xiaobao replied. Could it be that someone is stupid? Li Longji understood the meaning behind their words and asked with uncertainty. If they're not stupid, maybe we can turn the act into reality. Investigate the owners of the transfer accounts and deposit accounts. Compile the information on the large deposit accounts in the past 6 months. Send the guards to the west of Jiangnan to enter a state of combat readiness. Increase the activity of the spy system. The Ministry of Works and the Agricultural Temple Research Institute will increase the defense forces and hold a recruitment competition in early summer. The time will be set to be half a month later. In addition, speed up the construction of the railway and recruit new medical students. The current students will immediately undergo the basic medical examination. Those who pass will be sent to the nearest place, and those who pass will be sent to the surrounding area in turn. We'll rotate layer by layer to increase the number of medical personnel in Tang as fast as possible. Zhang Xiaobao replied to Li Longji and issued a series of orders to the inner court. After that, he turned to look at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded lightly and then said, "Order, our troop station in Shanshan City in the east of Qinghai Lake will split up and go around Qinghai Lake. We'll move to the northwest at the same time. We'll practice to adapt to the environment and cooperate with guns and cannons along the way. Continue to increase the supply of meat and wheaten food in the name of rescuing the Tubo disaster. When we reach Pengzhou Pass, recruit the local people to secretly make military food. We'll conscript the surplus ships of the merchants in Jiangnan province, fill them with fodder, and enter the Ruoshui River of Jinchuan. We'll go against the current north and stop at Mizong. Our Yellow River fleet will head west and gather at the Bailon tribe downstream of the source of the Yellow River. Don't travel empty-handed. Also, send some things to the tribes along the way. Choose what they don't produce locally. We don't need seafood. There's a saltwater lake there, so we can send tea leaves. Also, we can hire locals to go to Qinghai Lake to help make Huangyu products. The people in the inner courtyard took note of it seriously. When they turned and walked to the door of the cabin, Zhang Xiaobao added, "Tell Xiaobei and the others that they will only stay in Hangzhou for 2 days at most. No matter who they meet, as long as they are friendly with them, invite them to Jiangzhou. If they follow, bring them along. If they refuse, arrest them." Yes. The inner yard disciple left. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately lowered their heads and continued to write. After each finished writing a page, they didn't look at each other. They each called for their respective inner courtyards, solemnly handed the pages to each other, and waved their hands to let them leave. Li Longji listened and watched from the side. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were done with their work, he looked at them with a puzzled expression. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "What exactly do you two want to do?" The Ministry of Works, the Agricultural Temple, the Medical College, the Army, and Supplies. Do you want to act in advance? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads and said at the same time, "Let's make the Tang Empire busy." "What's the benefit of being busy?" Li Longji asked again. "Cooperate with the other party," Wang Wan answered. "Find someone to play a game," Zhang Xiaobao answered. Li Longji was confused. He thought about it and asked, "Can you bring me along to play?" "Well, okay. Every 2 days, send a group of people to the government offices in various places of the Tang Empire to patrol. Send 7 groups in a row. Then order the local troops to strictly check the people entering and leaving." "That's enough." Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be hesitant, but in the end, he nodded and agreed. "What's the purpose of doing this?" Li Longji admitted that he didn't understand. "To play together." Zhang Xiaobao went back to the original topic. "Okay, like a guessing game? Or throwing a handkerchief behind me? Don't tell me that the two of you..." As Li Longji spoke, he pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then, he got up and left to arrange things. Xiaobei and the others, who were getting closer and closer to Hangzhou, had been living a good life recently. They could listen to Grandpa Fish's stories and listen to the things that happened to Grandpa Fish when he was young. There were the roads he walked on, the rivers he crossed, the local customs, deceit. Climbing mountains was like picking stars, and people's lives were like grass. They could also learn calligraphy and painting from the Jiangwang clan. They could also learn how to play the zither and play chess. They could play the plucked strings and play the 3 plum blossoms. After they finished learning, the 9 of them would teach each other and make up stories for Pan, and her brother. The rest of the time, they would exercise and think about what was delicious. If they saw a place along the coast that was damaged, they would send a report to the nearest family business and ask them to pay for the repair. The local government would guide them, and they would report back. "Grandpa Fish, is the grassland really that dangerous?" "My family has a business on the grassland. I even flew back from the north. I didn't see any wolves, nor did I see any snakes that would kill people with a bite." At noon, Xiaobei and the others had just eaten. They walked back and forth on the deck of the ship, digesting the food while listening to Old Man Wang, who was also walking around, tell stories. When Old Man Wang talked about the grassland, Xiaobei couldn't connect the grassland he saw with what Grandpa Fish said. Xiaobei felt that Grandpa Fish should be talking about the stories and not the real things that happened to Grandpa Fish when he was young. So he looked up and asked. Old Man Wang held Xiaobei's hand. The wrinkles on his face were piled together, but there was a smile on his face. His other hand was holding Xiaoyuan. He really wanted to hold Xiaohai's hand. Xiaohai was Xiao Er's biological son, but he knew he couldn't do that. He could imagine that if he held Xiaobei's hand with one hand and Xiaohai's hand with the other, the two children would give up at the same time and stay far away from him, thinking that there was a difference between them. Yes, Xiaobei and Xiaohai would definitely think that way. They were much smarter than other children. Hearing Xiaobei's question, Old Man Wang continued to smile and said to Xiaobei, "When you left, you were in a large group. The wolves had already run away when they saw you. The snakes were also killed by people who were familiar with the grassland and became your food. We didn't have the same treatment as you back then. In a caravan, the big ones had a few hundred people, and the small ones only had a dozen or so people. They wore thick clothes, regardless of whether it was winter or summer. What they were most afraid of was encountering a pack of more than 30 wolves. When a caravan of more than a dozen people saw a big pack of wolves, they would first guard their horses, light a fire, and take out their weapons to be on guard at all times. It was better during the day, but at night, it was very likely that the caravan would not see the sun tomorrow. It was difficult to find traces of people who died on the grassland. When the wind blew and the grass grew, the grassland was still grassland, but there was no sign of people. I only encountered it once. That time, as Old Man Wang told the story, or rather, the things that he had experienced, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Xiaobei and the others listened attentively, interrupting from time to ask a question. From the looks of it, the waves are the most powerful on the grassland. Xiaobei concluded after listening to the story of the grassland. Xiao Yuan pursed her lips and said, "On the grasslands, humans are the most powerful. Didn't Big Brother and Big Sister say that there will be a day when humans will regret killing too many animals? It's not that they regret not having enough to eat or wear comfortable clothes because they don't have enough of those animals. It's that when an animal is gone, the children in the future will never see it again. Perhaps it's nothing to some people, but many years later, will people still guess the animals of today, like digging up the stones called dinosaurs? Okay, I admit that you're right. For the sake of younger children, we shouldn't kill all the animals. We should catch and raise them, just like the zoo in the capital. In fact, I really want to bring all the animals from everywhere to the capital. That way, it will be very lively." Xiaobei looked at Pan Air and the other two and finally stopped arguing with Xiao Yuan. His eyes looked at the clouds floating in the sky as he slowly spoke, his eyes filled with yearning. Old Man Wang felt that his thinking could not keep up with the children. When he heard what Xiaobei and Xiao Yuan said, he asked puzzledly, "The animals of a place naturally have the habits of a place. If you bring them to the capital, will they still be able to live? Grandpa, you haven't been to the zoo in the capital? Oh, that's right. When we go back, we'll take you with us and let you see what the zoo in the capital is like. We can enter all the places. As long as Uncle Emperor can enter, no one will dare to stop us. The things that have just arrived are usually not allowed to be seen by others, even if they spend more money. Before we came out, my elder brother and elder sister had people get a big white bear from a very cold place. Swimming is very fun. I've seen it before. I don't think I can gain any advantage from swimming with it. It's so big, and its swimming speed is so fast. Don't you think it's amazing? In order to keep them alive, we put ice on the places where they live. It's easy to do in the winter, but when it's summer, who knows how much ice money we have to spend every day. Also, they eat fish. Other than them, there are also small bears from very hot places. Then, we have to heat them up and specially get them food. Otherwise, they won't eat. They're even more picky than me. Let me tell you there, the more Bebe talked, the happier he became. He let go of Old Man Wang's hand and kept gesturing. Pan could occasionally understand a sentence or two, so she was busy learning from Bebe. Old Man Wang had indeed not seen it with his own eyes. In fact, if he went to the capital, he could also see new animals that ordinary people could not see. However, he had not been to the capital in the past 1 or 2 years. He was busy elsewhere. During the new year, he came back to the house in Hangzhou with his master. First, there were many merchants in Hangzhou, and they could eat the food they got from overseas at any time. Second, Hangzhou was far from the capital. His master always had things in his heart that he couldn't let go. Sometimes he didn't dare to face them. Although he still had an official position in another department, he didn't like to go there personally to do things, so he left them to the people in the departments. Old Man Wang had also heard about the animals in the zoo from others. At that time, He already had a very good impression of them. Today, when he heard Bei talk about them, he realized that those who saw the animals did not describe them very well. They missed a lot of things. For example, the habits of the animals and how they looked when they ate, etc. Bei, why are you different from what others said? Old man Wang asked curiously. Different? No, that's what my brother and sister told us. They also divided the animals into different families. Some animals looked different from the outside, but my brother and sister put them in the same category. Grandpa fishing. It won't take long for my brother and sister to arrive in Hangzhou. You'll know when you see them. They're so awesome. No matter what kind of things people catch from where, they can directly tell the general living habits of those things. For example, they sent a kind of small bear from the very south. Like what I just told you, my brother and sister call them koalas. They say that this kind of animal is the most fun to play with. If they don't have enough food and temperature, they can train them and other people can hold them. If there are 10 of them, and 9 of them are held by people, but one of them is not, that koala will be very sad. Don't you think it's like a human? Bei made a gesture of holding a big cloth doll as he spoke to Old Man Wang. Pan rushed over and opened her arms to let Bei hold her. When Bei was done, she would find someone else to hold her. Such an action made Old Man Wang chuckle. While he was laughing, suddenly a shout came from the observation deck. Someone fell into the water. Where? Binoculars. When Bei heard that someone had fallen into the water, he quickly asked the people next to him for binoculars. The thing he didn't want to see the most was someone drowning because he was good at swimming. He took the binoculars and looked at the river. Bei showed a puzzled expression. He pulled Xiao Yuan and held the binoculars in front of him and asked, Xiao Yuan, have you seen a drowning person like this before? Xiao Yuan looked and was also very puzzled. He shook his head and said, No, that person's rise and fall is too regular. Could it be that he is practicing drowning? I haven't practiced it before, but I heard from my brother and sister that in the future, when the medical conditions are improved, there will be a special Navy. Is the Navy's drowning training program. Learning how to drown under what conditions. That way, the survival rate after being saved will be much higher than the people who are not familiar with it. But I'm afraid when I think about it. I don't have the courage to take the initiative to drown. Bei pulled the binoculars back to her eyes and nodded. She said, Yes, this person is too interesting. Look at the shape of his mouth when he is shouting. It's clearly the word help, but why does his hand move downwards when he is shouting for help? After shouting, he immediately pushes up. It's tiring to shout for help at the same time. When we have time, let's try going into the water and see how long we can last. This is physical work. He has a good physique. When Old Man Wang heard the people on the observation deck shout that someone had fallen into the water, he became nervous. After interacting with Xiao Bei and the others for a long time, he realized that he had already reached a level where he could ignore life, but Xiao Bei and the others had changed his mind. Especially when Xiao Bei saved the earless child. That kind of serious respect and protection of life made her feel deeply moved. Therefore, when he heard that someone had fallen into the water, he wondered if Bei was going to jump in to save him again. In the end, he saw Bei and Xiao Yuan's indifferent attitude. After listening to their conversation, he finally understood what they meant. Hence, he took a pair of binoculars and looked over. After watching for more than 10 seconds, Old Man Wang had to admit that Bei and Xiao Yuan's observation was very detailed. That person was really like what the two children said. His ups and downs were too regular. Furthermore, when he was shouting for help, his mouth was wide open. After such a long time, he still did not sink. Hence, he asked Bei and Xiao Yuan, What do you think he is doing? Is there need to ask? Waiting for me to save him. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm good at swimming, but what if he has a water-splitting thorn? It'll be very dangerous if I get too close to him. Let's stop the boat and see how long he can shout for. Bei was very smart at this moment and said disdainfully. Xiao Yuan also said, Why don't we get someone to throw a few stones over? Whoever is stronger can try and see if they can hit the target. It's fine if they're not accurate. Find a few more people and throw it a few more times. It's bound to hit him. When he's really drowning, we'll get someone to save him. Xiao Hai, who had been silent all this time, said at this time, send someone to save him. See what he says when he comes back. We will wait on the boat and be careful. Let the people who are going to save him search him while they are saving him. Oh, that's fine too. He can't have appeared on our way by accident. Didn't brother and sister already send us a message? They said that if we meet people who are deliberately trying to get close to us, we should think of a way to bring them along to Jiang District. I thought that people would only appear after we arrive in Hangzhou, but I didn't expect to meet them now. Brother and sister are so awesome. How did they know that someone would appear? This is so fun. Bebe was not angry. Instead, she seemed very excited. The person below was still trying to drown. At this time, someone on the boat began to lower the boat and then paddled it closer to the person. He did not jump into the water directly like before to save the person. Who knew if that person was preparing in the water with the idea of killing one person to break even and killing two to make a profit? Geezer Wang's eyes never moved away from the person who had fallen into the water. He wanted to see if he knew this person. If he knew him, it meant that the person had come for him or something related to his family. If he did not know him, it was not easy to guess. He hoped that the person had come for him. Otherwise, on the way to Hangzhou, there would be many dangerous things that targeted Bebe and the other children. Just like that, Old Man Wang watched as the two rescue boats rowed to the man's side. He watched the man's actions. Bebe and the others were also watching. When they saw that the person was pulled to the boat weakly and immediately kowtowed, Bebe shook her head again and said, "It's too fake. If he is really drowning, he shouldn't be kowtowing now. He should be vomiting or coughing hard. His eyes should be red, and his nose should also be flowing out." Xiao Yuan laughed and said, "In a while, we will pretend that he is drowning. Let's see what he wants to do." While the two of them were talking, the person had been helped up. He looked at the sky as if he had just survived a disaster. This appearance gained the approval of Bebe and the others. After a while, the two boats carrying the person were pulled up to the deck of the big boat. The person was also helped up to the top by others. When he saw Bebe, the person did something that made Bebe and the others puzzled. He actually raised his head and laughed. It was impossible to tell that he was drowning. Chapter 1046. Xiao Bei and the others were stunned by this person's laughter. They looked at each other and tried hard to recall the story that their brother and sister had told them. Finally, Xiao Bei thought of something and asked, "Did you say that you were very satisfied that we were able to save you?" "Yes." This person nodded and shook his head in a very natural and unrestrained manner. His hair that had become messy in the water earlier splashed water all over Xiao Bei and the others' faces. This was because he was a little far away. The two people next to him were even hit in the face by his wet hair. These two people glared at him but did not say anything. Others did not say anything, but he said, "Not bad. You are indeed good servants. Even if you encounter something that makes you uncomfortable, you can still endure silently. Good. Also, I am very satisfied with you children. After seeing me, you were able to remain calm. Furthermore, you were able to guess what I was thinking when I laughed out loud. As such, I did not wait for you for a few days in vain, nor did I waste the time soaking in the water for so long." As this person spoke, he reached out and moved his hair to the front. He grabbed it and stroked it from top to bottom. The water formed a small stream and splashed onto the deck. Xiao Bei pouted. If it were not for her status, she would have gotten someone to kick this person down. What was this? She had seen arrogant and shameless people, but she had never seen such a person. Xiao Bei sulked and did not speak. Old Man Wang was not willing. This was the precious child of the family. Although they were relatives, Xiao Bei's status was different. Even if they were just a little bit relatives, they had to treat her seriously. He coldly snorted and asked this person, "Who are you? Why did you lie to us to save you? Why don't you tell us the truth?" When this person heard the voice, he arrogantly turned his head to look at Old Man Wang. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he turned his head back. He said to Xiao Bei, "How can you have such an insensible servant in your house? What are you yelling for? If you talk to me like that again, I will get someone to kick you down. It is not up to you to say what my family does. I am asking you a question, so answer quickly. Do you think you're very smart? You know how to pretend to be drowning so that we can save you? Have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf?" There was a child who liked to lie to others. Then he cried wolf. This way, others would have to save him. Xiao Bei finally could not hold back. She stared at this person and told him the story of the boy who cried wolf. When she finished, Xiao Yuan continued, "You are the child who lied. Before you do anything, you never consider the feelings of others. I will give you one last chance. Speak." This person was stunned by Xiao Bei's story and Xiao Yuan's words. After a while, he regained his composure. His eyes turned, and he suddenly smiled again. He praised, "Not bad, you're right. I didn't waste my efforts. I finally found someone who can inherit my legacy. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Hu, and my name is Liang. My ancestral home is in the Shannon East Road. I lost all my family when I was young. I could only think of ways to survive. I suffered a lot, but I also learned many skills. I can go up the mountain to fight tigers, and I can also go down the sea to catch dragons. I'm a very big fish. Did you see me in the water just now? Do you think that I am very unusual? I am also familiar with all kinds of books, and I am proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I know the way of metaphysics and the power of the stars. Unfortunately, for many years, I have been trying to find someone who I can pass on my skills to. I have long heard that you are extraordinarily intelligent, so I want to meet you. Why don't you quickly become my disciple? What are you waiting for?" In the process of introducing himself as Hu Liang, he raised his head again, looking very capable. Xiao Bei sighed and did not say anything. He turned around and left. The others also walked toward the cabin. They were already speechless by this person. He was so good at bragging. If they did not have brothers and sisters, perhaps they would be a little curious when they saw such a person and then let him perform. However, in the stories of the brothers and sisters, it was said that there was no need to pay attention to such people. They were either mentally ill or big liars. There was no need to give them any chance to perform. It was not worth it to waste their time. "Don't go. Let me finish. If you don't believe me, you can test me. See if I have many skills. If there is anything wrong, you don't need to chase me away. I will jump off the boat myself." Hu Liang was anxious. As he spoke, he wanted to chase after Xiao Bei's group, but the people beside him grabbed his arm and could not break free. "Don't grab me. Let me tell you, if your master loses a chance to accept the talent because of you grabbing me, you will not be able to afford it." Hu Liang tried a few times, but in the end, he was not as strong as the protection team. After helplessly giving up, he angrily said to the people around him. The people standing in front of him and blocking the way laughed disdainfully and said, "Accept a talent? Do you think this is the spring and autumn period? Do you think others will value you just because you're crazy and act like you're capable? Let me tell you, our family lacks everything, but we don't lack people like you. The little things you know are nothing in our eyes. Hurry up and leave. Don't wait for us to get you off. Do you see the platform in front? Go there and jump down from the top. You won't fall on the deck below. Go, go." As the guard spoke, he followed the two people who were holding Hu Liang and pushed him towards the platform, letting Hu Liang struggle. Seeing that he was about to reach the platform, Hu Liang finally did not insist on his arrogant appearance. Instead, he cried and begged, Don't take me away. To be honest, I haven't eaten a full meal for 2 days. I don't have a single cent on me now. In the past few months, I've been looking for a job in countless places, but all of them look down on me like dogs. In the end, I often only get to eat 1 meal a day, and that's because people are kind enough to give it to me. From yesterday until now, I have only eaten half a steam bun, and there is hair on it. I don't know what I ate wrong, but my stomach hurts. In desperation, I came here to wait for your ship so that I can ask your doctor to take a look at me. Otherwise, I will die sob. In the end, this person was already choking with sobs, which annoyed the 3 guards. However, the 3 guards still sent Hu Liang towards the platform. At this moment, a servant girl came out of the cabin and shouted, Wait, my mistress said that she is very heavy now, so she wants to accumulate good karma for the child. Fine, no matter if he's really capable or just a liar. It is not easy. Let him stay on the ship for the time being. After speaking to the 3 guards, the servant girl said to Hu Liang, My mistress is kind. Remember, you can stay on the ship, but you're not allowed to wander around. If your stomach is not feeling well, you can ask the doctor to treat you and get medicine. You have to eat whatever is given to you during meals. You can't ask about things casually, and you can't talk too much when others are talking. Otherwise, you will be pushed down. Thank you, thank you. I don't dare. I will listen to your mistress's arrangements. I wonder if there is anything to fill my stomach now. I am really too hungry. Hu Yang thanked and promised. He grinned and asked the servant girl for something to eat. Wait, in a while, let someone accompany you to wash up, and then change your clothes. When the time comes, there will naturally be food sent to you. Also, didn't you say that you can read? Write down everything about yourself. It doesn't matter if you can't think of it now. Slowly recall, especially the things that happened in the past few months. If we find out that you are lying, then it won't be as simple as pushing you down. We will arrange a cabin for you, and you can only stay there. You are not allowed to come out without being called. Do you remember? The servant girl asked one by one and looked at Hu Liang, waiting for his answer. Yes, I remember all of them. I won't forget a single one. Thank you. I will definitely repay you well. Hu Liang nodded and promised again. The servant girl waved her hand, turned around, and walked away with light steps. The three guards looked at Hu Liang. The empty-handed one said slowly, "Since the mistress found you pitiful and let you stay on the ship for the time being, you can stay for a few days. Don't let us see you play tricks. Let's go. We will arrange it for you." The other two people still grabbed Hu Liang's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and walked toward the cabin. Xiaobei and the others did not stay idle. They immediately told their brother about this matter. The reason they let the person who called himself Hu Liang stay was because of the news from their brother and sister. Since he was already here, it was better to keep him by their side and observe him. No matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to play any tricks under their watch. When Zhang Xiaobao received the news, Wang Wan, and Li Longji were looking at the new thing. It was a lifting device that was driven by an electric motor. The previous device used pulleys, but it required manpower. Just last night, the technicians who traveled with the fleet had perfected the design and manufacturing of the electric lift through experiments. They were going to follow Lu Zhou to design the railway. It just so happened that they had nothing else to do during the journey. Apart from asking Wang Wan for advice when they encountered something they did not understand, most of the time, they were busy with their own design ideas, trying to turn their theories into reality. The principle of the lift was very simple. When it was energized, it would rotate, and it would drive the capstan to wind the steel wire. Then, there would be another button. This button was a gear that worked in the opposite direction and controlled the gear change. This thing itself wasn't too difficult. The difficult part was the precision of the meshing of gears. What he was making now was a simple elevator. In the future, it would be used on a steam engine ship to allow the ship to easily move forward and backward, and also control the speed. In this way, when the ships turned or when they were in formation, it would be of great help and increase the turning speed. Li Longji was looking at the new lift that lifted a small boat up and down. No matter how he thought about it, he felt it was a very simple thing. He was just about to ask Zhang Xiaobao why he spent so much effort to make this thing when he received news from Xiaobei. Quick, Xiaobei's news is here. Let me have a look. When Li Longji heard the news from the people in the inner court, he was even more enthusiastic than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As he spoke, he snatched the piece of information from Xiaobei. He glanced at it before he raised his hand and showed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a thumbs up. He said, "Amazing. You two really guessed it. What do you think is going on over there? Someone went to look for my mother?" Zhang Xiaobao played along and asked. "Yes, that's right. It's a crazy person. Tell me, who do you think this person is? What's his purpose?" Li Longji asked as he waved the piece of paper in his hand. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and gestured for Li Longji to take the piece of information. He said, "Xiaobei and the others are still 2 days away from Hangzhou. I originally thought that they would arrange for someone to wait in Hangzhou. I didn't expect that they would arrange for someone to wait there." Very good. After taking the piece of information and reading it, Zhang Xiaobao raised the corners of his mouth. He said to Wang Wan, who had also read the piece of information, "This person is not ordinary. He actually knows a bit about psychology. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong person. Wang Wan also smiled and said, "That's right." He used a series of actions to make others lower their guard against him and think of him as a clumsy opponent. In fact, he knew very well that if he stopped the boat and waited for help in the water, he would definitely be exposed. He used those very fake actions to judge Xiao Bei and the others' perception of him. From there, he guessed to what extent Xiao Bei and the others were guarding against him. When he got on the boat, he took the initiative to say that he was faking it. His purpose was to observe the reactions of Xiao Bei and the others in our inner courtyard, so that he could use the most appropriate identity to deal with them. In the end, he described himself as very pitiful in order to further test the extent to which Xiao Bei and the others understood his identity. This kind of trick was useful for others, but it was useless against our inner courtyard. No matter what he did, the inner courtyard would not lower their guard against him. If he wanted to pass the information to his accomplices, then there was only one way. When he came over, he had already told his accomplices that if he didn't come down from the boat, it meant that we were guarding against him. He would wait on the boat for an opportunity and tell his accomplices not to contact him again. Li Longji was listening to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talk on the side. He was very surprised. He didn't expect that such a simple matter would be so complicated by the two of them. Thus, he asked, if that's the case, what's the use of him staying on the boat? Won't he still be able to pass the information back if he's chased off? Doesn't he know how tight the defenses of the Zhang family and Wang family are? He can't possibly think that he has the ability to successfully make a move against Xiao Bei and your mother under layers of surveillance and protection, right? Gao Lishur, who had followed them to look at the lift, couldn't figure out what Hu Liang was thinking. If he put himself in a dangerous situation and didn't do anything, wouldn't he be a fool? Then, he said, when he gets on Xiao Bei's boat, he will definitely change into someone else's clothes and then take a bath. He won't be able to carry anything on him. Even if he wants to poison him, he won't be able to find an opportunity. Sigh, this kind of opponent isn't difficult to deal with. Wang Wan didn't say anything and signaled for Zhang Xiaobao to explain. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and explained, actually, there are other ways to carry things. For example, if you want to put something in your mouth, you can also use a kind of glue to make a bag. You can put poison in it and eat one end into your stomach, leaving a string on the other end, then tie it to your teeth. When you want to use it, you could just spit it out from your stomach. However, I'm sure that Hu Liang won't do such a thing. The inspection at my house won't miss this. We'll check his entire body from head to toe, inside and out, even the area behind his butt. Even if he has a scar on his body, we'll check it carefully to see if he cut his skin and stuffed something inside. When it's healed, he can use it at a critical moment. Then he should have a motive. Li Longji voiced out the doubt in his heart. He has a few motives. First, he wants to alert the enemy and put us in a tense situation at all times to see how we react. Second, he wants us to put more of our attention on the assassination of Xiao Bei and my mother, thus neglecting other aspects. Third, he wants them to adjust their strategy. Some plans should be changed. For example, when they were waiting for our ship to reach Hangzhou, they disguised themselves as dock workers, or even were dock workers themselves. We told them that they couldn't make a move and that our defense was too tight. Finally, he thinks that no matter what we do to him, no matter how we pretend to be on guard against him, and no matter how we change our habits, he can get useful information from it. These are all the reasons I can think of. He even thinks that he alone will restrain the energy of many of us. This is also a waste of manpower, haha. Zhang Xiaobao guessed and said a few motives, then smiled indifferently. Li Longji and Gao Lishur suddenly understood, and, at the same time, their expressions became solemn. They thought that if the opponent casually sent a person, and he was so powerful, then how powerful was the person hiding in the dark? They wondered what the result would be this time. The main thing was that Great Tang would lose a lot of things, including lives and money. Li Longji sighed and said, if it weren't for the news from there today, I would have thought that the Jiangnan West Road incident was more of a coincidence and that someone was really going to make a big move. However, through this Liang, Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo have guessed correctly. There's a power behind this. Don't you think that Great Tang will suffer a great loss? Wang Wan continued and comforted, Your Majesty, don't worry. There won't be a big problem. They don't want to harm ordinary people, just like us. They won't go to other countries just to poison people. It's meaningless. In that case, even if they choose a small river and throw a large amount of poison into a shallow well, or buy pigs and put the poison into the pork, these methods won't have much effect. Even if they opened a restaurant and poisoned the people who ate there, it would only be a small portion of the population. It was far too small compared to the people of the Great Tang. Their main goal is to disrupt Great Tang and make the people lose confidence in Great Tang. They want to pull me and Zhang Xiaobao down from the altar. They haven't made a big move yet, and they're still probing. That's why Xiaobao and I arranged that series of things to confuse them. So that's the case. Right, that's how it should be. Their goal is to get rid of the two of you. Right now, almost everyone knows how important the two of you are to Great Tang. If the two of you were to lose your standing in the eyes of the people, the impact on Great Tang would be unimaginable. That's why they schemed so hard to deal with the two of you. However, Xiaobei arrived at the right time. This emperor guesses that they haven't finished setting the trap yet. In order to deal with the manager of the Great Tang Bank, Xiaobei and the others wanted the manager to take them seriously, so they started a rumor. As Li Longji spoke, he began to think about many things. He realized that this matter was truly very interesting. Most likely, the people hiding in the shadows didn't want to act so early and hadn't finished setting the trap yet. However, Xiaobei and the others had released the rumor. If they didn't act now and waited for the rumor to pass, they wouldn't have enough strength to make a move. In the end, once they acted, not only did they fail to threaten or harm the status of the Great Tang Bank, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they even helped the two of them consolidate their positions. This could be said to be a miscalculation. What made the other side even more uncomfortable was that so many people had gone to save money and wanted to make a move against a country as large as a family. The most worrying thing was the lack of unity. Just like the wolf pack, their individual strength wasn't so strong that they were invincible, but wolves were more dangerous than tigers. They were even more dangerous than ordinary armies. An army would collapse before the main commander died. It was too difficult to make a wolf pack collapse before the leader died. Gao Lisher was the happiest about this. He chuckled and said, The eyes of the common people are bright. Yes, Xiaobei and the others often say this. They know who the Great Tang can't do without. Naturally, His Majesty is the most important. However, the common people also know that His Majesty isn't a big problem. What he is most worried about is the Great Tang Bank. Thus, when they were saving money, they said that the Great Tang Bank can't fall, and neither can the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. Because the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families have fallen, His Majesty will stand at the forefront. There will be no one in front of him to block all kinds of things. Xiaobao, you should think about it carefully. It's best if you make the other side suffer so much that they can't even take back their money. I've thought about it, but I need to know who the other side is first. Let's send a plan to Xiaobei and the others. Let them leak as many secrets as possible and let Hu Liang know. Zhang Xiaobao's expression was relaxed. It wasn't that he wasn't worried, but that he had long been used to facing all kinds of pressure and difficulties. If there really wasn't any difficulty, he wouldn't be able to display his abilities. Let him know. Li Longji was puzzled. Yes, let him know a bit more. He actually didn't come here to hurt anyone, because he knows that he can't hurt anyone. The only person he can hurt is himself. He will definitely be very obedient on the ship. He will be so obedient that he will do whatever others want him to do. He will be so obedient that he won't ask, say, look, or hesitate. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? If he knows a bit more, he will be anxious and want to spread the news, even if he has to sacrifice himself. But what we need to do is let him hear a lot of secrets, but not let him spread them, and even more so, not let him die. He has bad intentions, so how can I let him have an easy time? Zhang Xiaobao very naturally raised his hand and placed it on his face, flicking it over and over again. When Wang Wan, Li Longji, and Gao Lisher saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions, they all silently mourned for that person called Hu Liang. Xiaobao, It's been a long time since you've had such bad intentions, right? We remember that when you were scheming against the rich people of Great Tang, you didn't do such a thing either. We really miss it. Li Longji patted Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and said, "Oh, Ichi, I'm not bad. I'm a good person. I'm the kind of person who walks to hell on my own after death, and even the king of hell is too embarrassed to accept me. He says that I'm too kind, and I shouldn't go to hell." Zhang Xiaobao's hand changed from flicking to rubbing, and he rubbed his face a few times. "The king of hell is sending you to hell to ruin him. We can even imagine how the infernal judge's hand would tremble when he wrote your name. Tell me, what's the use of this elevator that your technicians came up with? I don't think it's a big deal." Li Longji patted Zhang Xiaobao's head again and pointed at the elevator. Wang Wan covered her mouth and snickered, helping to explain, "Your Majesty, the elevator isn't very useful. Even if there isn't an elevator at the docks right now, it won't take too much time to transport goods. However, the elevator isn't just about the engagement of the gears. It involves the strength of the steel of the gears, the compression resistance and regularity of the ball bearings, and the conversion between self-supporting and semi-self-supporting forces. In fact, the elevator was developed in preparation for the lathe. Right now, we have a lathe driven by an electric motor, but if the processed object is too sturdy, the lathe's effect will be reduced. We can't just use the lathe to experiment directly. It's a waste, and it's also very dangerous. Therefore, by collecting data on the elevator and then using it on the lathe, we include the problem of the strength and precision of the different force conversion devices that act on the processed object. It goes like this. Normal force conversion is done through gears. What does a gear do? It embodies the simplest principle of a lever, but normal levers only have a single pivot point, and it's a problem of receiving and supporting forces. However, if we use gears and shafts, we can use this method to create a two-axis interaction or even a three-axis or more axis cooperation. When this technology is completed, it won't be using the pivot of the lever itself as the center. Instead, during the linkage process, it will be using multiple angles to make the processed object be at the center. In this case, stop, don't talk to me anymore. I don't understand. Now I know that this seemingly useless elevator is actually very useful, right? Quickly go and send a message to Xiao Bei and the others. Li Longji was confused. He knew that Wang Wan had already given him a lot of face by not using too many terms and explaining it very simply. However, if he didn't come into contact with this kind of thing and didn't learn it, he wouldn't be able to understand it no matter how simple it was. He just had to change the topic. He took Gao Lisher and hid far away. He found a quiet place to think about what kind of power the person behind this was. As for the industrial side, it was not his business. Actually, after passing the elevator test, we can make the mold for the finished product. Cold forging is very useful sometimes, especially when making sharp objects. Sigh, it's a pity that people don't listen. Wang Wan wanted to tell more about this to others, but she couldn't do anything if they didn't listen. She could only turn around and look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile, "Honey, please tell me. I'm listening. I haven't learned systematically before, so I don't know much about this. After learning from you, there are too many things to learn. Tell me about it, and I'll see if it can be used in scams. It's very useful to fool people. What's there to say to you? I'm tired of being together with you every day. Tonight, you can sleep somewhere else. I'll have some peace and quiet by myself." After Wang Wan finished speaking, she left Zhang Xiaobao with a beautiful figure. Zhang Xiaobao scratched his head. Why did this happen? It seems that I have to control myself in the future. It won't do for a long time. All right, I'll rest for one night. I have to find a few people who are willing to listen to her lectures. If you don't let me sleep, don't think about sleeping in that room. We'll work for one night, and we can sleep together in the morning tomorrow. Yes, you have to keep your promise. Zhang Xiaobao was a man of his word. As expected, he didn't sleep for the whole night. Wang Wan also didn't sleep. There were always people coming over to ask about the physics lessons. She didn't know why everyone had questions today, and they were more concentrated than usual. Only the technicians knew the reason. Zhang Xiaobao went over and asked them about their skills one by one. When they answered, he continued to ask around the question in detail. In the end, their grasp of the theory was different. Therefore, The technicians said that they couldn't answer. Zhang Xiaobao pointed away for them. He said that Wang Wan asked him to come over to help the technicians learn more as soon as possible. He would be responsible for asking the questions and play a role in guiding them. Wang Wan would wait in the cabin for others to learn. In the end, the technicians went. They were very grateful to Wang Wan, who was so sleepy that she kept yawning but didn't dare to change her clothes and sleep. Hu Yang was in a similar situation as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He also realized that the situation in front of him was different from what he had imagined. At first, Hu Yang thought that when he got on the ship, he wouldn't make any unnecessary movements when the other party clearly doubted him. Then, when they arrived in Hangzhou, he would summarize what he saw, heard, and even the types and tastes of the dishes he ate. This would allow him to further understand the Zhang family and the Wang family. This afternoon, he had already struggled in the water. It was not easy to control his body to make large movements in the water while shouting for help. Then he got on the ship. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried. Even if he was prepared to be killed at any time, he didn't want to die quickly. Otherwise, he would be really stupid. After tossing around for a while, he was also checked inside and out. Even his teeth were not spared. What was even more infuriating was that whoever checked his lower body used too much strength. It still hurt even now. When he was finally done and started to eat, he realized that he was eating dinner, not the time between lunch and dinner when he said that he was hungry. The other party considerately came over and asked him what he wanted to eat. He even held a book. Oh, it was a menu. There were thousands of dishes in it and asked him to choose. Just looking at the menu was enough to make him dazzled. He finally chose a few dishes. When the dishes were served, he realized that the amount was too large. The other party said that he must eat all the dishes he ordered. Otherwise, it would be a waste and a heinous act. Then he could only eat. After eating, he realized that he was so full that he didn't even dare to move. Speaking of which, the doctor was really amazing. He could guess that she was stuffed, so he got someone to send over some medicine to help with digestion. Once she took it, it really did help with digestion. Originally, she was stuffed, but now she had diarrhea. After struggling for a while, it was already 4 a.m. He finally wanted to sleep for a while, but what kind of cabin was this? Could they not make the wooden boards between the cabins so thin? In the end, he heard voices. Now there were still voices. It was endless. Hu Yang lay on the shop and thought. At the same time, his ears couldn't help but listen to the movements of the 3 maidservants in the cabin next to him. Ask me another question. I love it when people ask me questions, okay? A maidservant's voice sounded. Hu Yang knew that the person who spoke was called Yer. When he first heard her speak, he felt that she was not bad. Her voice was sweet, but it was so sweet for 3 hours. Who could stand it? There was another one, called Z. Together with Yer, who gave people problems. There were a total of 3 people. The 3 maidservants on night duty had just been switched over 4 hours ago. There was still 1.5 more hours before they had to switch over sleep. This was what they said. It meant that the maidservants of the Zhang family and Wang family would change shifts for 6 hours. It was very short. The maidservants of other families usually didn't receive such treatment. Occasionally, they would take a break. If the master found out, it would be a big deal. The treatment was good. No wonder they were all loyal. He noted this down, even if it was fake. All right. Yer, you're always like this. I don't have many questions. Next time, if you want me to ask alone, I won't be on night duty with you. Tell me, there's a kind of leisure exercise. When the upper part is happy, the lower part is in pain. When the upper part exerts strength, the lower part is bleeding. What kind of exercise is this? When Hu Yang heard Er's words, he wanted to curse. You're a girl, yet you're shamelessly asking such a question. Let me think. Don't tell me first. What kind of exercise is it? When the upper part is happy, the lower part is in pain. I can't think of anything. Just tell me. Yer's voice sounded. At this moment, Zer spoke. You're so stupid. It's fishing, right? Only people with impure thoughts would think of something else. Your face is red, yet you're still pretending that you don't know. Oh my God, my thoughts are impure. What kind of question is this? You're cheating me. Hu Yang smacked his head and mumbled. In the end, his voice was accidentally heard by the person next door. Yi Er's unique sweet voice immediately sounded. Look at you. Your thoughts aren't pure either. Eavesdropping on us. You're a man, yet you're thinking about dirty things all day. Tui, close your ears. Hu Yang opened his mouth and wanted to explain that the wooden plank was too thin. He thought about it and decided not to. With the help of his hand, he successfully closed his ears. As soon as he blocked his ears, he reacted. How could he listen if he blocked his ears? Like a thief, he quietly let go of his ears and perked them up again. This doesn't count. Who asked you to think of something else? Another one. Good you say another one. Yi Er's voice sounded again. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's talk about something else. Tell me, did we really come here with Xiao Bei and the others to catch someone? I think we're going to Hangzhou to meet our relatives. Yi changed the topic and talked about something else. In my opinion, it's definitely not. Do you know? Xiao Bei and the others want to go to Jiangzhou. There's going to be a railway passing by there. Xiao Bei and the young masters are going to open a shop. The officials in Jiangzhou are really bad. I heard from Madame that there's going to be trouble in Jiangzhou. It was young Master Xiao Bao and young Lady Cuckoo who told Madame that many people will die this time. You definitely don't know what the bad guys want to do in Jiangzhou. No, John and West Road, right? It's scary to say it. They've set up a big trap there that involves all kinds of things. Fortunately, young Master Xiao Bao and young Lady Cuckoo have already come up with a plan to deal with it. When Hu Yang heard this, he shivered. He pressed his ears against the wooden plank and narrowed his eyes at the same time so that he could hear more clearly. I really don't know. What is it? Tell us. We promise not to tell anyone else. His sweet voice sounded. Actually, it doesn't matter if others hear it. Before dinner, young Master Xiao Bao sent a message saying that he wants Hu Liang, who is new to the ship, to listen to our secret and find an opportunity to let him go. He wants him to spread the news so that young Master can beat us at our own game. Not to mention anything else, young Lady Cuckoo's army has already made a move. Even the Emperor is not idle. Our Tang Empire is going to make a big move and catch all the bad guys in one fell swoop. Yi continued. Hu Yang felt very depressed when he heard this. He really couldn't tell if Yi was telling the truth. If it was true, it meant that the other party had 3 maids. They were probably telling him. What was their purpose? But it was fake. His people were indeed going to make a big move. He just didn't know where Wang Wan's army was sent. What kind of big move was the Emperor of Tang Empire referring to? At this moment, Zia asked, if we tell Hu Yang directly, will he believe us? Why don't we speak louder? He's next door. I believe he can hear us. We've completed the mission, right? Guess, did he cover his ears? Impossible. It was the sweet voice again. I know what kind of person he is the most. He eavesdrops on a girl's conversation. He's so flirtatious. He pretends to be honest on the surface, but he's so flirtatious in his heart. If you don't believe me, why don't we ask him? Hu Liang, did you hear that? If you didn't, snort. If you did, knock on the wooden board. Hu Liang gritted his teeth and persisted. He told himself that no matter what the other party said, he couldn't admit that he was eavesdropping. Even if a girl spoke without thinking carefully, he had to bear with it. He happened to hear the other party's question and snorted. Ha! A crisp sound rang out. Hu Liang had slapped himself. Look, he heard it. He's snorting. Her voice was still as sweet as honey. Sigh. Hu Liang sighed. He covered his mouth with his left hand and pressed his right hand on his left hand. He looked like he wouldn't make a sound, even if his nose was blocked, and he suffocated to death. I think he's regretting it now. He's a very smart person, but he still did stupid things. Hu Liang, don't worry, we won't laugh at you. Continue listening. We really won't laugh at you. Why don't I sing you a song? It's the kind of love song that Ah Lang sang for Ah Mei. Just listening to her voice made one look forward to how sweet the song would be. Chapter 10:47. Hu Liang did not know how he got through the night. The voices in the cabin next door did not stop from evening to dawn. He collected a lot of bits and pieces of information, but he did not know which was true and which was false. The person next door deliberately told him the news. When the person next door asked him a question and he did not answer, the person next door would knock on the cabin board so that he would not fall asleep. There were 2 times when he was really too sleepy and was about to fall asleep, but he was woken up like this. Young master Hu, you're awake? Come with me to wash up. Breakfast is about to begin. Hu Liang walked out with sleepy eyes. Before he could get used to the dazzling morning sun, a person appeared beside him and greeted him with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. Hu Liang politely cupped his hands and followed the person to the bathroom. The bathroom in the morning was different from the bathroom where Hu Liang bathed yesterday afternoon. There were 2 large pools for bathing, and there was something that sprayed water from the top. The inside of the pools and the floor were covered with baked tiles. Ordinary people did not even dare to think about using them, and this was only a place prepared for the people of the inner courtyard. The bathroom was 3 large pools that were half the height of a person. They were also covered with tiles. At this time, there were already many people coming to wash up. They were all men. The women were probably more troublesome. There was a row of mirrors in front of the pools. Some of the men were facing the mirrors and tying up their hair. Some were tied up with ribbons, some were tied up, and some were pinned up with hairpins. Young Master Hu, here are your toiletries. The person who led Hu Liang here opened the cabinet in the bathroom and took out a thin porcelain box. He turned around and handed it to Hu Liang. Hu Liang gently opened the box. There were a few things inside, most of which he recognized. There was a toothbrush with a brown handle, a tube of aluminum toothpaste, a towel made of pure flour, a tea-scented soap, a tube of something similar to toothpaste and tea for washing his face, a razor, and a comb. There was only a very small and long scissors. He did not know what to do. He looked around and found that someone was using the scissors to cut his nose hair. He could not help but chuckle and muttered, "Just pull it out. Why bother to cut it? Men are not like men." That person didn't say anything immediately. When Hu Liang started washing his face and the other party finished cutting his nose hair, he turned his head and said to Hu Liang with an unfriendly expression, "After you're done washing up, we'll go out and fight." "What for?" After wiping his face, Hu Liang asked in surprise. "I'll let you see who's not a man. I'll fight you with one hand. If I can't beat you down within 3 moves, I'll voluntarily quit the Seedling Protection Team. I'll take off the Seedling Protection Team's logo and throw it into the river." The man pointed at the rice seedling logo on his chest. Hu Liang estimated the fighting strength of both sides. While squeezing toothpaste into the toothbrush, he said, "Why bother? Actually, pulling is really more convenient than cutting. I've always used the pulling method. Ignorant. It will grow and become thicker after it is plucked out. At that time, it can only be used to block stones and not dust. I don't think you dare to fight one-on-one." The members of the Seedling Protection Team left after they finished speaking. Hu Liang began to brush his teeth vigorously as he stared at himself in the mirror. His gaze was unfriendly. After brushing his teeth and preparing to shave, he carefully observed his surroundings and continued to mutter, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? You're just brave and ruthless. I'm a think tank." After shaving twice, he stopped to look at the razor and muttered, "Good stuff. The inner courtyard's special provision is really extraordinary. Let's shave. I didn't shave before and let it grow on its own." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said that only rich people can grow beards. Ordinary people grow beards that delay work and grow parasites. So troublesome. After Hu Liang finished cleaning up, the person who led the way just now called him again. "Young Master Hu, follow me. What do you want to eat? Do you still have the smoked chicken from yesterday?" Although Hu Liang was full last night, he still planned to eat. Last night, not counting other things, he ate 2 smoked chickens alone. Fortunately, they were semi-big chickens that were specially raised for a short period of time for the sake of tenderness. Meat chickens and egg-laying chickens had not been fully cultivated and needed many generations of cultivation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already working hard to do this. The person who led the way glanced at Hu Liang. Wei Wei shook her head and replied, "There's no whole chicken. There are cold plates made of bits and pieces. If you want to eat meat, there's cold shredded chicken made of chicken breast meat. Once you've decided, you can't change it. It's shameful to waste basic food. It doesn't matter whether you spend money or whose money you spend." Hu Liang understood the hidden meaning in the other party's words. He estimated that there was something better. If he chose chicken meat, he would miss out on good things. He said, I know. Zhang Xiaobao said that only poor people would order a table of cheap dishes. They would buy steamed buns that cost 100 strings of coins and throw them away because they couldn't afford a dish that cost 1,000 strings of coins. Wait, let me see first. I'm not busy. When they arrived at the restaurant, Hu Liang was proud of his wisdom. He opened the breakfast menu. There were 30 kinds on one page, and a total of 12 pages were listed. While he was dazzled, Hu Liang found it difficult to choose. He wanted to eat everything he saw. He scratched his head and asked the person who led the way, "What do you want to eat?" "A bowl of bean porridge, 3 pies with pork fillings and 3 cucumber and egg fillings, half a plate of radish pickles, and half a plate of garlic and cucumber." "That's all," the person who led the way answered. Hu Liang thought about the taste and shook his head. He asked again, "What did Xiaobei eat this morning?" "I don't know. Let me ask." The person who led the way turned and left. After a while, he returned. Xiaobei chose a bowl of milk, 2 sauce steamed eggs with salted mushrooms, 2 tails of sugar-free cake, and a fruit platter. "That's all. Why didn't she eat fried eggs?" "You can tell from the name that it's too troublesome to make." Hu Liang added, "She doesn't like to eat it." The person who led the way answered quickly, "What about Xiao Yuan?" Hu Liang did not plan to eat the same thing as Xiaobei. She added a sauce steamed egg with salted mushrooms. The person who led the way answered quickly, Yes. Xiao Yuan is a boy and has a bigger appetite than a girl." "Where's Xiao Qiang?" Hu Liang was speechless. 2 bowls of soy milk, half a kilogram of youtiao, half a plate of spicy cabbage, half a plate of salted garlic, and a plate of dried tofu with onion oil. "Why do you want 2 bowls of soy milk?" "Because she likes to drink it." "All right. Give me 2 bowls of soy milk, 2 trays of soup dumplings, a large plate of soy sauce smoked chicken wings, 6 spicy duck heads, and a plate of pig's ears. If I can't finish them, can I take them back to the cabin?" "That's fine, but we can go to the kitchen whenever we want to eat, as long as it doesn't affect our work. If you want to eat buns, I suggest you order tofu pudding instead of soy milk. I like to eat this way. I don't need the duck heads and chicken wings first. I'll go to the kitchen to choose when I'm hungry." After spending a lot of energy on breakfast, Hu Liang finally chose what he wanted to eat. He looked around and chose a table near the window of the cabin of the restaurant and sat down. While waiting for the food to be delivered, Hu Liang continued to observe. The restaurant wasn't small. There were 30 square and round tables inside. If it weren't for the few wooden pillars holding them up, the canopy would probably have fallen down. The words "Restaurant Number 1" were written at the entrance. Thinking about it, there should be restaurants number 2, number 3, and so on. Maybe it was a big restaurant and a small restaurant, and Xiaobei and the others wanted to sit alone. While Hu Liang was thinking, the breakfast he ordered was brought over by the servant who was in charge of leading the way. The servant sat across from him. Just as he was about to speak, everyone in the restaurant stood up at the same time and said in unison, "Hello, madam." Hu Liang also stood up. He was shocked. "Hello, everyone. Please take a seat." When they heard a woman's voice, they all sat back down with a hua sound. Only then did Hu Liang see the person who came out of the door through the gaps between the people who were walking to and fro to get food. With just one look, he was stunned. The person who came in was Zhang Wang clan, Madame Wang, Xiaobei, and the other 11 children. They were puzzled and asked the servant opposite them, "Is the master eating together? Why are you here if you're not eating together?" The servant asked, "What I mean is that the master needs to have the identity of the master. If you're always with the people below you, it's easy to lose your dignity. Only by keeping a distance can the people below you respect you. Understand?" Hu Liang explained. "Madam has already kept a distance. She usually doesn't joke with us. Only Xiaobei likes to joke with us. But how can we dare to think that she's easy to bully? Do you understand?" The servant replied, "That's too casual." Hu Liang insisted on his opinion. "If you keep talking about it, I'll chase you off the boat." "No, I'll lock you in a small dark room. It's safer to eat together. If there's any danger, the people around you will be your cover." The servant was obviously angry. Hu Liang raised a hand and signaled for the other party to stop talking about this topic. He lowered his head and began to eat. As he ate, he realized that other than the sound of eating, the restaurant was very quiet. So he raised his head again to look. He whispered to the servant in front of him, "To be honest, if you guys go to a big family, the treatment you get is much better than the Zhang clan and Wang clan. For example, if you get 10 strings of cash a month in the Zhang clan and Wang clan, you can ask for 10 strings of cash a month. If you go to a big family, you can ask for 10 strings of cash, which is 100 strings of cash, and people will fight to get you. Really? The servant asked in a low voice. Of course. Hu Yang nodded. Can you introduce me to a big family? The servant asked again. Hu Yang shook his head in disappointment. I'm just kidding. I thought you would scold and refute me. Who doesn't know the benefits of being in the Zhang clan and Wang clan? The monthly salary is only a small part of it. The real benefits are the stability of the family and the other benefits. For example, if it's a meal other than you, who else would let you choose from hundreds of different kinds of food? You see, if I want to join the inner courtyard of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, is it difficult? Not difficult, not difficult at all. Hu Yang was very happy to hear the reply, but he was surprised because the voice came from behind him, and it was a child's voice. Hu Yang turned his head and saw Xiao Bei standing there with a piece of watermelon in her hand. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, asking, Why don't you walk? Because I'm wearing soft-soled shoes. I like to run around, and hard-soled shoes aren't good for my feet. Back to what I said just now. Tell me your family's name and address, and I'll find them. You can directly join the inner yard, okay? Xiao Bei raised one of her feet to show the soles of her shoes. Her eyes were smiling like crescent moons as she asked. This is not necessary. I'll apply to join after I learn more skills. When I get to Hangzhou, I'll be separated from you. I really don't want to leave. How could Hu Yang tell her his family? He pretended to be very regretful, but he refused. Xiao Bei smiled indifferently. I don't want to leave you either, so you have to go to Jiang district with me. You can't stay in Hangzhou. Actually, we already know where your family is. Your father's surname is not Hu. Don't underestimate our family's intelligence system. Maybe you can reunite with them in a few days. Thank you. You saw. Hu Yang's eyes suddenly widened. Then, he sighed in frustration and stopped talking. Instead, he stared at Xiao Bei. I'm going back to eat. In the future, remember to always tell yourself that as a spy or a spy, you either keep silent or nod and show agreement no matter what others say. That's the only way to qualify. Sigh. I'm due to Chiobai. Eat slowly. You can eat whatever you want while you're in Jiang District. There are also various games for you to play. Don't feel burdened. Cherish the peaceful time. Xiao Bei said something to Hu Liang and then silently floated away. Hu Liang fell silent again and lowered his head to eat. He didn't need to ask at all. Just based on his reaction just now, the other party knew a lot of things. The first was that he still had other people. The second was that he cared about his family. The third was that his surname was fake. From the other party's words, he could also understand what the other party meant. He couldn't spread the news. The other party had made it very clear that he knew that he didn't have good intentions. At the same time, he didn't care about what he could do. He might even make use of him. After he finished eating, the inner courtyard opposite him put down his chopsticks at the same time and said, Young Master Hu, come here. You can play games now. There are classic Monopoly games and sandbox games for commanding. If you don't want to play, you can play billiards, mahjong, poker, and so on. Hu Yang nodded and walked out of the restaurant with the inner courtyard. He turned his head and asked, Will I die? The inner courtyard shook his head. I don't know. I only know that you won't die now. Wait until Jiang District. Didn't you already think about dying on the ship when you came? Hu Yang nodded and then suddenly shook his head. When I came here, I thought that I would have a chance to go back alive. The success rate was very high. Who would have thought that you guys are different from what I thought? It's okay. Maybe Xiao Bei and the others will be happy and let you go. You're just a pawn. It doesn't matter whether we kill you or not. It won't affect us. The inner courtyard comforted Hu Liang again. The two of them walked and talked in low voices. If people who didn't know the details saw them, they would think that the two of them were not enemies, but close friends. Old man Wang finished his meal in advance. He was old and slept less, but he slept more often. He liked to go to bed early and then get up early. After eating, he would find a place to stroll around and talk to people of similar status. When he was in Hangzhou, he usually chatted with the local provincial governor and the people of the various departments. After all, the identity of his master was not ordinary. Although the emperor had somewhat alienated him and sent his master out of the capital, the position of provincial governor was still there. In addition to such an official, he could only find the local big families. Usually, he would do business with them, so there were not many people he could talk to. He was not like Xiao Bei, who could chat with people regardless of their status. Xiao Bei had a good brother and sister. He didn't need to care about what promises he made with others and couldn't fulfill them. It was the same today. He wanted to find the technicians on the ship or those who specialized in learning to chat. When he turned his head, he saw Hu Liang with the people of the inner courtyard. They were talking and laughing as they walked toward the entertainment room. He was stunned for a moment. He raised his hand to call a maid and asked, "How are you going to deal with Hu Liang? I think he looks good today. Did you reach an agreement with him?" The maid didn't have much defense against Old Man Wang. She replied, "He didn't sleep well last night. He forced himself to stay awake. He will probably fall asleep when he plays the game later. We can't have any agreement with him. We don't kill him now because he is still useful. When he's no longer useful, we'll have to see what young Master Xiao Bao and young Lady Cuckoo want to do. I reckon that the two of them won't kill Hu Liang. Instead, they'll give him a new identity and train him so that he can continue doing what he's doing now." Old Man Wang thought for a while and understood. If Hu Liang was kept alive, others would feel uncertain. Especially when they saw that Hu Liang was treated well on the ship, they would think that he had betrayed the organization in exchange for benefits. And Hu Liang couldn't commit suicide himself. He must find a chance to spread the news. This was the time for the two sides to compete with wisdom and courage to see who would be better. I will also go to the entertainment room to have a look. Unfortunately, I can't play gay ball. When I was in Hangzhou, I had nothing to do, so I played gay ball. But I can only play it once every 10 days. Everyone else is busy. Old Man Wang walked in the direction of the entertainment room as he spoke. The maid thought for a while and said, "Steward Wang, you shouldn't go to the entertainment room now. You should go to the infirmary. Yesterday, when young Master Xiao Bao sent the news, he said that you should go to the infirmary to have a look. Then you could be nursed back to health. You can't eat 3 meals a day now. You have to eat at least 4 meals a day. You must have snacks a few times in between. You have to eat less every meal and eat more every day. You have to follow special procedures to maintain your health. I'm already so old, and I have seen Xiao Bei and the others. Even if I die tomorrow, I will be satisfied. Xiao Bei is so smart. I don't know how to teach him. Xiao Hai is also good. He has the style of a master in the family, especially since he usually doesn't talk. I think he will be better than Xiao Bao in the future." Old Man Wang still walked in the direction of the entertainment room. He looked stubborn. The maid didn't stop him, but followed him. She said as she walked, "Yes, if I had a younger brother and sister like him, I would have no regrets if I died tomorrow. But if I could live, wouldn't it be better? The longer I live, the longer I can take care of them. If they cause trouble outside, I can also help. Our family designed a life with rules. It's not a rigid rule, but a very flexible one. Ordinary people can enjoy it. In the imperial court, people below the 5th rank and under the age of 60 are definitely not given a hand." Old Man Wang stopped walking at this time. He stood there and thought for a while. Then he asked, "Where is the infirmary? Xiao Bao. Cuckoo, where is she? This emperor has a good idea to tell you. Where is she?" While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to the observation deck to enjoy the scenery, Li Longji ran into their room and walked around. After coming out, he stood below the observation deck and shouted, "Let's go down. I don't know what he's thinking of again. Can't he see that the two of us are enjoying some alone time here?" When Zhang Xiaobao heard the voice, he looked down and saw Li Longji looking up. Opposite him, Wang Wan said with a smile, "I guess it's about the people's livelihood. He's recently become addicted to this kind of thing. He always wants to achieve communism one step at a time, communism under the control of imperial power," Wang Wan said as she climbed down. As soon as the two of them came down, Li Longji began to complain. "Look at the two of you. Why didn't you tell me that you were going up there? You made it difficult for me to find you. If you want to go somewhere in the future, you should tell your Majesty first. Or you should send someone to wait for your Majesty at the entrance so that your Majesty doesn't have to ask twice." Zhang Xiaobao didn't believe that Li Longji would spend a long time searching. Basically, he would know where he and Cuckoo were the moment he asked the second person. Sure, it's not that troublesome. Xiaobao, what did I think of? Li Longji seemed very excited, as if he had a good idea waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to ask. Zhang Xiaobao played along and asked, Your Majesty, what good idea did you think of this time? Quick, tell this subject. Next time, you have to be more professional when you pretend. Just by looking at your expression, I can tell that you don't mean what you say. However, this time, this emperor really did think of a good idea. It's an idea that can help the people in need when the rich people in the village are too busy. Li Longji didn't lose interest because of Zhang Xiaobao's perfunctory words. He waved his arm and looked like he was giving advice. Zhang Xiaobao didn't respond to Li Longji's words. Instead, he looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded and said, Your Majesty, did you think of this idea? If a village needs help, for example, if there's a family that doesn't have enough manpower other than the old and young, you can ask the other villagers to help. When the time comes, you will give them a certain amount of benefits, such as reputation or worthless awards. Isn't it similar to how merchants sponsor schools? Wang Wan's words shocked Li Longji. He asked in confusion, Cuckoo, how did you know? Didn't you and Xiao Bao always say that when building a material civilization, we can't forget about building a spiritual civilization? Otherwise, once there's a deviation, it'll be very difficult to change it back. It'll take years, decades, or even decades to hundreds of years before the people can regain their confidence. This emperor thought that when it comes to the spiritual side, which is also the moral side, we naturally have to start from the most basic social structure. A village is just right. What do you all think? After saying that, Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao, afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would say something against his idea. This was how interesting the world was. The more one was afraid of something, the more likely it would happen. If it was someone else, they might say something against their will to please Li Longji. However, Zhang Xiaobao definitely didn't care about Li Longji's feelings, especially when it came to the people's livelihood. After hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Xiaobao didn't consider Li Longji's feelings at all. He directly said, Actually, after this year, I'm thinking of taking over the matter of merchants sponsoring schools so that the merchants don't have to continue investing. The funds required for the schools will all be taken care of by Your Majesty's money in the bank. Honestly speaking, the amount of money invested in the children isn't too much, and our Great Tang can still bear it. Great Tang needs the people to have a conscience and guide them to a better direction, but it doesn't mean that we should push the responsibility to the people. The people have already paid the taxes, so why should we make them pay more? That only shows that the people in charge are incompetent. Zhang Xiaobao's blunt words made Li Longji feel very uncomfortable. If it was anyone else, he would have already chased them away or flung his sleeves and left. But facing Zhang Xiaobao, he couldn't do so. He knew that getting angry at Xiaobao and Cuckoo was useless. The losses outweighed the gains, and it would only make him seem petty. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, the two of you are the people we trust the most. Since these words came from Xiaobao's mouth, I believe that you should have a good idea. Share it with us. Li Longji cleverly pushed the question to Zhang Xiaobao. But who would have thought that Zhang Xiaobao would look at Wang Wan once more? Wang Wan could only continue the conversation. In truth, it's very simple. If Your Majesty wants the people to do something, don't give them any rewards. Let them feel that when they do something good, they aren't doing it for the sake of other people's appreciation. The rewards don't need to be material, and even the spiritual rewards from the court are dispensable. When they do something, they think more about their own conscience. If they want to do something, they will do it. Just like me and Xiao Bao, we don't need Your Majesty's praise, and we don't care if Your Majesty is angry or not. We just want to speak frankly. Because our hearts are open, we do things that are worthy of our conscience. If we want to do something, we will do it. It's just like how Xiao Bei gave lollipops to Big Man and Little Man. Li Longji nodded, indicating for Wang Wan to continue. In his heart, however, he thought angrily, You don't care because you treat the Great Tang as your own. In your eyes, I, the Emperor, am just a symbol that helps you maintain your status. When he thought of this, Li Longji didn't need Wang Wan to explain. He immediately understood and said, "We understand. What we want to do isn't to reward, but to let the people of the Great Tang treat the Great Tang as their own. Then, we won't care about anything." Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with Li Longji's ability to think things through so quickly. Seeing that Li Longji couldn't think of a solution at the moment, he said to him, "What your majesty needs to do now is to set up donation boxes in various places and then set up different funds. Anyone who wants to help others can take the initiative to put the amount of money they think they can afford into the boxes. This way, it won't be a reward or a forced action. The donation boxes don't need any locks, and they have to be made of glass. Everyone can see the money in the boxes and can take it out at any time." When faced with this kind of temptation, the people of the Great Tang would rather find work to earn a living. They would rather eat simple food than secretly take money. When that day comes, the Great Tang will be invincible in the world. When the test of human nature is over, that will be the happiest moment of the soul. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he thought of the abnormal days he and Cuckoo had 100 years ago. Although many people criticized them in that era, they had indeed done these two things. Even if a father secretly put a grain of sand in the useless books and papers sold so that his child could go to school, his child would still report it. At that time, the lives of the people weren't rich, and in some places, a person only had 3 grams of oil a month. However, it was precisely in that deformed era that people would help each other. It was also under the support of that kind of spirit that they fought one classic battle after another, using the worst weapons to fight against the most advanced weapons. When the horn of charge didn't stop, the horn of charge wouldn't stop. Unfortunately, a deformity was a deformity, and the development of society was too slow. When it developed faster, that spirit was gone. That was an era that made people feel helpless, but also an era that made people reluctant to part with. As he thought of this, Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan could be said to have a tacit understanding of this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to clamor about using cold weapons to fight against the other party's hot weapons. It was because there was a word called spirit, and there was a kind of attitude that was fearless. Those days were truly worth reminiscing about. The world was vast, and how many heroes had led the city to set up camp. But at that time, who dared to call themselves the world's #1 army in the face of a charging army blowing trumpets? Wang Wan smiled, a smile of pride unique to soldiers. Following Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, "This matter can be said to be difficult, but it can also be said to be simple. I can guarantee that wherever I and Xiaobao have family members who have been officials, the people there will very consciously abide by this rule that isn't a rule. If there is good from above, then the people below will follow." Xiaobao and I have already set an example. That is, when facing the lives of the people, when there are people who doubt us as officials, we can have a clear conscience. When facing the development of business, we can be firm and unyielding. If your majesty wants to do this, then you should also set an example. Invest the first copper coin. Make the first declaration. I believe that at the very least, those people who have been depositing money in the Tang Bank 2 days ago will follow suit and take the initiative to supervise. Li Longji listened and thought. For a moment, he seemed to enter a dreamlike world. Faintly, he said, "Is it like that ha-ha-ha mirror flower fate that you told Xiao Bei and the others about?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "In this world, there is no such thing as a gentleman. There are only trade-offs. If you invest in one aspect, you will inevitably be rewarded in another aspect. Take me and Cuckoo, for example. In truth, everything we invest in is not in the pursuit of material goods. Although we make a lot of money, the purpose of making money is so that we can support the things we pursue. We don't have high requirements for material goods, at least according to the amount of money we earn. We only do it for the pure land in our hearts. The meaning of our lives lies in this. Thus, we will not allow others to sully this land. Otherwise, we will use blood to wash it away." Li Longji nodded. He had to admit that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were true to their words. Anyone who dared to touch their bottom line was truly tired of living. Their hands were stained with blood, but in the eyes of the people of the great Tang, they were clean and pure. Those whose hearts were for the people were revered by the people. After thinking about the two's words, Li Longji nodded. We understand. We will think of a way to satisfy the needs of the people in terms of survival. Then, we will make the people feel that survival is not the only thing. There are still many things that they need to do. Their purpose in life is definitely not to eat and wear. Then what should we do now? Immediately, have people place glass boxes in the various villages, and then explain the use of these boxes? That won't do. If we really do that, the people will be worried that their money will be stolen. The current situation is actually not bad. At the very least, the trust of the imperial court is still there. The people are willing to trust the imperial court, and they are even more willing to trust us. The first thing we need to do is to strengthen this trust. At the same time, we need to strike at those with unstable minds. When everything has become a habit of life, why would we need to use glass boxes to store donations? Zhang Xiaobao was very glad that the imperial court was still able to control the people, and the people were also willing to trust the imperial court. If a certain fund or association was established, the people would be able to release Qian Yuan without worry. They wouldn't have to worry about people being greedy. This was because they knew that the imperial court would constantly send out inspectors to supervise and control each other. They knew that telegrams could be sent directly to the capital. If they found that some officials were unqualified and took away their donated money, the imperial court wouldn't just ignore them if they sent a telegram. This was especially so for himself, Cuckoo, and Xiao Bei. The imperial court had zero tolerance for corrupt officials. It could even be said that if an official was caught by Xiao Bei and the others, even if they didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. This was an era where even the aristocratic families had to consider ethics and morality when doing things. This was because Li Longji, the emperor, didn't say that regardless of whether the underworld was right or wrong, as long as they could get money, they would be good people. Li Longji didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan giggling at each other, he asked gloomily, in other words, we can't realize our idea right now, right? There's no place to put the boxes to receive donations, and we can't monitor them. Is that right? There's a place. There's definitely a place. I thought a good place. Xiao Bei and the others set up a chain of 4,000 candy houses. Why don't we put them there? When someone goes to spend money, they can put the change into the donation boxes. I believe that no one will dare to touch the unlocked boxes, and no one will suspect that Xiao Bei and the others didn't use the money on related matters. If your majesty feels that the number is not enough, we can also put donation boxes in all of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's shops. When the people are relieved and get used to it, we can find the top 100 merchants on the list of top billionaires and ask them to put the boxes in their shops. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to think too much about it, and immediately said where the donation boxes should be placed. When Li Longji heard this, he nodded repeatedly. Yes, there's a place. So Xiao Bei and the others' candy houses can be used like this. Doesn't that mean that in the future, we can use them anywhere that is similar? Li Longji was happy. He believed that once this matter started, it would definitely achieve good results. When the time came, he would let 100 capable merchants take charge of this matter. Those merchants would definitely not take the risk for a small amount of money. It was not an exaggeration to say that merchants who could enter the list of top billionaires were making a lot of money every day. After the donations were distributed, no matter how much money their shops could receive, it would not be enough for them to take the risk of being greedy. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and then said, not only do we have to do this in the Tang Empire, we also have to help people from other countries. When the time is right, we will use righteousness to pressure other countries. Even if their country's productivity is not good and their national treasury's income is not enough, we will use this banner to promote them. If they donate to us, we will use it. A portion will be directly used to improve their people's lives, and the other portion will be used to support their political opponents. If they think that they are smart and set up such a donation box, we will secretly investigate them. I believe that in a situation where their productivity is not high enough and their education cannot keep up, there will definitely be people who will use this money for other purposes. We will do our best to publicize this matter and criticize them. Then, we will encourage their people to rebel. This way, when we attack them again, their people will support us and think that we represent justice." When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. This Xiaobao was really too evil. As long as there was a resource that could be used, he would use it to harm others. However, this was also what he liked, so he nodded and said, "Then let's start with Xiao Bei and the others' candy houses. We hope that one day, wherever the Tang empires will goes, the local people will overthrow their government and then welcome the Tang Empire's dragon grace." While Xiao Bei and the group of children were still learning, they received a telegram from their emperor uncle. Xiao Bei was the first to take it and read it to the others. Then, she said, "Look, this is how Uncle Emperor trusts us. Tell the people who are building the candy houses in various places to work hard to speed up and strengthen the supervision. I want to see who dares to touch that sum of money." Xiao Bei appeared very excited as she spoke. Her eyes swept across the faces of her brothers and sisters, hoping to get approval. However, her brothers and sisters all frowned. Xiao Yuan asked, "Then where should this sum of money be placed? If it is placed in a bank, who will be responsible for the interest? How do we explain it to the people who took out the money?" "Interest? The interest will be used as labor costs. We have to arrange for people to withdraw the money, calculate it, and then help to send the money to the people who need it. This is all a cost, and when the time comes, we will use the interest to settle the bill. If anyone objects, let them handle it personally and see if they want to be paid. Isn't that right? Even if we don't want the money ourselves, for example, if we want to buy food for the people who need it, won't the transportation cost be added to this? Then it's about how to spend the money. We have to settle the accounts once a month and post it on a notice to let others know that we didn't get any benefits from it. Is that okay?" Xiao Bei circled around this matter. In this short period of time, she had already thought of many things. However, Xiao Yuan still shook her head. "But if we do as you say, the prices of the various items in each place are different. The transportation costs are also different. Some are transported by land, while others are transported by water. How are you going to make the people believe that the cost of the place you mentioned is that high?" Xiao Bei was taken aback. Then, she said, "Our existence is a guarantee. Would anyone doubt us? If I were really greedy for money, why would I take out my own money to help others? Anyone who objects to us has bad intentions." "You mean to say that we are not allowed to have different opinions?" Xiao Yuan continued to pour cold water on her. "We are allowed to have different opinions. For example, some people praise us and say that Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan are great. This is one kind of opinion, but can also be another. They say that if we don't believe Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan, who else can we believe? Another saying is that if we have to find a faction that we are not afraid of, it will definitely be Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan. At the same time, it can also be..." "Xiao Bei, stop. Why do I hear you saying all the same thing? We can't be so shameless, okay?" Xiao Yuan was speechless when he heard Xiao Bei say the same thing in different words. He hurriedly interrupted Xiao Bei and asked, "What's the matter?" You can't always praise? That's easy. Let's have a meeting and say what you think." "That's good." Xiao Bei really couldn't think of any good ideas, so she used the most common method, a meeting. While Xiao Bei and the others were having a meeting, Hu Liang heard about the donation box from the people in the inner court. He couldn't imagine Zhang Xiaobao's goal, but when he heard about this matter, his eyes lit up and he thought about his own organization. Thus, he didn't rest well during the day, and when night came, he couldn't sleep again. This time, no one disturbed him, although the voices next door were still there. He was excited. He thought that he could use the Great Tang's current policy to help his side gain more benefits. While he was too excited to sleep, Hu Liang was troubled again. He realized that he was still on the boat, and this plan was about to be used by the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan. If he couldn't follow suit, he wouldn't have a chance to enter this industry when the time came. That was money. If a person was given 1 copper coin a day, with so many people in the Great Tang, they would receive more than 10,000 strings of coins a day. It was definitely not a small amount. He believed that even those on the top rankings would be tempted. But this money had a limit. If he couldn't immediately spread the news, the organization would miss a good opportunity. With this thought, Hu Liang couldn't sleep. Chapter 1048. While Hu Liang was tossing and turning, unable to sleep, there was also a group of people on the bank of the canal who were very restless. After they got on the boat from Hu Liang, they began to follow the boat. They walked on land and along the river. The boat went with the current. When the weather was good, the sails would be raised. Not only was it easy, but it was also fast. However, the people they were following were riding horses. People could persist for a long time without eating or eat and drink on the back of a horse. If their riding skills were good enough, sleeping on the back of a horse was not a problem. But as horses, they couldn't bear it. Standing up to sleep and constantly rushing were two different things. After running with the ship for an entire day, the horses only rested for half an hour. When night came, the horses clearly could not bear it. There was a small group of 7 people. On the surface, they looked like merchants. There were horses and carriages. It was difficult for outsiders to see what was in the carriages, as they were covered with cloth. After half a month of climbing, there was finally a horse that couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't very fast, but it didn't have much rest. It fell down with a boom, and after that, it couldn't get up anymore. No, we can't continue. Otherwise, the horse will die of exhaustion, and we will not be well. A person who had just been riding a horse was now lying on the ground. It was much warmer here than in the capital. Not only were the weeds on the riverbank showing 2 inches of their bodies, even the nearby trees had sprouted new buds. The person who spoke just happened to be lying on the grass. A lot of the grass was pressed down, and he was panting. It was unknown whether it was because he was tired from riding the horse or because he had just fallen. Third brother, it's a sunny day today. You should get up quickly to avoid catching a cold. Eighth brother is really too much. He said that when he got on the boat, he would think of a way to ask for information and then send it to us. Now, I see him playing with others on the deck, but there is no news at all. I really don't know what he is thinking. Another person said to the person lying on the grass. The person who was lying down propped up his upper body with his arm and looked at the brightly lit fleet that was still rapidly moving downstream. He said, "Fifth brother, I think eighth brother has his own difficulties. Didn't he already tell us before he boarded the ship? He said that if he can't send a message, it means that he's in a bad situation. He asked us to be very, very, very careful. It's best if we can take turns to follow him so that we won't be targeted. At the same time, we can't send a telegram. Let's wait and see if eighth brother still doesn't send us a message tomorrow. If he does, it means that eighth brother is in great danger." Wait, I also want to wait. The problem is whether the person who sent us here is willing to wait. When the time comes, we will not be able to complete the mission and will be punished when we return. The one who was called fifth brother by the person lying on the ground was not very happy. Seeing that he could not catch up, he could only grit his teeth and squeeze out the word from his mouth. Another person followed his words and said, "Fifth brother is right. Eighth brother is not so smart that he can do things perfectly. Maybe he really forgot. We should send a message back as soon as possible. Sometimes, the more dangerous it is, the safer it is. If we don't send the message now and delay the mission, we can't afford to be punished. I agreed to send a telegram." What about the others? A person who had not spoken glanced at the remaining 6 people and asked, "I agree, I disagree, I also agree." The other 6 people said in unison. At last, 3 people agreed to send a telegram and 3 opposed. Everything fell back to the person who asked. The person paused for a moment and said, "Well, in this case, I also agree to send a telegram." Eighth brother is a coward. He said that the telegram we sent would be easily intercepted. After all, we are using the Tang Empire's information transmission method. They will definitely strengthen the defense and inspection of every telegram. In the current situation, there's a big possibility that we will be exposed, but I think it is impossible. When we send a telegram, we don't use words that are very obvious at first glance. We send the telegram specifically to other places to send the price of various grains, meat, and other products. The people in charge of inspection will not judge whether we're doing bad things behind the scenes every time according to the price we send out. I agree with eldest brother's suggestion. It is better to send a telegram than to be unable to keep up with the speed of the other party. Whether eighth brother has encountered a problem or he has forgotten to contact us, we must report it truthfully. Fifth brother, who had just spoken, agreed. Third brother looked at second brother and saw that second brother was indifferent. He sighed and said, 4 votes against 3. In this case, let's find a place to send the telegram. Second brother, who had not spoken, suggested, if we're going to send a telegram, we should first buy more goods so that people will know that we are real merchants and not spies. After coming to a decision, the 7 of them didn't mind. It was still night, so they walked along the road, knocking on people's houses. Especially in places like the small shops, they spent more money than usual to buy things that people cultivated and grew. This made the goods in the caravan even more abundant. Then, without waiting for dawn, they immediately found the nearest place where they could send a telegram. Usually, the place where they could send a telegram did not rest for 24 hours. Unless there was a special situation, if someone was in a hurry, it was very likely that they would not be able to send the message in time. When the telegram sounded, the 7 of them could no longer see Xiao Bei and the other's fleet that was going south along the canal. The 7 of them did not rest but sent a telegram, causing Zhang Xiaobao and the others to be unable to have a good rest. Seeing that it was already midnight, Zhang Xiaobao, who was sleeping soundly with Wang Wan in his arms, was woken up by the movement outside the cabin. He casually put on his clothes and opened the cabin door. He saw the people from the inner courtyard standing at the door waiting, looking a little anxious. Young master, we have found Hu Liang's accomplices. They sent a report of the price of vegetables to Jiang District an hour ago tonight. Take a look, the inner courtyard said, and handed the report to Zhang Xiaobao. After taking a look, Zhang Xiaobao revealed a disdainful smile. He nodded to the people from the inner courtyard and said, continue to keep an eye on them. They dare to play this trick with us. They really underestimate us. When they continue to send telegrams, you guys collect them and compare them a few more times. Try your best to decipher the key algorithm. Yes, the person from the inner courtyard replied and turned to trot away. Xiaobao, what's wrong? Did they send a secret message? Wang Wan also woke up and asked while rubbing her eyes. They did. It's a good idea to report the price of vegetables to other places, but it's a little stupid. What do you think rice can be sold for 7 copper coins per kilogram? This is clearly a corresponding code with a high number. Now that the people in Jiang District have followed, none of them can escape. Even if we can't decipher it, we can follow the clues and find the other party's secret telegram. Zhang Xiaobao shook the telegram in his hand twice and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan lay down again after hearing this and muttered, there's no hurry. It's impossible for Jiang District to send a price report to the other party tonight. There are still a few hours to arrange. Even if the other party finds something wrong from the telegram, they won't have a chance to run away. Let's sleep. Xiao Bei naturally also received the information. After listening to the analysis of the person in charge of this matter, Xiao Bei hugged the information and slept well. At dawn the next day, when Hu Liang was about to freshen up again and go to eat, the person from the inner courtyard who led the way yesterday came over with a piece of paper in his hand and said to Hu Liang, young master Hu, last night we received a telegram from someone else. Oh, it's an interception. The content is a price list for vegetables, fruits, grains, and other things. We didn't notice it at first, but 7 copper coins per kilogram of rice is really too expensive. It's more than 3 times the normal price of rice. Some of us joked that the person who sent the telegram was crazy. Where could they find such expensive rice in the thousands of miles north and south of the river? If you don't believe me, take a look. Isn't it interesting? While they were talking, the person from the inner courtyard handed the telegram over. Hu Liang didn't have time to read the contents of the telegram. He only listened to the words of the inner courtyard. In an instant, it was as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. All the pores on his body opened up, and he felt cold all over. He took the telegram in a daze and looked at the content on it. Hu Liang exhaled softly and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them again and asked, how did you find out? We have a group of people who are in charge of figuring out encryption and decryption. The method you used is too simple. We don't have to spend as much effort as you when we send messages. This time, We directly send groups of numbers or letters and then restore them. Tell me, what's the content of the telegram sent by the 5 of them? I believe you know that no matter who receives the telegram in Jiang District, they can't escape our surveillance. We'll give you a chance to make a contribution. If we're satisfied with your answer, you can still see your family. The person from the inner courtyard explained a little. He watched Hu Liang's expression and asked. Hu Liang nodded dejectedly and asked, "Can you guarantee that you'll let me go? That I can still live a normal life? As long as your answer is useful to us, nothing is impossible." The person from the inner courtyard made an uncertain promise. "Okay, I'll tell you. The content is that they found out that my operation failed. They told the people in Jiang District not to act rashly. It's best to endure for a while. When Xiaobei goes there, don't make any reaction. Hide in the dark and don't be exposed. However, I reckon that the people of Jiang province might not completely listen to the 5 of them. They will still send out men of sacrifice to assassinate Xiaobei instead of not leaving any traces behind. As for the rest, I can't guess. Unless you can provide me with new information, I can help you analyze it." Hu Liang looked like he had lost his fighting spirit. After he finished speaking, he squatted there and looked at the tiny gap between the deck and the wood. He was in a daze. The person from the inner courtyard nodded and said to him, "Okay, I'll report it truthfully. As long as you sincerely repent, you'll still have a new life." After he finished speaking, the person from the inner courtyard left. A few other people were responsible for protecting Hu Liang and preventing any danger from happening to him. The person from the inner courtyard who got the information found Xiaobei and the others again. He shook his head and said, "He still didn't tell the truth. I said that they had 5 accomplices, so he followed my words. It seems that the management of this organization is very strict. Even if we found the person who received the information in Jiang District, we couldn't find their roots. Also, I judged that they didn't know that we were going to Jiang District. If there was an ambush, it would probably be in Hangzhou. Otherwise, Hu Liang wouldn't have emphasized the assassination in Jiang District. He got the information from the maids in our inner courtyard yesterday and the night before yesterday." Xiaobei and the 9 children looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Xiaobei said, "It's fun. It seems that Hu Liang is not an ordinary person. Tell brother and sister. We'll speed up and not give them too much time to react." After this incident, Xiaobei's fleet suddenly sped up. Hu Liang was no longer able to obtain any useful information from the servant girl next door. As a result, on the 3rd night after he was on the ship, he once again suffered from insomnia. 3 days passed by as the wind blew and the clouds moved. In Jiang District, as analyzed, the person who received the information did not immediately contact others. It was a woman. To be precise, it was an old woman. She had 2 houses and a small courtyard where she had just sowed seeds. The person who received the telegram was her. At the same time, she added that she should pass it to her son. However, the intelligence personnel of the Zhang family and the Wang family could not find out her real identity, let alone where her son was. The only record was the local government's household registration. Her surname was also Hu. She had 3 sons, Hu De, Hu Er, and Hu San. However, the household registration could not record anything in her family. Therefore, it was difficult to figure out whether her son existed or where he was. For the past 3 days, the old woman surnamed Hu lived a very regular life. In the morning, when the sun was about to rise, she would get up and go outside to get a bucket of water from the well to freshen up. Then, she would go outside to eat a bowl of noodles in the pastry shop. After that, she would slowly walk by the local river. At noon, she would go to another restaurant to eat wontons. In the afternoon, she would continue to walk by the river. In the evening, she would randomly find a stall selling food on the street and buy 2 steamed buns. When she returned home, she would eat the pickles she made herself. And so, there was not the slightest change. The people monitoring her did not see anyone visit her, and she never spoke much to others. The only time they could hear her talking was when she was strolling by the river. When she was tired of walking, she sat there leaning against a big tree, muttering words that could not be heard clearly as she looked at the flowing river. This news quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao's ship. After Li Longji saw it, He was confused and asked, Xiao Bao, did you target the wrong person? Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and replied, if she is not like this, then it is possible that we are targeting the wrong person. She is too regular, so it is not normal. Cuckoo, are you familiar with her? Yes. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, she nodded and said, order, send someone to watch that tree. At night, secretly go and take a look, but do not make any noise. Also, keep an eye on the surrounding houses. Chapter 1049. There's someone on the tree? Li Longji raised his head and looked at the canopy of the cabin. It seemed like there was someone on the canopy as well. The result gave him quite a fright. It wasn't that there were people up there, but that there were many people. The cabin he was in was the 3rd floor. The ship had a total of 4 floors. Above the 4th floor was a small attic. Just like Xiaobei's ship, Xiaobei always liked to go into the attic and climb up the stairs in the attic to get a pile of snacks. She would learn from adults to enjoy the scenery and have fun. There were at least 6 openings in the ceiling of the 3rd floor. There was a person peeking out from each of the openings. Looking at their posture, it seemed like they could jump down at any time. Li Longji glanced at the 6 people and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, is there a need to be so strict? Looking at the situation, there really is someone on the tree. It's good that it's strict. I don't want to die from an assassination. I've always been afraid of death. There are many people who want to kill me. When Cuckoo and I were in Zhuangzi, what we liked to do the most was to dig tunnels, build walls, and use visual errors to create dark rooms. There was also, Zhang Xiaobao paused for a moment and picked up a dried fruit from the table. He shook his hand and threw it out. It hit a wooden pillar in the middle of the cabin and said, come out and meet me. With a creak, a door suddenly appeared on the pillar. It was pushed open from the inside, and 2 people walked out, one in front and one behind. Li Longji stood up and stretched out his hand to push the 2 people apart. He peeked his head in to take a closer look and said, narrow, so narrow. When I am at night, won't I be very safe? Isn't that right, Xiao Bao? Your Majesty, look carefully. These 2 people are under the control of my adoptive father. When you are at night, you will not be affected at all. Just like in the palace, the skylight will be closed at night. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Longji. Only then did Li Longji set his gaze on the 2 people who had come out. With just one look, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao was right. He asked the 2 people, why can't I see you? Replying to your Majesty, there are rope ladders on the pillars that lead upwards. They rotate every hour to ensure a high degree of concentration, a young eunuch replied. Li Longji entered the space between the pillars, stood up, and said to the 2 eunuchs, thank you for your hard work. The 2 of them shook their heads vigorously in fear and trepidation. For a moment, they couldn't say anything. It was the person who spoke first who was a little braver. He said in a trembling voice, your Majesty, this is what we should do. If we were not taken in by the palace, we would definitely be looked down upon by others outside. The other eunuch also nodded vigorously. Li Longji patted the eunuch's shoulder and said, when medical technology becomes more advanced in the future, perhaps people with the same illness as you won't need to enter the palace. At that time, the harem will probably be filled with palace maids. As Li Longji spoke, he glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. His meaning was clear. He knew that the new eunuchs in the palace were all people who were born with defects. There were big ones and small ones. The big ones were discovered later, and the small ones were taken in when they were young. Ever since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo became the registrar and deputy county magistrate, they began to oppose castrating normal people. They were willing to spend a lot of manpower and resources to find people with congenital defects all over the Great Tang. Based on their character, they would be taken into the palace and given a fixed amount of money every month to their families. The old people were all from before, and they were also treated very well. Just the daily necessities for them, and the palace maids cost the Zhang family and Wang family no less than 3,000 strings of cash every month. Thus, the palace maids and eunuchs in the palace treated the Zhang family and Wang family exceptionally well, not only because of their status and ability, but also because the eunuchs were very grateful to be able to escape the cold eyes of others. Perhaps they don't need to work as palace maids for their entire lives. After working for a few years, they might be able to play a certain role elsewhere. For example, they might be able to help manage a certain fund or manage a medical department. Their knowledge in the palace would be far greater than those outside. In the harem, we shouldn't just teach the palace maids the basics and rules. We should also teach them more knowledge in other fields. The number of palace maids in the palace should be doubled. Zhang Xiaobao followed Li Longji's words and explained the basics. Li Longji was perplexed. Since they don't need to work as palace maids for their entire lives, that means that you, Xiaobao, don't like ordering servants around. Why do you want to increase the number of palace maids? Who says that I don't like it? The purpose of doubling the number of palace maids is to reduce their working time by half. The remaining time can be used to study. Well, have you ever seen the inner court maids working for 8 hours in a row? Unless it's an emergency, the time they spend working adds up to 6 hours a day. Even if they want to work, I won't allow them to do so as to reduce their efficiency. The extra time for them to study is to raise their abilities. The time for them to play is to allow them to relax and maintain their optimal condition. The prerequisite is that they don't leave the main household. Otherwise, all of the talents they nurture will end up running to someone else. Zhang Xiaobao explained his intentions to Li Longji. Wang Wan added, if it isn't the inner court, a normal wage for a craftsman is 600 copper coins a month. If someone were to bribe them with money, it would be a huge loss for the original family. That's because the wages they pay are low, but the cost of nurturing them is several times higher. I understand. You want my harem to help the entire Great Tang nurture female management talents. That's right. No matter where they end up, they'll still be working for the Great Tang. I won't compensate you for that. Tomorrow morning, I'll issue a decree to start a new class in the harem. Li Longji readily accepted the suggestion. He didn't mind hiring more palace maids. His wealth wasn't much lower than the national treasuries, so he could afford to hire twice as many palace maids. Besides, the Zhang clan and Wang clan would have to fork out more money as well. After saying this, Li Longji suddenly recalled what he had just said and asked, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, did the two of you say that the old woman was speaking to the people in the tree? Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Li Longji with a look that said, my Zhuangzi's thick tree is also hollow in the middle. There's an underground tunnel that connects to other places, so the tree won't die if it's hollow in the middle. In truth, their spy system isn't perfect. If it were me, I wouldn't speak while leaning against the tree. I would throw stones into the river, and the person who receives the signal would hide the net under the water. Then, they would compare the number of stones in the net. In fact, they could even go to a special place to buy things when they're strolling in the market every day. Then, they could arrange the distance and knot the knot according to different methods. To think that it's that terrifying, Li Longji exclaimed in shock. However, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, this isn't the scariest method of secrecy. The scariest part is that the higher-ups are only in contact with her. In other words, she doesn't know who the other party is, nor does she know when the other party will appear. According to the method I mentioned earlier, as long as we keep an eye on her and know her daily routine, we'll be able to find out who's in contact with her. The scariest method is Cuckoo. The scariest method is that when she goes out to sell things, we'll know the way she walks, the way she arranges the goods, the order and angle of the goods, and even the quantity and price of the goods. She's able to pass information to others. The people who buy things and look at things change every day. It's impossible for us to keep an eye on all the people who pass by her stall. The only way is to capture her and torture her to get a full grasp of everything she knows. However, she doesn't know who her higher-ups are. When we torture her and waste more time than the time she's supposed to contact the higher-ups, the other party will cut her off. Even if we force her to use the same method to release information, we won't be able to catch her higher-ups. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's hint, Wang Wan introduced another method of transmitting information to Li Longji. Li Longji was dumbfounded. In his opinion, the most suitable method of transmitting information was secret writing or transmitting information through telegrams that didn't seem to be relevant. However, he didn't expect that under the situation of a single line of communication, There were many other methods that seemed to be the most common and accurate method of transmitting information. This kind of spy is not easy to train, right? Li Longji finally found the problem. There are methods to use, but it was hard to find talented people. Yes, it's not easy to train them. At the same time, there's a high chance that they'll be discovered. Using the exhaustive method and the elimination method, we can still obtain useful information with a bit of effort. The process is a battle of wits and courage. Your Majesty, Cuckoo, and I still have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave for now. You don't have to think too much about it. Leave the dark side to me and Cuckoo. Zhang Xiaobao had to go back to work. Just as he said, he and Wang Wan were both from this kind of background. Back then, he and Wang Wan's department were very happy to fight, and he always had the upper hand. It wasn't that the people in Wang Wan's department weren't good enough, but that there were always more loopholes in the government's functions. This was the proverb that said, those who were loyal to justice were the butchers, while those who were ruthless were the scholars. Of course, the most important thing was that the Meteor Squad of the Special Second Department couldn't possibly keep an eye on Zhang Xiaobao. He was just a swindler, and he had never done anything that directly harmed the people of the country. Unless the leader had nothing better to do and sent all the members of the Meteor Squad to specifically target Zhang Xiaobao, then he could only restrain himself, and restrain himself even more. He would hide far away and never show himself. But if that was the case, he wouldn't know what to do. Was it a confrontation, in a risky situation, to let the Meteor Squad shine, or to fail and be caught? No matter which one it wasn't the result he wanted. Because he felt that the Meteor Squad shouldn't shine because of him, he couldn't do it. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be reminiscing and hypothesizing. His emotions were fluctuating like Weiwei's, and he seemed a little more melancholy. What are you thinking about? Wang Wan nudged Zhang Xiaobao with her arm and asked. Nothing, I was thinking about the past and the Meteor Squad. Perhaps one day, when the Meteor Squad streaked across the night sky, I made a wish that I could find a wife that I was most satisfied with. I was so kind that I moved the heavens, moved the earth, moved the wind, and moved the snow and rain, and then I had you by my side. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he reached out his arm to hug Wang Wan. Wang Wan nimbly avoided him, ran 10 steps, and turned back. Sappy, I like that kind of iron. You have to change in the future. Iron is usually accompanied by sadness. Sappy is the happiness that everyone wants to have. All right, according to the Sappy arrangement, I should chase after you. You should slow down and run in front. Little goat, don't run, Brother Wolf is coming. Zhang Xiaobao opened his arms and chased after Wang Wan. Chapter 1050. Young Master Hu, here's your steak, please. At noon, Hu Liang once again sat in the dining hall. The difference was that there was no one to serve him food. He had to go to the window to get it, just like everyone else. This was because Xiao Bei and the others also served their own plates. There were only 4 special people, the 2 matriarchs who were pregnant, and Pan Air and her sister. Hu Liang ordered the same things as Xiao Bei. A steak, a foie gras, a caviar, a glass of wine, and a plate of fruit and vegetable salad. After Hu Liang found out what Xiao Bei had chosen, he was very curious. He had been to Blue Sea Silver Sand Restaurant, between the clouds and the water, and Sea Cloud Garden, which had fewer chain stores. Although he hadn't tasted every dish, he had at least seen most of them from the menu. However, he didn't know what Xiao Bei had ordered. Out of curiosity, he learned from Xiao Bei that the steak was not fully cooked, at most 90%. The person who Liang asked told him that Xiao Bao didn't allow his younger siblings to eat steak that was too fresh for fear of being unable to bear the smell of blood. Thus, Hu Liang thought that he could do it, so he ordered a medium rare one. When Xiao Bei saw the meat on his plate, he winked at the inner courtyard that was guiding him. He had a happy expression on his face, and the inner courtyard returned a smile. I'll see if he can eat it. Don't blame me if it's hot, although Big Brother never said that we can't eat it because it's too bloody. Xiao Bei looked at Hu Liang's table like a thief and said to his brother and sister at the same table, Yes, Big Brother doesn't let us eat it because he's afraid we'll burn ourselves. If we eat slowly, it won't taste good when it's cold. Otherwise, with our ability to eat raw seafood, why would we be afraid of a little bit of meat? Besides, steak isn't fishy. Xiao Yuan forked a fish and put it on his plate. He slowly cut it and talked to Xiao Bei. He didn't order a salad and wasn't used to the taste. Unless it was a special situation, he could bear to eat a few mouthfuls. How could Hu Liang know the reason behind this? He unskillfully cut off a piece of meat that looked red. Just as he stabbed it with a knife and brought it to his mouth, he suddenly leaned back and kept sucking in cold air. His voice was muffled as he muttered, "It's blistering. What the hell is this?" Using a knife and fork, it's something that our ancestors didn't use for many years. Taking it out again, it's so tiring to eat something. Young Master Hu, it's not a big deal to use a knife and fork. There's also the curry rice that can be grasped with your hands. Young Master Xiao Bao and Miss Cuckoo have taught Miss Xiao Bei and the others quite a few ways to eat. They said that they don't expect them to eat it every day, but they should at least understand it. For example, eating grassland barbecued meat with 2 knives and a single knife, or eating crabs with 8 pieces of meat. The people at the same table had ordered a bowl of shaved noodles and were slurping down their food. When they heard Hu Liang's mumbling, they stopped what they were doing and said to him. Hu Liang nodded helplessly and began to blow on the meat in front of him. Wei Wei poked her head out and looked at Xiao Bei's table. She had to admit that their education was different from others. Xiao Bei and the others ate very skillfully and quickly. They gave off a very elegant and magical feeling. Looking down at the foie gras on the plate, she asked the person sitting opposite her in confusion, "Why don't you use big foie gras? I know a way to make the liver of poultry bigger." It's nothing more than force feeding. If you force feed it with distiller's grains, it will grow bigger. Our family doesn't allow that. Feed that harms the liver is absolutely forbidden to be fed to poultry and livestock. At the same time, we can't let poultry eat too much. The person in the inner courtyard opposite Hu Liang looked at Hu Liang with disdain. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued to work hard on the food. Hu Liang was silent. He imitated Xiao Bei and the others and ate bit by bit. However, his mood became complicated. He knew a lot about the Zhang family and the Wang family. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao had the best grasp of seasonings and always cooked for his family. However, he didn't use too many seasonings. If he could bring out the original taste of the ingredients, he would do so directly. If it didn't suit the taste, he would only add a little salt. Now, it was said that his culinary skills had reached the point of perfection, and his requirements for food were higher. However, such a person actually didn't allow his family to specially feed special poultry. This meant that deliberately feeding poultry was not good for the human body. Thinking of this, Hu Liang swallowed the food in his mouth with wine. He imitated Xiao Bei and wiped his mouth with a napkin in front of his chest. He asked the person in the inner courtyard opposite him, who was putting meat sauce into the shaved noodles. "Your family eats good food, but after several generations of breeding poultry that produce high production of eggs and meat, don't you think it's unfair to the people of the world?" Unfair? The person in the inner courtyard was surprised. "Yes, you can't find ordinary food in your family. Even a bowl of soy milk or a bowl of porridge must be carefully selected. You say that you are for the people of the Tang Empire, but you're creating a gap in their lives. Where is your morality?" Hu Liang's voice was slightly louder, with a hint of criticism. The person in the inner courtyard scooped another spoonful of meat sauce. He was not afraid of the saltiness and directly put it in his mouth, swallowed it, and drank a mouthful of noodle soup. He narrowed his eyes comfortably and said to Hu Liang, "If my family doesn't eat like this, can the people eat it? Now is not the time to pursue quality, but quantity, so that the people can eat meat as much as possible." Of course, the young master and young lady are not allowed to use other methods to breed livestock and poultry. They're only specially bred. When the cultivation technology of the Tang Empire is better, the medical technology is more perfect, the quality of the people's lives will gradually improve. My master is not able to reach the sky in one step, so he can only come up with this plan. Besides, different varieties don't mean that the food is harmful to people. Instead of worrying about the quality of the food, it's better to think about whether they can eat it first. Then, have you considered the people of other countries? We are all people in the world, So why don't you sell your good things at a cheaper price? All you sell are luxury goods. Hu Yang continued to ask. Forget it. You said that they are the people of other countries. What does it have to do with the Tang Empire? If the people of other countries are living a good or bad life, they could go to their emperor. If they want to live a good life, it's simple. Get rid of their emperor and acknowledge that there is only one Tang Empire. You are kind. According to your words, all the people in the world are like this. Every blade of grass and every tree has a root of wisdom. Don't hurt them. In the future, you can starve and don't even breathe. Otherwise, you will kill the creatures in the air. After the person in the inner courtyard finished speaking, he did not say anything else and scooped another spoonful of meat sauce to eat. Hu Yang saw that he was not done eating the meat sauce, so he used a knife to put some into his mouth. He smacked his lips and said, "It's not too salty. What meat?" "The leftover meat from last night. It's cooked and made into meat sauce. This time, the cooked meat is the most fragrant. Don't worry and eat it. The meat that is stained with other people's saliva is all fed to the animals." Another person in the inner courtyard said, "Oh." Hu Yang was relieved and muttered, "If everyone can eat, wear warm clothes, and live in a house that doesn't leak rain, how can there be wars in the world? If that's really the case, some people will have other ideas. Let's eat. We're about to reach Hangzhou. You can see your brothers. 5 people. If you say 5, then it's 5. If there are 10, then kill 5. The inner court official added one more sentence. Hu Yang suddenly lost his appetite. Cold sweat kept coming out of his pores. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. The 7 people that Hu Yang was thinking about were eating at the moment. They were caught last night. Until now, no one had brought them food. In front of each of them was a tale of bean cakes and a bowl of rice wine. They could not find anything else. The nutrition contained in a tale of bean cakes was enough for them to last for a whole day. A bowl of rice wine could not only replenish their water, but also help them to decompose their fat. For them, this treatment was already not bad. Otherwise, they would only be given a cup of white wine each. After they drank it, it would not be a problem for them to survive for a day. Then, they would be fed half a bowl of water. This way, they could live for at least half a month. But the consequence was that they would become weak and want to sleep all day. Even if they were not tied with ropes, they could not run away. Now, the treatment given to them was good. Their feet were tied together by iron chains. If one person wanted to move, he could not be far away from others. Seeing that the food was brought in, the 7 people in the cabin raised their heads almost at the same time. They looked at the person who came and put the food on the ground with hatred and turned to leave. "Big brother, do you know him?" Lao Wu, who was leaning against the cabin wall, glanced at the food and asked. The person who was called Big Brother shook his head. He looked at the food and sighed. He did not even want to talk. He stuck out his tongue and licked his sweet lips, but did not eat. It's troublesome if you don't know him. You can't guess which gang he is from. Even if you want to talk to him, you can't find anything to talk about. Lao Wu leaned forward. After being pulled by the iron chains on the other person's feet, he put his nose to the bowl and sniffed. Good wine, so fragrant. It's a pity that there are only bean cakes. It would be good if there was such a big piece of smoked meat. The smoked meat of the Zhang family and Wang family is naturally delicious. It's just that we don't have that luck. It's good enough that we have bean cakes and rice wine. Otherwise, what will you do if we starve for 2 more days? Lao San's feet were the closest to Lao Wu. Being pulled by the other person, he was very uncomfortable. He also leaned forward and said. Lao Wu stopped sniffing and turned his head. Using the weak light shining in from above the cabin, he carefully looked around and asked puzzledly, "I've looked at this place more than 10 times. How do you know it's a Zhang family and Wang family? Other than them, who would come to catch us? Besides, we're in the cabin now. When a ventilation hole is blocked, I can't hear any other sound. This only proves that the cabin wall is thick and they used other methods. Now, listen carefully. Do you hear the sound of water? I just don't know if Lao Ba is still alive. If he is, where is he? AI, the intelligence personnel of the Zhang family and Wang family, are too good. I'm waiting for them." Lao San pulled the iron chains and let Lao Si beside him think. He reached out and took a piece of bean cake. He carefully touched it and said to Lao Wu, Lao Wu lowered his head and thought for a while. He finally understood and said, "That guy also said that he had relatives in the palace who got chili and cooked meat for us to eat. It turns out that he put medicine in the food. That medicine has a taste, so he put in the spicy and numbing food so that we can't taste it. When we fall, he will tie us up on the boat. Damn innkeeper, don't let me out. Otherwise, he won't be able to live another day. I'm so angry. You still want to go out? Don't shout so loudly. If someone hears you, they will block the ventilation hole. You will be stuffy and sleepy. If you are not careful, you will suffocate to death in the cabin. If you're hungry, eat one bite and chew slowly. Hide the rest. We don't know when the next food will be delivered. You like to drink, but you're only allowed to take a small sip. Use it like water. See if they will kill you or keep you alive. Maybe it won't be long before they come in to ask. Save your strength for the punishment." Lao San, who was not in the mood to talk just now, finally opened his mouth. He had a lot of things to think about. He looked up at the ventilation hole and shook his head helplessly. Lao Wu, who had just opened his mouth to eat the bean cake, closed it after hearing Lao San's words. He carefully stuffed the bean cake between his teeth and took a bite. He said, "It smells so good. It's so fucking fragrant. I've never eaten such delicious bean biscuits since I was young. Do they want to starve us? If they really want to do that, why would they send us food? They must want to scare us so that they can get useful information from us. Humph, it's not that I don't want to say it, but I don't know much. Since they can catch us, they must know who we sent the telegram to. Do they think we know more than the people on the other side?" Lao Wu's words made him seem smarter. He was not as stupid as before. Unfortunately, he was smart too late. If he was this smart before he was caught, he might be able to escape. "Big brother, what do we do now? The bowl that sent us the wine is made of wood. It'll take a long time to grind a rope, let alone break the iron chain with it." A slightly feminine voice sounded. It was Lao Chi, who was leaning against the wall of the cabin next to Lao San. He was also listless, but he did not take anything to eat. As the leader, he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and leaned against the wall. After a long time had passed, he said, "If it were me, I would have a few methods. One is to make us beg for death so that we can vent the hatred in our hearts. After all, our appearance has caused quite a bit of disturbance to them. It would be too easy for us to die quickly. They would torture us for at least 10 days to half a month, or make us unable to bear it and commit suicide. Then do we commit suicide?" Lao Wu became stupid again. "Live. As long as there is a chance, you have to live. If you die, you have nothing left. You can't see the sun tomorrow, you can't eat delicious food, and you can't even think about your wine." The big brother glared at the fifth brother and said. The fifth brother didn't see the look in the big brother's eyes. It was too dark in the cabin. He laughed and said, "Yes, I'm alive. If I run out, I can still continue to drink. This is the only thing I like to do. I can't die unless someone agrees to set up a memorial tablet for me and give me a jar of wine tomorrow." Lao had already taken a sip of the wine. He had a very high opinion of this wine. Lao San shook his head again and said, "In addition to torturing us, they can also kill us directly to scare others and let our people know how powerful the Zhang family and the Wang family are. But I don't think they will do that. The most likely scenario is to raise us like we are now. They won't let us eat until we are full and have strength, but they also won't let us die. When the time is right, they will change us into new clothes and put us, who have no strength, on the deck in a conspicuous place for our people to see. Our people will see us and think that we can sit comfortably on the chairs outside because we betrayed them in exchange. Our people will adjust when they are afraid. This will make it easy for them to expose themselves. But they probably don't know that no matter how our people see us, they won't be worried, because we have only one way to communicate with our superiors. At the same time, we don't know who is behind this." Yes, Lao San is right. "Then that means even if I drink all the wine, they won't watch me die. Can I continue to drink?" Lao Wu, who loved to drink, had been staring at the wine bowl since just now. Even though there was very little light coming in from the vent hole, he couldn't see clearly. "Drink, drink, you only know how to drink. One day, you will die from drinking." Lao San reprimanded Lao Wu loudly. "I'm willing to die from drinking. It would be best if they throw me into the wine vat and drown me. I'll be a drunkard for once. When I'm down there, the king of hell will know that I have a good tolerance for alcohol. Maybe he won't let me go into the frying pan and will make me drink with him." Lao muttered in a low voice. Then he said, "It's good to die. It'll be sullen. The superiors don't let us know anything and make us work for them. Isn't it just giving us money? If we are caught, they won't come to save us." While the 7 people who were caught were feeling uncomfortable, the people who were not caught were also feeling uncomfortable. In a small river next to a village in Jiangzhou, there was a person fishing. Although the river was not big, the current was not slow. When the fishing line was inserted into the water, it was first slanted in a straight line, but then it was bent by the current. Beside the fishermen were large and small lead pendants, as well as earthworms dug out from the soil. The wind was blowing in Weiwei, and the afternoon sun was very warm. However, the fisherman's expression was somewhat anxious. There was no trace of leisure. Even so, he did not move at all. He stood by the river like a statue. He stayed there for half an hour, and the hook that was thrown into the water never came up. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the fisherman's expression became more anxious. He held the fishing rod with one hand and used the other hand to take out a piece of bread from the pocket beside him. He slowly brought it to his mouth. Just as he was about to bite it, the fishing rod suddenly moved. The movement was very large, and then it became calm again. After about 5 breaths, it moved again. After 3 times, it stopped moving. The fisherman immediately lost the mood to eat. He lowered his head and looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he suddenly pulled the fishing rod. The pendant that he had put down earlier flew out of the water with a swishing sound. There was a twisting fish on the pendant. The fisherman reached out and caught the fish as fast as he could. He removed the hook, put away the fishing rod, and threw the fish into the bamboo basket. He did not care whether there were other bigger fish in the river and turned around to leave. After walking for about 2 li, several courtyards appeared in front of him. In front of the courtyards, there was a special house. The door was wide open, and there was an old woman in her 50s sitting at the door. She was picking vegetables, presumably waiting for dinner. When the old woman saw the fisherman, her mouth, which had lost several teeth, cracked open, revealing a smile that was not a smile. She asked, "Uncle, did you catch a big fish today?" "Sister-in-law, I caught one. Look, it's 3 caddies of grass carp. When we go back home, we can make a good dish to go with wine. Help me take a look. We don't have any salt at home, so we can pack some more." The fisherman took the fish out of the bamboo basket. At this time, the fish was not completely dead. It occasionally struggled and moved a few times. Its mouth also opened and closed as if it wanted to breathe. The old woman put down what she was doing and took the fish. She said, "I've packed it for you. You can take it back and cook it directly. You can ask Xiao Jiu for the salt yourself. It's the same price as last time." As she spoke, the old woman went into the house. The fisherman shouted to a pile of firewood next to him, "Xiao Jiu, pack some salt for me. Give me 3 caddies of salt first. You only know how to set that trap of yours all day. Who has nothing better to do than to chop up your firewood? Come, come. People buy salt by caddies, but you buy it by money every time. You know that my family's small scale is not accurate, so you deliberately take advantage of me. According to your method of buying, you can buy 17 taels of salt for 1 caddy of salt. You made a profit. Next time I want a fish. You can't just catch one every day. When you've exhausted your family's food, let's see what you'll eat in the future." As soon as the fisherman finished speaking, a young man came out from a very obvious door-like place in the firewood pile. He didn't look like he was in his 20s, but at most 16 or 17. He complained as he ran in. When he entered the door, he was slapped on the head by the fisherman. He laughed and didn't get angry. After a while, the young man gave a small bag of salt to the fisherman. At the same time, he said, "Okay, my mother's already packed the fish. You go in and get it. In the future, don't say that my traps are bad. My traps are connected to a tunnel. Last time, a stray cat fell in. When I went over, I just happened to see it. Otherwise, I could have caught it and raised it to catch mice for my family. You can't even trap a cat, and you still have the face to say that your traps are good? I didn't see it. Continue with your tunnels and traps. Fish, wait until I'm in a good mood. The fisherman slapped the young man's head again, turned around, and walked back. The young man rubbed the place where he was slapped and said discontentedly, "You always have a deadpan face. I don't see you in a good mood. I've said it more than 10 times, but I haven't seen a single fish for me." When the fisherman came out of the house with the fish, the young man had already disappeared. Only the soft firewood hanging down from the firewood danced in the wind, making a rustling sound. At this time, on a small hill about a mile and a half away from the store, 2 figures appeared. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. One of them said, "It seems that the opponent is very difficult to deal with. He actually took so many precautions. If it weren't for the 2 of us being lucky and running into a turtle in the water to help, we really wouldn't have been able to guess how the opponent passed on the information." The other person nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. We thought that the middle of the tree was hollow and that the person they contacted was hiding in the tree. Then, they dug a tunnel that led to the surrounding houses. In the end, after monitoring the surrounding houses, we didn't find anything. If the turtle didn't bite the person hiding in the water, we definitely would have delayed the main house's business. The tree is indeed hollow in the middle, but it's not a tunnel that leads directly to the other houses. Instead, there's a hole for people to hide in." "Is it a hole?" "It looks like it, like an ant's nest." The person who spoke earlier sighed and stared at the firewood without relaxing. He was now very impressed with the other party. There was a tunnel beside the tree that led to an underground cave that was relatively higher than the river. It was all dug out manually. At first, he and his partner weren't clear. When a person's head suddenly popped out of the river and climbed ashore in a sorry state. He used a stone to smash the neck of a turtle that was biting on his leg. Only then did he and his partner determine the general situation. Then, they waited for another day. When the mentally ill old woman who liked to lean against the tree and mumble to herself left, he and his partner waited for a while more before jumping into the water. Only then did they finally drill into the hole and confirm their initial judgment. As for the person who was bitten by the turtle, the 2 of them guessed where he would go. Yes, it was the person who fished in the lower reaches of the river every day. The person hiding in the tree should have obtained the information, written it down, and stuffed it into the stomach of a fish. Then, with a knotted bamboo, he groped in the river and placed the fish on the hook of the angler. Then, the angler took the fish to the store and cleaned it up. As for who the information was passed to, it was still unclear. Perhaps the other party had confused the angler and the information was still with the angler, or perhaps the old woman had taken it away and transferred it through other means. But now, it seemed most likely that the young man was the culprit. After observing for 2 days, he found that every day he would pack salt for the angler and then enter the firewood pile again. It would be better if he observed for a few more days, but the main family didn't have much time to waste. He could only take the risk. Thinking like this, the person who spoke earlier said to the other person, "Phone, follow me." "Okay, you go first." "I'll follow." The person called Phone nodded and followed the first person. He took out his pistol and ran toward the firewood pile. In the end, when the 2 people were about 10 meters away from the firewood pile, the old woman who had been sitting at the entrance of the store first came out. She happened to see the 2 people running toward the firewood pile and immediately shouted, "Who are you? Are you going to steal my firewood?" "There's a thief. He's going to steal the firewood." When she shouted, the 2 people who were running almost exploded in anger. Who wouldn't push a cart to steal firewood? How much firewood could they steal with so much firewood? Carrying it would be tiring. At the same time, the 2 people also realized that there was something wrong with the firewood pile. Moreover, the old woman must be related to the other party. They sped up and reached the door-like place in a few steps. At the same time, they raised their guns and shot inside. After a few consecutive gunshots, they raised their legs and kicked open the wooden planks blocking the way. At this time, they didn't care if they had made a mistake. They killed a normal young man. If they really made a mistake, there was no other way. They could only ask the main family for help. When the 2 people entered, the flashlights were turned on at the same time, illuminating the place in front of them. When they saw this place, the 2 people heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't hit anyone just now. Moreover, the firewood pile was relatively spacious about 3 to 4 square meters. This 3 to 4 square meters was empty at this time. Let alone a person, there wasn't even a bug. The ground was flat. Where are they? The person called Feng asked in surprise. Don't worry, they should be down there. Use the binoculars to look at their mouths. Didn't they say that the young man liked to set traps and dig tunnels? Then it must be true. They actually dare to say it. Let's go down and take a look. The person called you held his gun vigilantly and signaled Feng to check the ground. Feng took small steps and suddenly stopped. He said, "Here, wooden planks ready." When the two people carefully squatted down and opened the wooden planks, the old woman outside was still shouting. Moreover, there were more than 6 people's footsteps. In addition to the sound of running, there were also inquiring shouts. It really looked like someone was stealing firewood and the neighbors were helping each other. I can see that the people in the several courtyards in this place are probably all together. How amazing! How did they get bribed? And who bought them? Feng said as he shone the flashlight down. You looked down and saw that there was a hole that was neither big nor small. If 2 people crawled into the hole together, they would definitely squeeze into the hole. One person would still have some space to spare. Seeing this situation, you gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go first. You stay behind. If you find something wrong, remember to go back alive and call more people to investigate." Understood. If something happens to you, I'll kill everyone here first. No, leave one alive. Feng turned around and pointed his gun at the entrance, ready to shoot at any time. Okay. Rain shouted a word and jumped down. After a while, Feng, who was waiting at the top, listened carefully, but he didn't hear anything else. Even the footsteps outside disappeared. He couldn't help but shout anxiously into the cave, "Rain! It's here! It's very far, about 30 meters away. There are actually 6 forts below. Don't move. I'll find a way to get out." Damn it. Isn't this the situation below our village? Others have also learned it. Yu's voice reverberated from below. After hearing it, Feng didn't continue to stay there. Instead, he walked out with his gun. That's him. There's another person who wants to steal my firewood. As soon as he appeared, Feng heard the old lady's voice. He looked up and saw 9 people standing in front of him, including the old lady. Except for the old lady, the others were holding various kinds of farming tools. There were pickaxes, hoes, and forks for forking manure. They were all waiting for him, and all of them looked angry. Feng shook the gun in his hand and said, "I guess you all know me, right? Seeing this thing, you can guess my identity, right? Yes, I'm the spy of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County. I have a special right. That is, when I'm carrying out a mission, if I suspect that someone will threaten me, I can shoot him directly without taking any responsibility. Now, I suspect that you are involved in an illegal organization that endangers the safety of the Tang Empire. I order you to put down your weapons, put your hands on your head, and lie down. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll shoot immediately. Lie down." With a puff, the 9 people, including the old lady, all lay down face down, and the weapons in their hand were all thrown away. Feng didn't relax his vigilance, because he knew that some people didn't care about their own lives, just like him. At the critical moment, they could do anything. Even an old man or a young child could become an assassin. Because he didn't move forward, he stayed beside the firewood pile. His eyes glanced back and forth between the door of the firewood pile and the 9 people. Just now, you had said that there were 6 forks below. It was very likely that the other party would come from the other forks, then suddenly run out of the firewood pile and launch an attack. The Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County are unreasonable. They bully ordinary people and let people point guns at us. I don't want to live anymore. The old lady, who was lying there, turned her head, looked at Feng, and said in a voice that was neither high nor low. With a bang, the bullet hit the soil beside the old lady, splashing some dust. Then came Feng's voice. "If you speak again, I'll kill you. You only have 1 life. If you die, you will have nothing. There's no harm in telling you. I still have 1 bullet in my gun. Who wants to go first?" Hearing the old lady's words, the 3 people who wanted to get up stopped at this moment. This was also Feng's purpose. He understood what the old lady meant. She wanted them to fight to the death. "I'm out. I'm finally out." Yu's voice came at this time. Feng looked over and found that you walked out of the door of another house. He asked, "What's the arrangement inside?" I came out from under their stove. There was still a fire there. Look at my hair. The topmost part has been burnt. I didn't see the person, so he probably ran away from here. This is going to be troublesome. Let's ask them, who is the previous owner? Rain held the gun in one hand and stroked her hair with the other. She walked over and stood beside Feng. Feng nodded and asked the 9 people lying on the ground, "Tell me, who is the master and how do we usually contact each other? Where did that brat run off to?" "I don't know what you're talking about. We're just normal people. What's the big deal? When I get my goods, it's from..." "Shut up. From now on, you're not allowed to make a sound. Are you trying to trick a fool? Dutiful family? Which dutiful family would build an underground tunnel that extended in all directions? Yes, it's you. Tell me, who's the previous owner?" Feng shouted at the old lady. Then he set his eyes on a person whose body was trembling like Wei Wei. This person would probably be able to find a breakthrough and would only tremble because he was afraid. Who would have thought that after he finished asking, the trembling man kept shaking his head and then opened his mouth and started screaming. "Mute. I don't believe this. You go and find them. I'll watch them. How dare they pretend in front of me? They must be tired of living." Feng said with a frown. You took a deep breath and said, "Okay, be careful." Then she ran back the way she came. When you ran out of sight, the old lady who was lying on the ground suddenly jumped up and rushed toward Feng. At the same time, she shouted, "Fight with him. He's a fake. He only has 1 bullet." Bang. The old lady fell down. Feng narrowed his eyes and said to the 4 people who stood up and then stopped, "Guess, do I still have bullets?" Chapter 1051. The fact that the spy from the Zhang family and the Wang family, whose code name was Wind, had shot an old lady had completely frightened the other 8 people. They really wanted to ask, how can a young man like you kill an unarmed old lady? But they knew that it was useless to ask. He was only one person. Who wouldn't think of their own safety? In his eyes, there might not be old people or children, only family and enemies. As for guessing whether there were bullets in the pistol, it was a joke. Just now, he said that there was only 1 bullet that could kill a person decisively. How could there not be other bullets? The 8 people continued to lie on the ground without making a sound. Feng also stayed where he was. He did not look for the other people in this small village, nor did he chase after the young man who had run away. He should have brought information with him. Standing there, Feng took out another magazine and gritted his teeth, but he did not change it because he knew that there were still 4 bullets in the gun. There was no need to change it. If he changed it, it would be troublesome. If the people lying on the ground suddenly jumped up, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. At the moment, he was not worried. 4 bullets were enough to make 4 people lose their ability to resist. As for the remaining 4, even if he did not have time to change the bullets, he could finish them off with the knife in his arms. A quarter of an hour passed. Feng still stood there expressionlessly. The 8 people lying on the ground could no longer feel the humidity of the ground. Each of them only felt that the pressure on their bodies was enormous. Time seemed to drag on. Finally, one of them could no longer stand the silent confrontation. He turned his head and said to Feng, "It's useless for you to catch us. Even if you kill us, there's only one of us here in charge of external communication. That's the Yaoyu you're chasing. I advise you to go after him. I'll give you a piece of information. The tunnel below, the one on the far right, keep walking. When you can't see the road anymore, there's a slanted opening. Jump up, use your arms to support yourself, and climb out. You will see a pond in front of you. Jump down again and swim to the bottom of the opposite side of the pond. There's also an opening that goes up. After you go in, you'll go down again. There's only one way. Go to the end and climb out again. There's a patch of reeds. Yaoyu ran from there. As for where he went, I don't know." After the speaker finished speaking, he looked at Feng with hopeful eyes, hoping that he would chase after him. However, Feng did not move. After 10 breaths, Feng finally spoke. "Let's not talk about whether the information you provided is true or false. You only told me now. Do you think I'm a fool? Can I catch up?" The reed marsh was densely covered with reeds, and there were puddles of water below. As someone who wasn't familiar with the terrain, I reckoned that if I fell in and died, I would only end up as fertilizer. I'm perplexed. Is the Great Tang's rapid development not good enough for you? Your children will be able to go to school to study, and you pregnant people will be able to deliver babies for free. In the past, when you gave birth to 3 children, 2 of them would die. If things went wrong, the first child would die together with the mother and child. Nowadays, it's very difficult to die during childbirth. Also, don't you feel that the money you spend to see a doctor is 50 to 60% less than before? The medical center also had a cost. Wouldn't the imperial court settle the extra money for you? Rebellion? Only you can think of that. Humans should have a conscience, right? Aren't you afraid of ghosts knocking on your door when it's dark? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Feng's words were very harsh and even went straight to the heart. He didn't want to educate the other party, nor did he want to help reduce the other party's punishment. He was very clear about the personalities of the young master and young lady. Although they usually looked magnanimous, they had an uncrossable bottom line. If you were bullied by the local government, you could resist, you could report, and you could even send a telegram to the capital. As long as the telegram was sent, even if the matter was very small in the eyes of ordinary people, even if there was a possibility that there was a false accusation, the young master and young lady would send people to investigate. This was a kind of attitude that made the local officials constantly remind themselves not to interfere. If they did, they would be caught. Of course, the person who complained also had to send a telegram with their household registration. However, the young master and young lady's tolerance only went so far. If there were people who wanted to rebel, they would definitely be brutally suppressed, and they wouldn't even be given a chance to explain. It wasn't that they were ruthless, but that they had zero tolerance. If you felt that the officials were bullying you, you could report them. Even Buddhism and Taoism, as well as other places that needed incense oil to worship, were strictly guarded. It was fine to spread the doctrine in a small area, but it was not allowed to incite. Moreover, temples and monasteries had to pay high taxes. According to the young master's words, the various sects shouldn't collect money in the name of collecting money for their descendants. Since they were spreading the doctrine, they should be poor. As for the affairs of their descendants, the imperial court would take care of it. Thinking of this, Feng hated the 8 people lying on the ground even more. How much time did the young master and young lady spend for other children to play? It was because of this that the Tang Empire had its current prosperity and peace. In the end, there were still people who wanted to destroy it. They deserved to die. The 8 people lying on the ground didn't know what Feng was thinking. They were still worried about their own lives. They were not like the old lady who had just died. The old lady was worried about her family, but they were different. What was different? Naturally, the benefits they received were different. Thus, seeing that the other party was silent, the one who had just spoken spoke again. We are not rebelling. We are doing this for the good of the Tang Empire. The Lord said that war will make us poor, and war will make the Tang Empire lose the support of the rest of the world. We are against war. We are against war. We want to follow the Lord and help those who want to do harm to other places change their minds. We want to make the Tang Empire a paradise for humans, a paradise without oppression and war. The other 7 people also chimed in. When Feng saw the expressions in their eyes and heard their words, he knew what was going on. It was very simple. They were like those people who had been taught by various sections. They only believed in ghosts and gods and were unwilling to accept reality. Their goal was basically the same as that of the young master and young lady. The young master and the others were working so hard to instill in the minds of the people of the Tang Empire that their Tang Empire was the strongest and that no one in the world was nobler than the people of the Great Tang. Thus, no matter where the people of the Tang Empire were, their souls would always belong to the Tang Empire. Although he knew, there was one thing that made Feng very angry. The young master and young lady had not only instilled such thoughts in the people, but had also been working hard to improve the living standards of the people of the Tang Empire. The military power of the Tang Empire had also provided a corresponding guarantee. The people had received practical benefits. Why couldn't they be proud of the Tang Empire? But what had the other party done? They had actually easily used a mysterious theory or doctrine to deceive the people and still supported this organization so stubbornly. Thinking of this, Feng asked the one who had just spoken, "What benefits did they give you?" Benefits? Why do we have to pursue benefits? Isn't it enough that we help each other? People don't live for benefits. In our village, we are like a family. If there is not enough firewood to burn, there will be young people to help. If there is not enough rice, they can go to other people's houses to eat. Isn't this kind of care between people enough? Do you have to say that giving us money is helping us? No, we have the ability to obtain more things. We should help others. If each of us does something, many people will have a chance to survive. Why don't we do it? The one who had spoken first began to reason with Feng. Another person who was lying on the ground said, "Little brother, he's right. Humans don't live for money. It's more about the feelings between humans. We should unite and help those who need help. We give them food that we can't finish and empty rooms for them to live in. If we lose our house and food one day, there will be people to help us. You see, now we are helping others. If our lives are good, we will not let those who can't eat starve. In fact, our village is not only the original people, but also the people who don't have a house. They don't have the ability to live now. Whether it is because they can't find a good job or because they don't have the strength to farm, we can help them. Isn't that good? Look at our fields. The yield is so high. Do we have to leave it all for ourselves?" "Bah!" Feng spat at this person and said, "You still have the face to say that. Don't you understand why the grain yield in your fields is high? That's because the Sinong Temple is doing experiments in various places, saying that the Jiangnan West Road is representative of the places along the river. That's why we sent the good seeds to you for free. Do you understand? The Sinong Temple didn't ask for a single copper coin from you. Who paid for it? The Sinong Temple's money is directly allocated by the Ministry of Works. Where did the Ministry of Works get the money? They asked for it from the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue didn't want to give it. It was the National Treasury's money. In the end, our Zhang family and Wang family paid for it. Do you have extra money? It's because your family's education and medical expenses are borne by the emperor and other merchants. You can pat your chests. Do you dare to say that you haven't received benefits from the imperial court and our Zhang family and Wang family? When you sell grain, no matter how low the price is, it can't be as low as 20%. It's only 20%. When you buy other daily necessities, such as salt and vegetable oil, no matter how high the price is, it can't be higher than 20%. Look at the clothes you wear. More than 10 years ago, you could wear cotton clothes, but can you wear fine linen clothes? Even if we give you 2 sets of coarse linen clothes, you have to watch who goes out before you can wear the clothes. Those who don't go out don't even have clothes. What do you know? Every time there's too much rain at the source of the river in important areas, how many people are worried? Just when there was a flood here, our family's fleet came over with the things His Majesty the Emperor allocated the money to buy. Don't you know what's going on? The more Feng spoke, the angrier he became. It seemed that he wanted to open his mouth and bite everyone who was lying down. Yes, we all know. But this is the grace of the Lord. The person who spoke just now nodded and admitted. "You motherfucker, shut up. If you speak again, I'll beat you to death." Feng burst out with a swear word. It was clear from the words in his words that he had definitely come into contact with Xiao Bei. Normal people wouldn't say this word. Sure enough, the threat of life was stronger than the grace of the Lord. The 8 people became well-behaved again and no longer tried to explain. But looking at their attitude, it was obvious that they still attributed all the benefits to the Lord. Feng was about to go crazy from anger. He was thinking that his code name could become crazy in the future, but he wasn't sure if Rain could become stupid. While both sides were sticking to their beliefs, Rain brought over 20 people on horseback. When Feng saw the dust, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Reinforcements had come. He was no longer fighting alone. "Feng, how are they?" Rain first looked at Feng. When he saw that Feng was fine, he asked, "It's over. All of them are hopeless. They're preaching their egalitarianism to me. It's the kind of egalitarianism that the young master jokingly mentioned. If it's really fucking egalitarianism, how can this society develop? Who will research technology? I reckon they'll die if they're caught." Feng said helplessly. He was really annoyed. What the 8 people said sounded good, but it was definitely impossible to achieve. This was because he knew that for their ideas to be realized, It had to be based on the development of society's productive forces. It was too infuriating. Others were working hard to research technology, but they were spouting nonsense while enjoying the transformation of technology into productive forces. We can't die. The Lord said that death is weariness of this world. It's sinful. We have to continue to care for others. We live because we're the seeds of love. We have to spread it and then grow strong, just like your strong seedling protection team. The person lying on the ground tried hard to raise his head and said to Feng. Feng raised his hand and patted his head. He said to Rain, "You guys take over. My job is not to educate the people. This kind of task is too difficult." Fortunately, our seedling protection team didn't hear it. Otherwise, their combat power would be reduced by at least half. Rain couldn't help but shiver. He said to the people who followed, "Send a few people to watch over them first. The rest of you follow me to check the surroundings. Don't let your guard down. If you feel that someone is a threat to you, let them go see the Lord." Damn it. The more than 20 people who followed them didn't understand the situation. Some people who felt that they were thick-skinned were responsible for the task of watching over them. They needed to be taught by the Lord's messengers. Those who could persist and not have tinnitus were all elites. Feng and you continued to lead people to search on horseback. When the sky was dark, they caught 14 people. These 14 people actually walked along the main road. At night, they lit a fire. It seemed that their Lord didn't give them a lighthouse. The light from the Lord couldn't guide them for the time being. No, I don't know where that brat ran off to. Today, I finally understand the power of religion. No wonder the young master and young lady were so oppressive. A person without special training, with the help of the Lord, can actually run so fast through his own psychological suggestion. You took out the grain and other food in the small village. He made a big pot of rice and stewed some dishes. He ate and said to Feng. Feng fished out an unknown thing from a basin. He stuffed it into his mouth and said, "Next time, don't cook the stew first, okay? Did you pour the food in before the oil was boiled? Add salt, don't add soy sauce. What do you think this is? It's so black. If I hadn't been trained, I would have spat out my intestines after eating your food. Let me see. This. I guess it is guess. Let me take a bite. I know. Eggplant. If you don't believe me, look. It's black on the outside, but not on the inside. There's also something like eggplant seeds. Does it look like them? Tell me honestly, does it look like eggplant seeds?" You bit open a black thing and showed it to Feng. "Okay, it looks like them. The Lord said that it doesn't matter what it looks like. The most important thing is that it can fill people's stomachs. I want to go back to the main house to eat. The chefs, they're good culinary skills. Yesterday, you ate my Alaskan food. When things are done here, you have to treat me to a big meal." Feng chewed the eggplant seed and complained to you in a muffled voice. "Okay, I'll treat you to seafood at the Blue Sea Silver Sand. It's free anyway." You looked at the thing in the basin and agreed. "Actually, I like to eat the dishes cooked by the little child. I wonder how the little child and the others are doing." Feng temporarily treated the meal in front of him as another training. Compared with this, the food he was eating now tasted really good. He started to talk about it. "I reckon that they're still on the way. Xiao Bei and the others have probably arrived in Hangzhou. We have to work hard. When Xiao Bei and the others arrive, we must find out all the information for them. I don't want them to be in any danger." You swallowed a big mouthful of rice and looked to the east and said, "As you thought, Xiao Bei and the others arrived at the dock of Hangzhou when it was dark. The whole fleet was brightly lit. Zhang Wang clan didn't care about the cold night. She stood on the platform of the 4th floor and looked at the people coming and going. Under the light of the torches, it didn't seem dark at all. She didn't say anything for a long time. Old man Wang was also standing behind Zhang Wang clan. He was waiting for the cargo ships at the dock to finish unloading and make way. Seeing that Xiao didn't say anything, he broke the silence and said, "Xiao, it's almost there. Look, Master and the others have already lined up and are waiting. Why don't we let the cargo ship go to the side first?" "Whose cargo ship is it? It's in the way." Zhang Wang clan shook her head and said, "No, it's not easy for others. I didn't come back to bully them. Just wait, it'll be over soon. Then, Xiao, go back to the cabin first. Be careful of the cold wind. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your child. Old man, Wang advised again. Zhang Wangshu did not speak. Instead, she turned around and glanced at the maidservant beside her. The maidservant hurriedly called for someone to pull up the curtains around Zhang Wangshu so that the wind could only blow in from one side. That was definitely impossible. The wind would not come in when there was no way out and then go back through the opening unless it was against the wind. Xiao Bei and the group of children were also waiting. They had already changed their clothes and put on their official robes. They were still wearing the decorations that didn't conform to the rules. The inner courtyard also put up all kinds of ceremonial weapons. There were banners, flags, umbrellas. There were many of them, including the ceremonial weapons of Jiang Wang clan and Madame Wang. Finally, the dock workers at the front unloaded the goods at the fastest speed. They didn't even dare to delay the payment and left immediately. They were afraid that the Zhang clan and Wang clan behind them wouldn't be able to wait. The other ships in Xiao Bei's fleet made way for the flagship to pass. When they reached the shore, Xiao Bei ran down first, not even bothering with the ceremonial weapons. However, when she ran to the docks, she didn't wait for the others to salute her. She turned around and ran back. She panted heavily and shouted, go back and change your clothes. They didn't put up the ceremonial weapons to welcome us." Everyone, including Jiang Wang clan, heard Xiao Bei's words and returned to the cabin to change their clothes. These were two different attitudes. If the other party put up the ceremonial weapons of an official, they would also put up the ceremonial weapons that symbolized their status. If the other party didn't, they couldn't use their status to pressure them. After all, he was Jiang Wang clan's biological father. The people waiting at the docks were puzzled. They didn't understand why the people who were just about to disembark suddenly disappeared. Even the flags that were raised by people on the ships had disappeared. When a steward saw this situation, he jogged to the side of the carriage and said to the person who had already come out, "Master." They went back again. "Do they not want to see you?" "Wait." This person, who didn't look very old, only said one word. He didn't give off the feeling that he was very anxious. His tone was calm. However, under the light of the fire, the little wrinkles on his face and the frown on his brows made it clear to everyone in the family that the master was very anxious. It was a kind of anxiety that had never been seen before. The odd-job workers and maidservants in the family felt this anxiety, but no one made a sound. They all anxiously looked at the big ship docked at the docks. To be precise, they were looking at the figure on the ship that was still hanging on the gangplank at the docks. None of the people who came to receive them were new people. They were all people who had been in the family before. People who had been recruited in the past 10 years were not allowed to come, perhaps because of the safety concerns. This wait lasted for another 15 minutes. Some maidservants wished they could grow wings and fly up to see the situation. Only then did the number of people begin to increase. People gradually walked down from the gangplank. Everyone who came to receive them at the docks discovered that something was different from before. The people who had been standing at the docks were holding official banners. Now, they were all replaced with banners and lanterns with the pattern of rice seedlings. When the person who was called Master saw the change in the guard of honor, his nervous expression also changed. A special smile appeared on his face. "Grandfather, where's grandfather?" "Xiao Bei, I've come to see you." Accompanied by a crisp child's voice that resounded through the night sky, Xiao Bei jumped down first. After jumping a few times, she arrived at the docks. She was not afraid of falling. When she arrived at the docks, Xiao Bei stopped and began to look around. With just a glance, she was smart enough to determine her target. She then jumped and ran toward the carriage. When she stood in front of the person who was called Master, Xiao Bei immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. She did not need anyone to help her and stood up again. She opened her arms and said to the person who was looking at her in shock, "Grandfather, I am Xiao Bei, the cutest Xiao Bei. Carry me." The man stared blankly at Xiao Bei. After a few breaths, he finally reacted. He crouched down and picked up Xiao Bei. He didn't know where he got the strength, but he only used one arm to hold Xiao Bei firmly. He used his other hand to wipe Xiao Bei's forehead with heartache. As he wiped, he said, "Xiao Bei, my good granddaughter. Oh, why did you use so much strength? Look, it's red." Does it hurt? I saw you running down just now. Why did you go back? Xiao Bei grinned, revealing a gap between her teeth. She shook her head and said, It doesn't hurt. Let me tell you, when I saw you, I knew you were my grandfather. Then, it didn't hurt at all. In fact, I wanted to come and see you for a long time, but I didn't have the time. Grandfather, you don't know. I'm very busy. The Tang Empire always makes me meet bad officials. I can't avoid them even if I want to. Don't you think it's very infuriating? When I saw it, I had to care. I was used to it just now. I also wanted to patrol the place. But when I ran down to take a look, guess what? It was not the official's ceremonial welcome. Oh, I just remembered. I came to see grandfather. How could there be an official's ceremonial welcome, right? I ran back and changed my clothes. Look, do I look good? There are decorations in this part of the clothes. I like this set of clothes the most, so I want to wear it for grandfather to see. There are also candies. The candies from the precious candy house that I opened with them are for you to eat. Xiao Bei was very excited as she spoke. She showed her clothes to the other person and took out candies from her pocket. She peeled off the candy wrapper and stuffed one into the other person's mouth. Then, she tilted her head and waited for the other person to praise her. The person holding Xiao Bei was already speechless. With the candy in her mouth and tears in her eyes, she kept nodding. She nodded and whimpered as she nodded, as if she was answering Xiao Bei. The person in charge at the side was dumbfounded. He even suspected that the girl in the master's arms was real. That was the Tang Empire's patrol inspector. It was said that whenever she saw an official, she would always be cold and dignified. However, the girl in front of him was not dignified at all. She was just a cute little girl, the kind that made people want to kiss her. She was not just a little fun. Her mouth was sweet, and her smile was sweet. Could it be that the legend was false? With this thought in mind, he opened his arms and said, Master, please take care of yourself. Let me carry you. Who knew that just as he finished speaking, the smile on the cute little girl's face suddenly disappeared. She glared at him with a gloomy expression and questioned him. Who are you? I'm letting my grandfather carry me. Do you want to take advantage of me? Do you have that kind of life? Leave. The person in charge was shocked. Wasn't she too skilled at changing her expression in an instant? In front of him was no longer the little girl who was smiling like a flower. She was clearly a high and mighty princess. The indifferent look in her eyes was as if she was going to kill someone in the next moment. Grandfather, is it because Xiao Bei is very heavy and tired of carrying me? Then I'll go down. Is the candy sweet? Xiao Bei changed back to a smile. Although she said that she wanted to go down, she did not make any move to go down. She still stayed in the person's arms steadily. With a pop sound, Xiao Bei was kissed. Then he heard the other party say, Not heavy. Ha, my Xiao Bei is so good. Sweet, so sweet. The candy of my baby candy house lives up to its name. Leave. Look at how scared my precious granddaughter is. The person in charge left gloomily. He cursed in his heart. Who is the one who ordered who? No wonder the officials were so afraid of Xiao Bei and the others. They were really good. The look in their eyes just now was really murderous. Although the person in charge was gloomy, he did not dare to harbor any hatred. Not to mention that the master would not protect him if he really offended Xiao Bei. Even if the master protected him, he would not be able to keep his life. Xiao Bei did not even need to use the power of the family. She only needed to stand on the bustling streets of Hangzhou and shout about how things were going on here. The people of Hangzhou would probably drown him with a mouthful of saliva. With Xiao Bei's prominent status and cute appearance, there was a reason even if there was no reason. Grandfather, let me tell you, in the future, let the servants in the family watch their expressions. They want to get involved in everything. That won't do. Look at the inner courtyard of my family. They're like my family. Good, you know what I'm thinking, right? Xiao Bei continued to talk to her grandfather. She was very good at talking. It was not good to criticize other people's servants, but she kept praising her own family. She even compared the inner courtyard to her family. Yes, then I'll dismiss him later. I don't want him anymore, okay? The person asked Xiao Bei. The person in charge became nervous. He was afraid that Xiao Bei would nod. However, Xiao Bei did not agree. Instead, she said, No, he is also afraid that you will be tired. He is loyal. If he does not do well, you can teach him. But if he is loyal, you can't teach him. Therefore, not only can you not chase him away, you should also take time to reward him. When the person in charge heard Xiao Bei's words, he was so moved that he was about to cry. He felt like he had a close friend. He wanted to say to Xiao Bei, "You finally said something fair." Xiao Bei's grandfather nodded at the person in charge. Then he asked Xiao Bei, "What if your family's inner courtyard makes a mistake?" "Change." Xiao Bei's answer was very simple. "Then what if he continues to make the same mistake?" The person asked again. "That will explain two things. First, my family's teaching is not good. Adjust the details of my family's education. Second, he is not suitable for this position. It is my family's arrangement that is not good enough. Adjust his position." Xiao Bei raised 2 fingers and said, "But after these 2 points, he still makes a mistake. What do you say?" Again? Then there's a big problem. Who recruited him into the inner courtyard? Investigate the person who recruited him and then send him to the outer courtyard. That is too harmful. Xiao Bei's answer surprised the person in charge. It was actually to deal with the person who had been recruited into the inner courtyard. But after thinking about it, it did make sense. If someone wanted to enter the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, they had to first train outside. Yes, their system was different. Xiao Bei put this topic aside and said to the person in charge, "Grandfather, if you like to eat the candy from baby's candy house, I will specially ask someone to make it for you in the future. You are not allowed to eat too much candy. Eating too much is not good for your health. When we sell candy, we don't sell it to anyone who wants to eat as much as they want. Regardless of whether it is an adult or a child, we earn money from our conscience. Okay. Eat more in the future, but eat less. Remember, it is good to earn money from your conscience." Xiao Bei, why do you want to earn money by yourself? You are still young. The person nodded repeatedly and then asked another question. "Because we want to earn money by ourselves and give it to our parents and grandparents. Our grandparents are old. We want them to spend more of our money. Otherwise, when we want to earn money for them to spend in the future, they won't be able to spend it. Oh, it's called children want to raise, but their parents don't want to wait. I will also spend it for you." Xiao Bei waved her little hands and said. Her words made the person in charge stunned again. At this time, Xiao Yuan and the others came over, as well as the Jiang Wang clan. They had been waiting for Xiao Bei to finish speaking. The person holding Xiao Bei kissed Xiao Bei again and slowly put her on the ground. He said to the Jiang Wang clan, "Xiaoer, you have worked hard to raise the children like this. Father, quick, kowtow to your grandfather." The Jiang Wang clan's tears flowed down. She wanted to kneel first and call out to the other children. Naturally, the other party couldn't let his daughter kneel. He quickly helped her up and said, "Don't worry, you have a child. Your stomach is more important." Xiao Yuan and the others kowtowed to the other party. Although Xiao Yuan had nothing to do with the other party, she still had to follow suit. What followed was naturally a touching scene of the father and daughter reconciling. It took a while for it to end. The Zhang clan and Wang clan's people pulled the large group to the arranged place. The news quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao. After hearing the news, Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said to Wang Wan, "In this world, there are only 2 kinds of things that make parents feel the most helpless and sad. One is when they choose a good husband for their daughter, only to find out that after they get married, the other party is a good-for-nothing and doesn't treat their daughter well. The other kind is like now. At first, I didn't like the other party, but the other party became powerful. This relationship is not good. How can parents endure it? Our parents are still the best. They arranged for us to be together since we were young. Don't you think so?" Zhang Xiaobao could imagine how depressed his grandfather was. His grandfather was Wang Ju, the Minister of Revenue of the Tang Empire. He was also known as the Prime Minister and a meritorious official. But in the end, he didn't have a good ending. "I said no. Who wants to be together with you? You can be smug. For someone like me, even if I want to marry a hero like Xiang Yu, Wang Ju is already very good. He didn't do anything to your father. How much power does he have?" Wang Wan insisted on attacking Zhang Xiaobao. In any case, she was just arguing. Zhang Xiaobao snorted disdainfully and said, "Xiang Yu is good? He can't even protect his own woman? Those who live are heroes. Those who die are losers. Wang Zhu had power at that time, but wasn't he busy? At the beginning, he was busy fighting with Li Longji for the position. In the end, my father found an opportunity. Just when they had just gotten the position and were still unstable, he successfully snatched my mother away. What would he do? What's done is done. Isn't he worried about being attacked by others? Actually, at that time, I think he already realized that something was wrong, so he used most of his energy to curry favor with Li Longji. In the end, when the position was stable, he was alienated by Li Longji. Not long after, we came out. At that time, if he really wanted to do something to my family, Li Longji would probably think that he was fickle. The alienation would turn into disgust. Besides, he doesn't only have one daughter. He doesn't have any other relatives. Girls aren't as important as boys. Who said that girls aren't important? I think they are. For example, Xiaobei isn't important. Who is Wu Zetian? Do you know her? Wang Wan continued to argue. I don't know her. I haven't seen her before. If she sees me, I'll definitely let her know how powerful I am. I'll make sure that she can't become empress. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he yawned and turned around. He hugged Wang Wan and said, "Go to sleep. We still have to wake up early tomorrow. We're in a hurry." The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao had just finished cooking the porridge. When he was about to call Li Longji and the others to eat, the report from Jiangzhou arrived. Zhang Xiaobao casually glanced at it. This time, he didn't have the mood to eat slowly. He hurriedly ate until he was half full. He picked up the report and read it carefully. He handed it to Wang Wan, who was also eating quickly, and said, "It seems that things are a bit troublesome." Wang Wan took the report and read it from top to bottom. After she finished reading, her expression became serious and said, "It is indeed troublesome. The thing that I'm most worried about has finally appeared. I remember that something like this shouldn't have happened." Zhang Xiaobao understood what Wang Wan was saying. She was referring to the history they had studied. It didn't mention anything other than Buddhism and Taoism. There wasn't much about the Arabian region either. As for the current situation, there wasn't even any mention of it in the unofficial history. If one really talked about the religious struggle in the Tang Dynasty, it was nothing more than Buddhism and Taoism. When one rose, the other would inevitably be suppressed. Or more seriously, it could be said that it was almost destroyed. Not only was it not allowed to spread, but it was even killed. Like all the religions in the world, they fought with each other. Under the banner of teaching people to be good, they used iron and blood to eliminate dissidents. Politicians also like to use religion to achieve their own goals. Maybe it has changed, or maybe no one mentioned it. Anyway, that's the case. I don't know about other things, but I know that the power of religion is very strong. It can confuse people. They have been propagated by people with intentions and gradually improved in the process, filling in all the possible loopholes. They are all people with great wisdom. My meaning is very simple. There is only one way. Kill. Kill until they are afraid. Kill until they feel that believing in this thing will not only not bring them any benefits, but will also lead to a fatal disaster. If you don't kill, it will be difficult to use conciliatory methods. For example, if they don't have food to eat and you send them food, they won't thank you. Instead, they will thank something like God, believing that God sent you to send them food. Their piety has moved God, and so on. This is the most disgusting situation. Fanatical religious belief can turn a group of people into madmen who don't care about their lives. We don't fear madmen, but we can kill people who are about to become madmen. Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaobao no longer pursued whether it was recorded in history or not. Instead, he spoke of his own method of dealing with the current situation. Wang Wan was also disgusted by this kind of religion, especially when it was used by people with intentions. It could produce many effects and harm to a regime. Overthrowing a regime was all too common. She didn't want to continue conniving. Even if she knew that the current religion couldn't overthrow the Tang regime, she didn't intend to be soft-hearted and let it develop and then create some kind of uprising. Therefore, Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, "What I mean is kill. Because people who are obsessed will have their minds changed. They will only choose one path and walk down it, no matter how you educate them. Just like what was written in the intelligence, they walked on the path we built, used the seeds we provided to grow high-yielding rice and wheat, and also enjoyed the treatment we provided to them in terms of medical treatment. But the result? In the end, they thought that all this was brought to them by the heavens, that the God they believed in was helping them. So they continued to do things that destroyed the peace and stability of the Tang Empire. After the two of them spoke, the tone was basically set. As for how many people would pay with their lives in the end, Zhang Xiaobao was not a soft-hearted person. He could even do it himself. Wang Wen also didn't care about how much blood she saw. Li Longji was still eating slowly. He didn't see the intelligence report. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen say such things after reading the intelligence report, he was very puzzled. He stopped eating and asked, "What happened?" "It's just a small matter. It's just a few people dying. Someone is preaching. Cuckoo and I have the same idea. Whether it's the preacher or the believer, we'll kill them as soon as we catch them. However, we can't let the local authorities do it. Your Majesty, it's best that your people don't do it either. First, your people's management is lacking compared to our family's protection team. It's easy for people to kill unjustly to gain merit. Second, if we start killing people, it'll be bad for our reputation. Let me and Cuckoo take the blame. Anyway, we've done a lot already. It won't be a big deal this time." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he passed the intelligence report over. It was written in detail on a piece of paper, and there were even more descriptions of the underground tunnels. Li Longji took it and read the general introduction on the first page. He couldn't eat anymore. He also knew how powerful this religion was. He had used it before, and he had also attacked it before. Even now, he was still using it to teach the people of the Tang Empire. A belief, a code of conduct, no matter who was in power, could abandon it. The consequences would be even more serious. If that was the case, even the basic morality would be abandoned. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had explained the consequences of not being restrained by morality. Just thinking about it was scary. As he thought about it, Li Longji put down his food and read it carefully. After he was done, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, are you and Cuckoo really going to kill people? I reckon that we'll have to kill a lot of people. Can you find the person behind this and get rid of him immediately? Without the support of a leader, the people who believe in him will gradually become suspicious and change their minds." Li Longji really didn't want to kill his own people. He couldn't protect them all, so how could he bear to kill them all? After thinking for a while, he said, "Xiao Bao, do you think that I didn't do a good job as an emperor? I was supposed to educate the people, but in the end, something like this happened. Sai, I can't bear to do this. You're so smart. Can you think of another way?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji and sighed in his heart. An emperor who didn't care about life had become like this. Should he feel lucky or speechless? But since the other party wanted him to think about it, then he would think about it. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head and began to think. Half an hour passed, and just as Li Longji was about to support the two of them to kill the people, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly raised his head and said with a smile, "Actually, it's fine even if we don't kill them." Chapter 1052. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he smiled. This was exactly what he was waiting for. He already thought that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had already completed their apprenticeship, and there was nothing that could stop them. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. He smiled and asked, "Tell me, you are full of evil ideas. How do you want to solve this problem?" "Your Majesty, Xiao Bao is indeed smart. I think that it is best to solve this problem through economic means." Wu Huifei was biased towards Zhang Xiaobao. She didn't want to hear others badmouth Zhang Xiaobao, just like how Empress Wang didn't want to hear others badmouth Wang Wan. Wu Huifei had been asking Zhang Xiaobao a lot of questions recently. Many economic problems seemed very complicated, but when Zhang Xiaobao explained them, they were very simple. For example, in a foreign country, other countries would use their monetary policies to influence the Great Tang's currency ratio. According to Xiaobao's book, this was an extremely complicated situation. There is the unequal exchange of currencies, the foreign currency control in the export process, and the inflation control in the domestic currency exchange process. If no one used the simplest logic to explain it, unless one was a genius, they would be confused to death. Everything was a mess, especially when the domestic currency was exchanged with foreign countries. Why would the gradual appreciation of the domestic currency in circulation devalue the domestic currency? But after listening to Zhang Xiaobao's explanation, she understood. That was, other people's money could buy other people's things, but your money couldn't. So if you want to buy other people's things, you have to sell your own things. If your currency was valuable, other people would feel that it was expensive. So if you let the currency depreciate first, you would be exploiting your own country's citizens. At this time, other people's money would come in. If you promote exports, other people would come to buy things. Using other people's money to exchange for your country's money. When your currency appreciated, they would naturally be able to exchange more of their money when they returned. In this way, not only would it affect your exports, but it would also reduce your foreign currency reserves. Then, the effect of the political control of currency devaluation would be reflected. With the foreign currency exchange gone, your country's money would be worthless. The only thing you could do was to improve your technology and promote internal product demand. Wu Huifei had listened to Zhang Xiaobao's explanation of one example after another, and only then did she understand the content in this area. In the end, when she thought she had learned well, Zhang Xiaobao told her that this was the simplest and most basic thing. If they wanted to use this method to attack other countries, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to do anything. Cuckoo alone could play the other countries to death. If Zhang Xiaobao was serious, he would create a false impression that the Great Tang's currency was depreciating. Then, after the appreciation, the Great Tang would discover that while the country's GNP was growing, its purchasing power had decreased. At this time, the people of the Great Tang would be better off due to the depreciation of the currency. This was because there was an advantage in the international currency itself. At the same time, it was also the effect of the government's financial subsidies to the people. Wu Huifei had not studied this thoroughly yet. Anyway, she knew that if Xiaobao were to do it, it would be like what was written in the book of Tao Te Ching. Give him a space to express himself, and he would make you feel what it meant to be mysterious and wonderful. It was because she knew her own shortcomings that she did not like to hear others say bad things about Xiaobao. Even if it was the emperor, she would still be unhappy. Li Longji also knew that his concubine was a little like a religious believer in Zhang Xiaobao. He shook his head helplessly and said, "I don't believe it. Xiaobao usually takes the initiative to attack others with the economy. Of course, when others use the economy to harm the Great Tang, Xiaobao's counterattack will be sharper. Japan and Tubo have already experienced it. But now that the other party has not revealed their identity, even if Xiaobao wants to attack, he has to find the right target. Furthermore, Xiaobao's personality is similar to that of the stories that Yaoan tells her younger brothers and sisters, which is to give them a taste of their own medicine. What is it called again? Changing the Stars. Empress Wang interrupted. She liked to read everything that Cuckoo wrote, and she also liked the stories that Cuckoo told to her younger brothers and sisters. There were times when she truly couldn't understand how a child like Huan Huan could know so many things. There was no need to talk about military matters. There were many generals in the Great Tang who could win a battle, and some of them had even won battle after battle. But in the situation that Cuckoo was facing, the so-called victory of other generals was to be able to save the generals on their side and try their best to save the other soldiers. As for Wan Wan, under such circumstances, she had won a beautiful battle despite being outnumbered. Furthermore, she had directly threatened the safety of Tubo as a whole. Then, she had successfully retreated, leaving Tubo with endless regret and humiliation. At the same time, Xiaobao finally showed the world what was called two swords in harmony. This was the most worthy legend of the two of them. However, Cuckoo could still tell many stories and write many poems. What was more surprising was that Cuckoo was very familiar with the politics in the palace. If there was no Cuckoo, she might not be where she was now. Xiao was really amazing. She could not win against her. Empress Wang looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then looked at Wang Wan. She muttered to herself, "That's strange. Even if there is an expert teaching them, how can the children learn? I have seen many geniuses, but I have never seen people like the two of them. If it was someone else, they might not be able to learn a thing or two from the two of them in their lifetime." Xiao Bei and the other children are smart, but compared to their older brothers and sisters, they are still too far apart. I can't understand. I can't understand. I hope that Pan and the rest can learn more. I'm satisfied with half of their abilities. Empress Wang's voice was not soft. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard it, they looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew that it was impossible because the education system was different. At that time, there was no need to say that they were geniuses. The things that normal children learned would scare the people of the Tang Empire to death. The reason why the younger siblings were smart was because the two of them used the most classic teaching method. That was the treatment that only the children of rich families had. They gave individual lessons and encouraged education. Just the money spent on the children a year was no less than 3 million. This was not the nurturing method of the family, but the price of the elite kindergarten. Wu Huifei sighed. She knew that her son had no hope. At the same time, she felt that Empress Wang was too greedy. She wanted to learn half of it. How much did Xiao Bei and the rest learn? When they were the same age, the things that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew were the sum of the 9 younger siblings' knowledge, and even more. Li Longji was also thinking about it, because there were always people saying that there were 2 kinds of things. The inner circle of the Tang Empire said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the reincarnation of immortals. They did not need to work hard like other children to learn. As long as you taught them once, they would be able to remember it immediately and draw inferences about other things. The people outside said that the 2 of them were monsters, and it even spread to the palace. They even thought that they could kill them. What a joke. To them, they were definitely monsters, but to them, they were national scholars. The more monsters they were, the better. Monster, Xiao Bao, you monster, hurry up and say it. Look at the 2 of you. How many people's hearts are affected by your every action? Since young, you have never allowed others to have peace. What auspicious sign. Isn't it just a greenhouse? Then you took explosives to blow up other people's wells. At that time, the furnace for steelmaking was not done properly. You made something like a rice flour and sold it at a sky-high price. How are you going to deal with them? You can't live a good life, but you insist on believing in some other religion. Can't you believe in us? Even if we are high and mighty, we can believe in the 2 of you. Speak. As Li Longji was thinking, he suddenly realized that Zhang Xiaobao had lowered his head and was eating again. He did not have time to eat his own 2 fried eggs. He actually shared them with his wife, with Xiaobao. Didn't the 2 of you eat medium rare? Ours is medium rare. Ah. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and rubbed his mouth with a blank expression. Wang Wan was secretly laughing at the side. Just now, when Xiao Bao saw that the other party had entered a state of deep thought, he brought over the food that the other party was eating. The reason was very good. He said that thinking about problems exhausted one's brain and needed to replenish one's nutrition. It was not like physical work where one could just replenish one's protein. A brain worker's first thought was to replenish one's glucose. Thus, he ate the other party's eggs, which were high in protein. I'm asking you a question. Speak. Only you, Xiao Bao. If it were any other subject who dared to ignore us, we would definitely have Xiao Bei arrest him. Xiao Bao. If we had Xiao Bei arrest you, do you think Xiao Bei would do it? When Li Longji was talking about serious matters, he changed the topic again. In response to your Majesty's question, Xiao Bei would capture this subject to tell them a story. This subject's idea is actually not special at all. There are only 2 points. One is to fish in troubled waters, the other is to add fuel to the fire, and the other is to fight poison with poison. Zhang Xiaobao helped to correct the topic. How do we play? Will many of our great Tang citizens die? This was what Li Longji was most concerned about. In theory, no. In practice, there might be some losses. This is the best method I can think of, Zhang Xiaobao replied. What method? Li Longji and the others asked at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao immediately said. Instead, he took out a small box from his bosom and handed it to Wang Wan. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, when people smoke cigars, they don't inhale into their lungs. They use their tongue and nose to feel the purity of the smoke. When you smoke, you inhale into your lungs. There's something wrong with you. Although she said this, Wang Wan still cut the cigar that Zhang Xiaobao had instructed her to roll. After roasting it, she lit it up and stuffed it into Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. What purity! At the beginning, cigars were used as stimulants. They can even be eaten. It's such a pure smoke, it's a pity not to smoke it. There are also people who eat it. Compared to the exhaust gas and smoke from the chemical industry, this little bit of smoke is nothing. On average, I smoke one every 5 days. Zhang Xiaobao explained first. Then he said to Li Longji and the others, it's actually very simple. No matter how strong a fortress is, it's most afraid of being breached from the inside. Since others use this kind of religious method to deceive people, we should follow their example. I'll arrange for some people to join in and then come up with their doctrine. Cuckoo, and I will modify it to make it more reasonable. Then we'll send it back. At this time, the other party will have a hard time. If they accept the new doctrine, they will not be able to face the censure of their original doctrine by the people we have placed in their past. If they deny the new doctrine, they will have to deny their own doctrine, for we have changed it according to the basis of their doctrine. In this way, their external struggle will become their internal struggle. It's very interesting. When we design several principles based on their original doctrine and come up with a new doctrine, it's inevitable that they will split up, because their religion itself is very ambitious, and only those with ambition in their hearts would think of a way to spread it. Once there is a gap between the various leaders, when they see an opportunity, we don't have to worry about it anymore. At that time, I'll arrange for people to infiltrate and capture their leaders. After that, we'll take their power back. Then, we'll further improve the doctrine and let the people return to normal. If there's still someone who's not normal, we'll send them to the border and encourage them to follow the doctrine and fight. This is the only way. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he felt his hair stand on end. This is too sinister. Without waiting for him to say anything, Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought and said, actually, it's not too difficult to seize power. The reason why they succeeded was because we didn't have the time to carry out the spiritual civilization of the people. As a result, they found a small loophole to take advantage of. When we carry out the spiritual civilization of the people, it'll be difficult for their religion to develop. At the same time, if they want to develop well, they need financial support. In front of similar doctrines, the believers can't tell which is true and which is false. They prefer to see the practical results. We provide the money. This way, the people we arrange will have more say in the religion, overthrow the original leader, and establish a new spiritual pillar. This time, Li Longji and the others agreed. Indeed, all seemingly sturdy factions usually started to disintegrate from the inside. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, we understand what you mean. Perhaps it will take some time, but the effect should be good. When the time comes, we'll capture their people and kill them all. Let's see who dares to do anything to harm our great Tang in the future. Li Longji planned to support this, meaning that he would also send people to join in. The more people there were, the more chaotic the religion would become. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao heard Li Longji's words, they shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao said, actually, Cuckoo, and I just find it annoying. We don't want to specifically target the leaders sent by the enemy. We want to know which faction or organization or country is causing trouble. When the time comes, we'll directly target the most basic figure of the enemy. I hope it's not Silla, Japan, or a group of small countries in the southwest. Otherwise, our energy is limited, and we can only arrange for the other ministers in the court to take action. Wang Wan pointed to the northwest, implying that she hoped that it was the people of Duoshire who were causing trouble. Then what would the two of you do if it was another country? Li Longji asked. Endure. For the time being, we'll cut off the other party's hand. Then we'll endure until we have free hands, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 10:53. Knowing that Zhang Xiaobao had a plan, Li Longji calmed down and led a group of people to the bottom deck of the ship to fish. They had to go to Hangzhou this time. At that time, they would have to compete with Wang Ju in fishing. Who asked Wang Ju to be so knowledgeable about fishing? They had to practice more so that when they arrived, even if they lost, they wouldn't lose too badly. They asked Zhang Xiaobao for a full set of fishing tackle. They didn't consider the situation of the river and the fish and planned to try one by one. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't have anything else to do for the time being. The inner court was in charge of the family matters, and the court officials were in charge of the matters. They had already passed the period where they had to do everything by themselves. If Li Longji wasn't with them, they would have an easier time. With Li Longji and the others around, they had to deal with things by themselves. According to Wang Wan's understanding, when a person became a high-ranking official and reached a certain level of status, they wouldn't care about the details below. Instead, they would try to build good relations with other political forces. Similarly, according to Zhang Xiaobao, when one had too much money to spend, not only would it not help the development of one's career, but it would also have a negative impact. The most important thing for rich people to do was to eat, drink, and play with other rich people. Then, they would earn money and cheat people. To be honest, I dislike people stirring up trouble in Tang, especially using religious means. Tang doesn't need so many sects, and I also don't intend to give them space to develop. I hate propaganda like God loves the world the most. Zhang Xiaobao was bored and casually picked up a book to read as he spoke to Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled. You dare to say this now, but in the past, would you dare to say this? There will be countless people who will oppose you. The power of religion isn't so easy to get rid of. Otherwise, how can the country recognize their status? Helpless. The purpose of atheism isn't to make people abandon everything, but to not believe in other sections. Superstition is sometimes a kind of spiritual sustenance. If there is no sustenance, then it is dangerous. Without faith, it is a kind of faith. What do you believe in? If you change to another book, can you still read it? When Wang Wan spoke, she saw Zhang Xiaobao reading seriously. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly put down the book. There was no other way. He had to put it down. It was an elegant book, just like the Xinhua dictionary. He had already memorized it when he was young. How much leisure time did he have to read the dictionary? Looking at Arya again, Zhang Xiaobao said gloomily, "Tell me, we can't do without reference books. Even if we have reference books, others don't like to read them. Can we think of a way to make others take the initiative to read reference books? Yes, we'll give money to whoever sees it. I believe many people will be very interested and take the initiative." As Wang Wan spoke, she turned around and took out her embroidery brace and slowly embroidered it. Zhang Xiaobao had nothing to do. When he saw Wang Wan doing embroidery, he felt a headache and said, "Embroidery is too demanding. It's better to learn cross-stitch. It's simple and fast. I see many people like that. A large piece of embroidery can be sold for more than 10,000 yuan. Some people even sell it for more. There are flowers, grass, mountains, and rivers. I have collected a lot. There are about 2 warehouses. I think I can sell it. Before I came, I had been thinking about it." Wang Wan stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise. She asked, "What do you want that for?" "I'm selling it. It's a task that I gave to the primary school students. Use it as child labor, because I realize that many children have nothing to do after school. They're not like the children in the city. The children in the city are busy. Other than their normal studies, they have to learn more things. The children in the countryside are very remote. I give them some work to do, and then I buy it back with money. In fact, I don't directly give them money. If I give them money, they will buy toys. I can't make a loss. After they finish embroidering, I find a way to sell it. You don't know, but the things they embroider are very abstract. Some people like this thing." Zhang Xiaobao was probably really bored. He talked about the past with a faint smile on his face. When Wang Wan saw him, she felt that he was now a child and not an all-powerful figure. She asked doubtfully, "Isn't it good to buy toys?" "It is good, but to be honest, I think they're not qualified to play. Besides their normal studies, they can earn some money to subsidize their family's living expenses. It can also provide equipment for their studies. So, I changed them into clothes, textbooks, and ballpoint pens. I didn't give them pencils or fountain pens. Pencils are easy to break. Fountain pens are always broken, and ballpoint pens are cheap. Pen refills are a few cents each. Even if the plastic outside is broken, they can still write by wrapping paper or drilling a wooden stick. I also saved a few shoe factories. I bought pig skin and threw it to the shoe factories for them to make leather shoes. They don't have to look good, as long as they are durable. You also know that our party has been promoting education. In fact, from top to bottom, it is already bad to a certain extent. There are so many people. Even if we develop for another 100 years, the children who should not have textbooks will still not have textbooks. That should be overturned. Let's get down to business. Don't attack people. It's wrong to attack a group of people. If you really overturn it, do you think the children will have a good life? Wang Wan was most disgusted by Zhang Xiaobao's attacks, so she interrupted him. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. That's not it. I'm just venting. Because I did it, I feel that I have a reason to attack others. Just like Xiaobei, they can stand on the moral high ground to criticize others. I have contributed, so I think that I am better than others. When they accuse me of fraud, I can accuse them of not doing anything. Of course, they usually don't accuse me. If they want to catch me, I won't accuse them. I will lie to them. Anyway, even if I don't lie, the money will be left by them. Haha. Wang Wan found Zhang Xiaobao's words interesting and couldn't help but laugh. She said, at least over there, it's not easy to starve to death, right? Unless someone is willing to starve to death, they can always eat. It's better than the current Tang Empire. Can you guarantee that no one in the Tang Empire has ever starved to death? It's fine if you compare yourself, but the speed of the world's information flow is fast. If you compare yourself to others, it's over. The Tang Empire is now much better than other countries. Who dares to find trouble? Not to mention, there really is. The matter of the Jiangnan West Road is not over yet. Until now, I still don't know who is behind it. It's a very smart guy. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he found a map and spread it on the table. He pointed at the Jiangnan West Road and said, do you know, my favorite TV program is The Animal World. Look at the seasonal migration of the grassland animals. Look at the cows, zebras, and other animals running and running. As they run, they live and die. As soon as the foals are born, they can't keep up with the speed and will definitely die. When the stallions see the mares being eaten by the lions, they can only show sadness in their eyes. They are afraid. They know how powerful the lions are, but they never take the initiative to attack. I've been anxious for them more than once. I want to tell them that when thousands of horses are running, all lions and tigers will fall for me. After seeing so many of them, I know the helplessness of life. I'm also glad that I'm a human and a person who won't stand by and watch. When a group of people run away from a lion, they deserve to die. It's like people who are forcibly demolished and poured gasoline on themselves. Xiao Bao, you don't seem to be in a good mood today. What are you going to do? Go back and encourage others to rebel? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and scratched his head in embarrassment. He said, no, how can I go back? I don't even know how I came here. Of course, I definitely don't believe that God sent me here. Unless God is cheap, otherwise, if I belittle them, how can they help me? Just like what you asked just now, do I dare to talk about other religions at that time? Why wouldn't I dare? Not only do I dare, but I also opened a dance hall next to their church. It's very old, very Broadway style, very lively. What can they do to me? In the face of power, force, and money, all dignity is nonsense. Have you forgotten how the people in the Arabian region were bullied a long time ago? I killed cows in front of Indians and ate pork in front of Islam. What can they do to me? You're always attacking the beliefs of others. Think about it. If others attack you, how would you feel? You still have to respect what should be respected. Just like what you said just now, people should be united. Wang Wan advised. In fact, she was very clear that many religions had various requirements later on for the convenience of life. They were not like that at the beginning. They could not drink wine because it consumed food. They could not eat pigs because it was also a waste of food. Another reason was that it was unhygienic to raise and eat pigs. Cows were naturally labor. Not only in India, but now they could not be killed casually. The emergence of religions was a need for the survival of social groups. There was no need to elevate them to a high position. It was just that there were too many people and it was not easy to kill them. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips indifferently. Attacking my beliefs? That's good. I believe in the law of the jungle. Attacking me is a part of my beliefs. Even if they don't attack me, I will take the initiative to attack others. When have you ever seen a crocodile talk reason with a deer and respect the deer's beliefs? All right, you're crocodile. Let me see if you're crying because you've eaten too much salt. I know what you mean. You've said so much because you wanted to kill people with you. Everyone involved this time, no matter how old or young they are, kill them all. Since their religion wants to rise, then they'll have to suffer all kinds of hardships during the rise. Death is also a kind of new life. Wang Wan finally understood why Zhang Xiaobao was not in a good mood. Zhang Xiaobao was angry. He did not want to kill all of them, and he could not do it. But if he did not kill them, others would see the opportunity. So, he was looking for a reason to kill them. Thinking about this, Wang Wan suddenly felt that Zhang Xiaobao was kinder than her. When some kind of disaster happened in their place, the first thing that came to their mind was not how many people died or how many people were homeless, but whether they could keep their position and whether there was a chance to push the blame to others. Zhang Xiaobao. The first thing that came to his mind was, what about the children? Were there any schools that were affected? This was because he was not worried about losing anything. He was concerned about his children, while the officials were concerned about their positions. Just like Yin Zheng, Zhang Xiaobao let his family go in the end because it was a crime that could kill his entire family. Zhang Xiaobao was silent for a while and sighed. Let's talk about it later. Fishing, let's go. You accompany me to fish. It won't delay your embroidery. You have been embroidering for a few days. What are you embroidering? A baby's to do. Embroider a few more. When our new siblings are born, let them wear them. Let's go. When the time comes, you will probably have to compete with your grandfather in fishing. The odds of winning are not high. Wang Wan took the pole and walked out first. Zhang Xiaobao followed behind him. Don't think that inventing a fishing tool is so awesome. I used to fish for sharks. I know. You also used a fishing pole to fish for whales. I will help you blow. I really used to fish for sharks. I know. You used a fishing pole. A fishing pole can't do it. You can. Xiao Bei, look. This small and thin bamboo pole can't catch big fish. It can only catch small ones. In a pavilion built on the outskirts of Westlake, Wang Ju was fishing with Xiao Bei and the others. He had quite a few children at home, but he couldn't find anyone as smart and quick-witted as Xiao Bei. So when Xiao Bei and the others arrived, he temporarily ignored the other children and focused on playing with Xiao Bei and the others. The dam here had already been built according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's design. It was actually the original Su dike. That person hadn't come out yet. The two of them first made the dike and named it the Hanhai dike. This way, they wouldn't be afraid that someone would come looking for them. The weeping willows on the dike sprouted earlier than the ones in the north. When the wind blew, the willows rustled. The scenery was good, but it wasn't very attractive to Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei liked to play, and Xiao Hai had no choice but to accompany him. The other children just casually found a book and read it under the shade of an umbrella. Pan and her brother ran around, always taking pleasure in disturbing others. At this time, Wang Ju was teaching Xiao Bei about fishing equipment. It was very simple and didn't say too much. He only told Xiao Bei the thickness of the fishing pole. He didn't even mention the hook. He was afraid that if he said too much, Xiao Bei wouldn't remember and would ask a lot of strange questions. But even so, Xiao Bei still asked, "Grandfather, if it's a thick bamboo pole, does it mean that you can only catch big fish and not small ones?" If you use a thick fishing pole to catch small fish, you have to use a small hook. That's a waste. It's called using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Wang Ju took out a thick fishing pole and gestured a few times as he explained to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded and asked, "If you put a bamboo pole horizontally on a pole, and there are a lot of fishing lines running down it, and there are small hooks at the bottom of each line, wouldn't that be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" That's not the case. If one of the hooks is bitten, you have to lift the entire pole, right? It's troublesome and troublesome, right? Wang Ju really didn't think of this problem. He finally realized that Xiao Bei was different from other children. Although he felt that Xiao Bei's idea wasn't good, he was very happy in his heart. Xiao Bei lowered his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head and continued to ask, "Grandfather, why do fish bite the hook?" "Because there are all kinds of food on the hook. As long as you find the right food that fish like to eat and put it on the hook, the fish will eat it. Wang Ju thought that this problem was simple, but who knew that Xiao Bei would ask, if there's a lot of food dangling in front of the fish, won't it be easier for the fish to bite the hook? Naturally, Wang Ju replied. Then what I said just now was that if you put a bamboo pole horizontally, wouldn't there be a lot of food? Why didn't I say that? Is the price of the bait expensive? If it didn't cost money, it would be troublesome, but there would be more opportunities to catch fish if I put it down. I can even make a square bamboo raft and then use countless fishing lines to hook it up with a pole. When the fish see, wow, there's a lot of food here, they will call their friends over. Below, I'll put a net, and when the fish bite the hook, I'll lift the net first and see where the fish will run to. Right? Xiao Bei used his hands to make a square bamboo raft as he asked Wang Ju. Wang Ju listened to Xiao Bei's words and looked at Xiao Bei's excited expression with a stunned expression. He had to admit that if he did as Xiao Bei said, the fish would be unlucky. However, fishing wasn't like that. After thinking for a while, Wang Ju explained to Xiao Bei, do you know why we're fishing? For food. My brother's grilled fish is the best. He always catches for us, and he even catches prawns. Such big prawns, I'll be half full after eating too. When my brother comes, I'll ask him to grill more for you. If it's not enough, I'll give my share to you. But it's best to catch more so that everyone can eat. Xiao Bei gestured with his hands to show that the prawns were so big. He even stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, as if he was recalling the taste of the prawns his brother made for him. Wang Ju was very touched. He looked at his granddaughter. She was obviously greedy, but she was willing to give up her fish, unlike other children who only knew how to fight for good food. However, this wasn't his purpose for fishing. He patted Xiao Bei's head and said with a smile, Xiao Bei, fishing isn't for food but for a kind of mood. It's to use fishing to allow yourself to be as calm as when you're fishing. Do you understand? Wang Ju was afraid that if he spoke too deeply, a child like his granddaughter wouldn't understand, so he tried to explain it in straightforward terms. Even so, he was worried that his granddaughter wouldn't understand. However, not only did Xiao Bei understand, she also nodded and said, I understand. It's to fish better than to fish. I understand. My brother and sister said this before, but now that we're using bait, we're at a disadvantage. The truly skilled people use vertical hooks and don't put any bait. Then how do we catch it? Which fish will eat it? Wang Ju asked with a smile. The willing ones will take the bait. It's just like being a human. Many people think that there won't be a fish that's stupid enough to bite a straight hook, but sometimes people are even more stupid than the fish they think are stupid. So, when I fish, it's only for the fish and nothing else. Because I don't want to be an idiot and waste time. I can use this time to read books, find good food to eat, and teach Pan, and the others. If I really don't fish for the fish, then I'll fish for others to see. I'll let others see me fishing. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? Let's just continue fishing. Just treat it as me playing. Playing is also something that must be done. Brother said so. As Xiao Bei spoke, she waved her hand in front of Wang Ju's face. She found that her grandfather's eyes were fixed on her. Wang Ju returned to his senses and suddenly stood up. He looked at Xiao Bei, then looked at Xiao Hai, who was crouching on the hook, as well as Xiao Yuan, who was reading a book, and Pan, who was playing around. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and asked Xiao Bei in a trembling voice, You guys, normally your brother and sister teach you this? You like to hear it? Don't you find it annoying? Aya, you children are so obedient. At this moment, Wang Ju could no longer be described as shocked. He was thoroughly frightened. He couldn't understand how Xiao Bei's words came out of her mouth. That wasn't something that a child should say. For a child of Xiao Bei's age, her words should be filled with fantasy and ignorance. Then, when adults heard it, they would laugh or occasionally say something adults would say and show a proud expression. He observed the other children and found that they were all very normal. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Bei saying this. This kind of normality was abnormal, especially the 7 people who were reading books. Many children from wealthy families didn't like to casually pick up books to read. They were more interested in finding something fun to do. What kind of teaching method could make the children take the initiative to find books to read? After asking a series of questions, Wang Ju stared at Xiao Bei and waited for her to answer. He wanted to understand what was going on. Xiao Bei was confused by her grandfather's actions and questions. She blinked her large eyes and looked at Wang Ju with a look that said, "What's wrong with you?" "Xiao Bei, tell grandfather when your brother and sister teach you. Don't you feel annoyed?" Wang Ju crouched down and asked softly. Xiao Bei shook her head vigorously and replied, "No, grandfather, don't you think it's very fun? Brother and sister tell us stories, and the people in the stories say that. After they finish, they become powerful, very powerful. Then are you willing to read books?" Wang Ju asked again. "Yes." Xiao Bei nodded. "If I don't read books, how can I listen to stories? If we learn well, the people in the stories will be powerful. If we don't learn well, the main character will always be bullied, so we can only learn more. Now, the girl who represents me is already level 45, and she has half a body of good equipment. She's not just powerful. She could defeat people of the same level as her." Xiao Bei explained the use of reading books to Wang Ju. She meant that it was very powerful. Wang Ju's mouth was wide open. This was the first time he had heard of such a method of teaching children. He looked at the others. A few of the children also looked over. They all had the same thought. "Little Yuan, according to this, you're the most powerful one? Is that whatever level high? It's the high representative who's powerful, right?" Wang Ju asked little Yuan, who was the closest to him. In his heart, he had already approved of this method of teaching children. The only difficult part was who would make up the stories. Not only did they have to make the children like listening to them, but they also had to include the knowledge they wanted to teach. Little Yuan sighed, put down the book, and said, "No, my equipment is better, but my level is low. I'm only level 42. I'm 5 levels lower, and I'm a support type main character. If I were to fight by myself, I wouldn't even be able to beat a level 40 main character." Wang Ju's mouth opened again. He didn't understand. Why was it like this? He shook his head and asked in confusion, "Little Yuan, aren't you known for having a photographic memory and reading 10 lines at a glance? How can you not compare to Xiao Bei?" "It's not a photographic memory. It's just that I remember things faster than others, especially words. However, there are also math problems in the story. I don't like to take the initiative to fight, so every time I have to choose, I choose a choice that I think is better. As a result, I slowly become a support-type character." Little Yuan appeared to be very aggrieved. He couldn't understand why, when his brother and sister were telling stories, at a certain point, the protagonist had to choose his actions. After he chose one, the equipment and skills he received would be supplementary. Xiao Bei testified at the side, "Yes, yes." Little Yuan always regretted his choice and became a support-type main character. However, Little Yuan has a skill that's very powerful. It's a mutual destruction skill. His brother and sister said that Little Yuan is the kind of person who won't take the initiative to attack unless he's forced to a dead end. However, when it's really necessary, his final blow isn't something that anyone can withstand. Wang Ju completely understood this time. The personalities of the characters in the story were basically the same as in reality. Every choice was a test that his grandson, Zhang Xiaobao, and granddaughter-in-law, Wang Wan, gave his younger siblings. They judged their younger siblings' personalities from their choices. If they were upset because the main character in the story couldn't fight, then they could change their minds the next time they made a choice. Thinking of this, Wang Ju suddenly had an impulse to immediately meet his grandson and granddaughter-in-law and take a good look at them. This was because he knew very well that when the two of them told stories to their younger siblings, they weren't just playing with them. Instead, they were teaching their younger siblings knowledge that children of the same age couldn't learn and weren't willing to learn. At the same time, they were letting their younger siblings experience life in the story. The main character's personality was basically the character of their younger siblings in reality. Then, if Little Yuan felt that his main character was getting more and more aggrieved as he lived, he would naturally change his choice. However, what changed was not only the choice, but also Little Yuan's own personality. As for Little Bei, if she liked to fight, there might be a situation where she couldn't fight in the end and needed to give in. Then, she would understand that sometimes giving in did not mean that she had lost. This was a principle that a person could only understand in a long life, but it allowed Xiao Bao and Wang to understand it faster in the story. No wonder they know so much, and no wonder the children are so much like adults. But why do they not lack the innocence of children? Wang Ju murmured. He really couldn't understand. He realized that Little Bei was a group of children. Although they knew a lot, they weren't as deep as adults. They liked to do all the things that children should like to do. Little Bei was also willing to carry a doll, feed it, and change its clothes. Grandfather, go fishing. If you really can't catch anything, I'll go down and catch some for you. I'm very good at catching fish. My brother and sister both praise me. Little Bei's voice rang in Wang Ju's ears. Yes. Go fishing. If you can't catch anything, Little Bei will catch it. Little Bei is really good. Wang Ju decided not to think about it. It was just like how he couldn't understand how Zhang, whom he had looked down on back then, could be so successful now. It was too much of a headache. Little Bei puffed out her chest and raised her head, looking like she was the best. She picked up the fishing rod and threw it into the water with all her strength. At the same time, she shook the fishing rod and said, Fish, take the bait. I'm going to make delicious food for grandfather. Wang Ju didn't throw the fishing rod. It was a small fishing rod, so there was no need to throw it out. He could just do it lightly. However, his current state was no longer fishing. Even if he forced himself not to think about what Little Bei and the others had learned, he still subconsciously had such thoughts. As he continued to fish, Wang Ju couldn't find the feeling of fishing. Just as he was about to find something else to play with Little Bei and the others, the figure of a small boat appeared on the surface of West Lake in the distance. Looking at the situation, the small boat was slowly approaching. Wang Ju looked up and then lowered his head to continue fishing. He knew that the boat couldn't come over. Other than his own guards and the children's protection team, it was impossible for other boats to come close. Not to mention nearby, even within the range of guns. Not only were there boats patrolling on the surface of the water, but there were also people hiding in the lotus leaves underwater. Little Bei also saw the boat. She wasn't focused on fishing at all. Perhaps she wouldn't feel it even if all the bait was eaten by the fish. Looking at the approaching boat, Little Bei said, After a while, there will be many lotus flowers blooming here. Unfortunately, I don't think I can see it. I'll stay here for a day today and another day tomorrow. When the fleet is resupplied, I'll go to Jiangzhou. Who dares to go against my business? Humph, I'll go and see who has the guts to do so. When Xiao Bei mentioned this, Wang Ju's face was filled with reluctance. This was because he couldn't find a single child in the family who could compare to Xiao Bei and the others. They could sing and dance, and when the 9 children were together, they could even form a band. Their knowledge was also incomparable. He wouldn't get tired of such a child staying by his side all day long. However, if she wanted to go to Jiangzhou, he couldn't stop her. Little Bei listened to her brother and sister and went there. Furthermore, the emperor would be coming soon. He had to make preparations. Even if the emperor didn't need the local government to bear the cost of welcoming and sending him off, he still had to do what he had to do. Thinking of this, Wang Ju said to Little Bei with concern, When you're outside, you have to hide well. Don't always stand in front. It's easy to be in danger. It's not good even if you're injured. Go and come back quickly. Kill those who should be killed and capture those who should be captured. When you come back, the lotus flowers of West Lake will bloom. Little Bei nodded vigorously. Oh, I understand. The people there are probably not good people. A small portion of them are not good people. When we arrive, I'll hide behind the guards. When we come back, the boat will be following the current. Quick, look at the lotus flowers. What do you say? Xiao Yuan, it's the lotus flower that sister mentioned. After all, during the 6th month of West Lake, the scenery is not the same as during the 4th month. The heaven-reaching lotus leaf is infinitely green, and the sun-reflecting lotus flower is exceptionally red. Xiao Yuan lowered his head and looked at the book. He casually said this out loud with great chemistry. He knew what Xiao Bei was asking. Good poem. Who wrote it? Wang Ju first looked at Xiao Yuan with admiration and then praised him. I don't know. Sister said it was written by an idler. That person had nothing to do, so he looked at flowers and played. He's probably a painter. Aye, right. If we really come back early, Sister Xiao Zhu can paint according to it. We haven't seen many of the sceneries that brother and sister told us. Little Bei shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Wang Ju said, "Oh," and put the poem on Wang Wan, thinking that it was written by Wang Wan. She said, "When we go back, I'll find someone to write it down, frame it, and hang it on the wall. It's a good poem. In my opinion, it should be hung beside West Lake and written in big letters so that everyone can see it. Then they can advertise it. When others hear the poem, they will think about what the heaven-reaching lotus leaf looks like and the sun-reflecting lotus flower. My family has a tourism business here. The more people come, the more my family earns. Isn't it great to tour Westlake and look at the scenery and eat at the Precious Candy House?" Little Bei swayed his fishing pole and said casually, as if he wasn't thinking about it deliberately. Wang Ju nodded. He was gradually getting used to the difference between Little Bei and the others. He just casually said something, and Little Bei immediately talked about earning money. She really didn't disgrace her identity as Xiao Bao's sister. "Little Bei, after you earn money, what do you do with the money? Except for flowers for the adults?" Wang Ju deliberately asked. He actually knew what Little Bei and the group of children were doing with the money, but he still wanted to hear it. Little Bei stared at the water and said faintly, "Grandfather, actually, we don't want to do anything with the money. Brother and sister are already working hard to give benefits to the children of Tang Empire, right? Anyway, it's good for the children now, and good for Tang Empire when the children grow up. We earn money because we have nothing to do. Think about it. We are Tang Empire's patrol inspectors, and we have to patrol Tang Empire. No matter where we go, we have to spend money. It doesn't matter whose money we spend, so why don't we spend our own? In the past, when we were officials in other places, I was a county magistrate. The population there was very small. Think about it. When I made a decision, they followed me to work. In the end, they worked from spring to autumn. Not only did they not earn any benefits, they even lost money. That's my own responsibility, and I have to bear it. I take out money and compensate them. If they can earn 100 copper coins according to my plan, I will give them 100 copper coins. This way, they will do whatever I ask them to do next time. In other words, we want to use the money we earn to bear our own responsibilities. Parents have their own responsibilities, brothers and sisters have their own responsibilities, and children have their own responsibilities. But we are children, and the position we sit in makes us have the responsibility of patrol inspectors. This is what we thought of. After we discussed it, we want to earn money. Even if our family is already very rich, we don't need to worry about fighting for the family property when we grow up. Why is that boat still heading here? This is my family's tourist area. If we don't allow it, why would it come here?" Xiao Bei said something that should only come out of the mouth of an adult. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed ahead. The boat that was still very far away was gradually approaching. There was already a boat that went over to warn them, but that boat still came over. It was estimated that if it went a little further and didn't stop, they would be attacked. The range of the warning was still a little bit away from the final limit of the defense, so they weren't immediately attacked. Wang Ju was still thinking along with Xiao Bei's words. When she heard Xiao Bei mention that boat, she paid attention and said, "Don't worry about them. If that boat really dares to come over, someone will naturally take care of them. Xiao Bei, you guys are already so powerful now. What are you going to do in the future?" "Powerful? Oh, it's powerful. Our official position is very high. It's the same rank as maternal grandfather. Oh no, it's one rank higher. Other than Uncle Emperor, we're one rank higher. In the future? We don't know what we're going to do in the future. I'll listen to elder brother and elder sister. They'll make arrangements for us. When the time comes, we'll do whatever they want us to do. In any case, I know they won't lie to us." Xiao Bei didn't seem to care about the future. His eyes were still looking at that boat. Wang Ju listened to Xiao Bei's words and thought about it. Although Xiao Bei and the others were very independent now, they always had to follow the rules set by the Zhang family and Wang family. When they grew up, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would definitely find suitable things for them to do according to their personalities. In this aspect, they were much better than other families. Other families, no matter how powerful they were, would usually make arrangements for their children in advance. Of course, when making arrangements, they usually didn't look at what their children could do, but what they wanted their children to do. As for Xiao Bei and the others, the family would decide what they were suitable for based on their thoughts and abilities. No wonder the emperor had thrown his 2 children here. It turned out that, when Wang Ju thought of this, she was suddenly shocked, because she suddenly realized that if this continued, the future emperor's throne wouldn't be the current crown prince. Then what would the current crown prince do? Would he rebel? The more she thought about it, the more worried Wang Ju became. The Great Tang's development was many times greater than before, but if a civil war broke out, the situation would change. Not good. I have to send someone to keep an eye on the crown prince. Otherwise, the imperial palace will be filled with danger. What can be done? Wang Ju was someone who had helped Li Longji in his rebellion, so when she thought of others, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Little Hai was still looking down at the surface of the water. There seemed to be something more important there that attracted him. As for the ship that was coming over, he just glanced at it and then ignored it. After hearing Wang Ju's words, he finally spoke to his grandfather after being silent for a long time. Maternal grandfather, no one can rebel, and no one believes that a rebellion can succeed. With elder brother and elder sister here, it's impossible unless someone is tired of living. In truth, it doesn't matter who becomes emperor. What matters is who wants to be emperor and how they plan to be emperor. If elder brother and elder sister aren't satisfied, even if they become emperor, they'll remove them. I'm confident that elder brother and elder sister can do it. After saying this, Xiaohai fell silent and continued to look at the float in front of him. Wang Ju was already used to the matters of these children, or perhaps he was numb to it. But when he thought about it, he realized that he had suddenly thought of something and was in a bad mood. Right? No one could rebel. The current Great Tang was very stable, and the people didn't lack food. If they wanted to rebel, they needed someone to support them. The officials in the court wouldn't support them, unlike the current emperor. A fishing rod, a pot of wine, a bright sun, a floating cloud, a clear lake, a bait to attract a fish. Dare I ask, is the Great Tang Patrol envoy here? While Wang Ju was thinking about this matter, the sound of someone chanting came from the water. It was clear that the other party was coming for them, and they clearly had a goal in mind. Xiaobei blinked and turned to Wang Ju. Maternal grandfather, this person's voice is really loud. He's so far away, but we can still hear him. Admirable. Hearing Xiaobei's words, Wang Ju smiled. The other party shouted like that, but Xiaobei was actually concerned about whether the other party's voice was loud or not. Xiaobei, he's coming for you. Do you want to meet him? Of course, he's here. Why don't we meet him? Also, brother and sister have sent us a message saying that if someone comes voluntarily, we'll take them to Jiangzhou. If they go willingly, then so be it. If they don't want to go, we'll catch them and make them do it willingly. Xiaobei covered his mouth and laughed as he said to Wang Ju. Then he shouted at the top of his voice, I am. What do I do? Wang Ju listened to Xiaobei's shout and felt that it was more interesting. At the same time, he admired his grandson very much. He could even calculate this. No wonder people called him Lian Huan. He was really amazing. At this time, the other party also shouted, I'm a villager from the mountains. Today I'm here. I heard that the Great Tang Patrol envoy is also here, so I'd like to meet you. Then come over. Let's search you first. Xiaobei shouted back. Soon, a person jumped onto the guard's boat and was pulled into the boat. It seemed that they needed to go through a detailed search. The boat was also heading towards the shore. Xiaobei said to Wang Ju, Grandfather, I'm sure that person didn't bring anything dangerous with him. Why is that? Wang Ju asked. Because he's coming for us. Naturally, he knows that he has to go through a thorough search. If he brings anything, he's courting death. Even if we find a writing brush on him, he can forget about seeing us again. Also, if he has false teeth, we'll pull them out in advance. Let's see what he says when he comes over. It's really fun, Xiaobei said with a smile. Wang Ju patted Xiaobei's head and praised. Our Xiaobei is really smart. Yes, Xiaobei was not modest at all. The person on the boat did not know that the person he wanted to meet had such an evaluation of him. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the boat approached. The person was escorted to the bow of the boat by 2 guards, one on the left and one on the right, and waited to go ashore. Wang Ju carefully sized up the other party. This person was wearing a gray robe and was relatively thin. His hair was casually tied up on his head with a wooden hairpin. His cheekbones were prominent, and he looked to be in his 40s. However, his eyes were very lively. He opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you? Tell me your name." The question was not polite at all, but the person on the other side did not care. He confidently put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "I'm a villager from the mountains. My name is not important. Just call me Mountain Wind." After saying this, the person who called himself Mountain Wind looked at Xiao Bei and asked, "You are Xiao Bei? Let me ask you, what do you have to be able to become the patrol inspector of the Great Tang Empire? How do you patrol the Great Tang? Is it just like playing?" Chapter 1054. Hearing the other party's words, Wang Ju's face immediately darkened. He was about to speak when Xiao Bei spoke first. "Because I have a good brother and a good sister, I can easily see Uncle Emperor. That's why I'm a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire. You don't, so you can only say that you're a mountain villager. If you want to see me, you have to get my permission first, and you have to be searched. If I want to see you, even if you don't agree, I can have you captured. That's my ability. You don't agree? You still dare to ask me? Look at how sad you are." When Wang Ju heard Xiao Bei's words, his eyes almost popped out. His granddaughter was too amazing. She didn't care about other people's provocative questions. She could calmly admit that she relied on her brother and sister. Good girl. The person who called himself Mountain Wind was also confused. He thought that after he asked the question, Xiao Bei and the other children would be very angry, and then argue with him about what they were capable of. For example, they were good to the people of the Great Tang, and they had learned a lot. But he never expected that Xiao Bei would admit that her brother and sister were amazing. What a petty person, not hiding at all. She even scolded him, degrading him to be worthless. This is troublesome. It's different from what I expected. It's not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Shanfeng pretended to be relaxed and smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to go ashore. He just stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back and said to Xiao Bei, "I don't have a brother or sister, but I live freely by myself. I live in the mountains and don't ask about other people. Can you do that? If there's something, you have to run around. Rich people have their troubles, and villagers have their pleasures. Am I right?" TSK. Xiao Bei curled her lips and said, "You're free? I'll make you uncomfortable now. The troubles of rich people are not something a villager like you can worry about. Tell me, you talk too much. What's your purpose here? Don't talk to me. I don't have time. I'm fishing." Xiao Bei's words made the other party choke again. Wang Ju chuckled. This granddaughter of his was too interesting. She could directly make the other party speechless. Shan Feng frowned. He realized that the method he wanted to use didn't work on Xiao Bei at all. Xiao Bei didn't follow his plan. Rolling his eyes, he switched his opponent to Wang Ju. He asked Wang Ju, "I wonder, as a provincial governor, how can you face the people under your rule by running back to your home here instead of staying where you are? What does it have to do with you? Are you from that side? Did you eat less or wear less? I, a mere Great Tang patrol envoy, don't even care. Why would I need you to ask? Grandfather, don't bother with him. Brother said that there are some people in this world who think too highly of themselves. They always think that they will be valued if they behave differently from normal people. Hey, Mountain Wind, what are you doing here? What's the point of using a fake name? This is your last chance. If you have something to say, say it. If you don't even need to open your mouth." Xiao Bei didn't allow his grandfather to speak at all. He was still so straightforward. He was so straightforward that there was no room for criticism. He was so straightforward that he was unreasonable. Shan Feng's hands behind his back were trembling. He looked at Xiao Bei and couldn't help but nod. He realized that Xiao Bei had reached another level. He sighed and said, "I thought that as a Great Tang patrol envoy, you could reason with a villager like me. Who would have thought that? Sigh. You thought that there were many things, but I thought that as a person who has lived for so long, you should be modest in front of a child like me. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Now you know, right? Do you regret it now? You can't even win against a child like me. What's the point of living? Where's your freedom as a villager? What is freedom? See through it, let it go, and then be at ease. You're so thick-skinned, Ba. Xiao Bei's words were still sharp. This time, the other party couldn't keep calm anymore. He took out his hands from behind his back and pointed at Xiao Bei with trembling fingers. You what? If you point at me again, I'll break your hands. Xiao Bei still didn't have a good expression. Do you know who I am? Shan Feng asked angrily. You're just a villager. All right, you've seen me. Go. I'll arrange a place for you to go to Jiangzhou with us. Xiao Bei turned his head away and didn't even look at the other party. The guards didn't say anything and restrained Shan Feng from both sides. The boat also steered away. It seemed that they didn't intend to go ashore here. Shan Feng panicked. You can't arrest me. I'm just asking about something. I haven't finished asking. You can't arrest me. Noisy. I hate people like you the most. Say what you want and pretend. You even bully a child like me. Do you think it's easy for me? Am I right, grandfather? Xiao Bei said to Wang Ju with an aggrieved expression when he saw the other party being taken away with his mouth covered. Wang Ju's eyes were fixed on Shan Feng, who was being taken away. He silently mourned for the other party. Today, not only did he feel uncomfortable because of Xiao Bei's words, but he also lost his freedom. Sigh. Grandfather, am I right? Am I right? I feel wronged. Xiao Bei asked again. Yes. Our Xiao Bei has been wronged. Come, Xiao Bei, give grandfather a kiss. What else could Wang Ju say? No wonder Her Majesty liked Xiao Bei and the others so much. It was too interesting. They bullied people so righteously and even felt wronged. Xiao Bei kissed Wang Ju's face and said, Brother taught me this. Brother said that no matter how hard we learn, we're still too young. It's easy for others to trick us and bully us. So, when we meet such people, we should deal with them directly. Then, the world will be at peace. Yes, Xiao Bao is amazing. Do you know the identity of that person just now? At this time, Wang Ju was thinking about how to tell Xiao Bao when her grandson came over so that he could bring his own child with him. This was not only a teaching exercise, but it would also teach them the simplest way to avoid being bullied. It was very useful. After all, Xiao Bei and the others were still children. No matter what they did or said, others would not be able to find fault with them. It was wrong for an adult to argue with children. I know. It's with that Hu Liang we met on the way. Just put them together with the other 7 people. Let them stay together and discuss a plan. Give them a chance to collude. There must be a lot of people watching us now. If we really caught the wrong person, then it's their bad luck. We'll let them go after we find out the truth. But I guess this person is not innocent. As Xiao Bei spoke, he lifted the fishing rod with all his strength. Just as he was about to express his anger, a fish was suddenly pulled out of the water. Haha, I caught it. Xiao Bei cheered and pulled the fish in front of him to remove the hook. Wang Ju watched from the side and felt sad for the fish. This was because the fish was not caught by eating the bait. The hook was hooked on the fish's gills. When Xiao Bei pulled up, the fish was swimming beside him. Grandfather, I'm amazing, right? Xiao Bei did not care how he caught the fish and asked proudly. Amazing. Grandfather is not as good as you. Wang Ju nodded. Then let's continue. Let's see who catches more. Let's get another boat. Isn't it boring to just fish? Xiao Bei did not take the bait and threw the hook into the water. His eyes were full of anticipation as he looked into the distance. In Wang Ju's house, a few rooms were specially set aside. Hu Liang and the other 7 people were locked up in the rooms. The people on both sides had not met up yet, and the 7 people did not know how close they were to their 8th brother. Boss, do you still have strength? I can't go on anymore. Among the 7 people locked in a room, the 5th brother asked the eldest brother, who had closed his eyes and was not moving. Don't be afraid. They won't starve us to death. Let's hang in there. At least they sent us some water. When it's about time, we can eat something. The eldest brother was also hungry. He knew that he was hungry now, but it was not because of the discomfort in his stomach. His stomach had been numb for a long time. He only drank a little wine a day, so he was numb from hunger. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have sent a telegram. We don't know if the people on the other side have been caught. Sigh, I'm so hungry. My eyes are full of stars. Old Fifth kept swallowing his saliva. Only by doing so could he feel a little better. The other 5 people were also in the same state. They didn't even have the strength to open their eyes. They leaned there, looking like they were on the verge of exhaling but not taking in any breaths. Compared to their discomfort, Hu Liang was in a different situation. He did not lack food and drink. The only thing he lacked was freedom. Since he came to the house, he could not go outside casually. It was not like when he was on the ship. He could go to the deck and walk around. After he had eaten in the morning, he was escorted into the room. Here, not only was there a comfortable bed and mattress, there was also a bookshelf with many books on it. On the small table, there were tea leaves, 2 pots of water, dried fruits, and sunflower seeds. At this time, he was holding a book in his hand and reading. For the past few days, he had been used to this kind of life. Although he was still worried about others, he could endure this worry and try to not be so irritated. Just as he was reading the book, there was a knock on the door. Someone asked, "Is young Master Hu here?" "Yes, please come in." Hu Yang put down the book and looked at the door. He wanted to know what was going on. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb him. As the door was pushed open, the inner courtyard, who had been in charge of his daily life, came in first and said to him with a smile, "Young Master Hu, do you feel bored? It's okay, there are books to read. It's better than just staying here. I just don't know when you'll be able to get on the ship again. The days on the ship are more comfortable than here." Hu Liang frankly expressed his feelings. Then, he looked at the inner courtyard, hoping that the inner courtyard would tell him the purpose of his visit. "Young Master Hu, actually, we've also considered this matter. We reckon that you'll need to wait for another 2 days. In order to make sure that you won't be lonely, we've specially found a companion for you. Take a look and see if this person is all right." As the inner courtyard spoke, they shouted to the outside. Then, Shanfeng was pushed in. In an instant, Hu Liang and Shanfeng were stunned. The two of them opened their mouths at the same time and said, "Why is it you?" "See, I knew that young master who knew him." "Good, you two can be companions. We'll go out first. Young Master Shan, don't think of going out alone. Otherwise, you'll easily lose your life. Goodbye." The inner courtyard left behind these words, smiled at the two of them, and turned to leave. "You, why didn't you hide properly? Why were you caught? Aren't you in charge of one-way communication? Or where did they catch you?" Hu Liang did know the other party, and he also knew that the other party's status was not low. However, it was precisely because of this that he felt strange. Could it be that the spy system of the Zhang family and Wang family had infiltrated? When Shanfeng heard Hu Liang's question, he shook his head helplessly. He sat on a chair in the room, picked up a raisin, and stuffed it into his mouth. He slowly chewed until he swallowed it and said, "Don't mention it. I originally planned to meet Xiao Bei and get some useful information from them. Therefore, when I found out that they were fishing by the West Lake, I got a boat to go there. In the end, before I could say a few words, they caught me." "Sigh. You are walking into a trap. You are confused. It's over. Just wait and see. It won't be long before they get the information from you. You should kill yourself." When Hu Liang heard the other party's words, he already knew what was going on. He actually went to provoke Xiao Bei. When he was on the boat, he heard Xiao Bei's words. Anyone who took the initiative to come over was to be caught and sent to Jiangzhou. It didn't matter even if they were caught wrongly for the time being. What was it called again? Oh, it was called "better to catch 1,000 wrongly than to let one go." Shanfeng stopped eating and looked at Hu Liang in surprise. He asked, "Why would I commit suicide? I was in their place and had the opportunity to get information. When the time came, I would think of a way to escape or pass the information back. Wouldn't I have died for nothing if I committed suicide? If they asked me, I wouldn't say anything." "Oh, I see. Have you already told all your secrets to him? You traitor. No wonder you are in such a good place. You must have told them what I looked like. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught me directly." Shanfeng was furious. His eyes were red as he questioned Hu Liang. Hu Liang sneered. "What difference does it make whether I told them or not? I have been in contact with the higher-ups. Moreover, the 8 of us have probably all been caught. I just don't know if the other 7 are dead or alive." "Betray you? Every time I see you, you don't have a fixed place. If I want to betray you, I have to know where you are. You don't know how powerful they are." While the two of them were arguing, there was a knock on the door again. The person who had just left came in with the same smile. He said, "How was your chat?" I know that the two of you are still a little lonely, so I sent a few more people to you. It will be more lively when you are together." After saying that, Hu Yang shouted to the outside like before, "Bring them in." This time, 7 people came in. All of them looked weak. When both parties saw them, they said at the same time, "Why are you guys here?" Chapter 1055. Hu Yang didn't know what to feel at this moment. He was a little happy that he had finally seen his other 7 brothers, and they were all still alive. There was no shortage of people. It was the same as what he had heard on the boat. The Zhang family and Wang family had really captured the other 7 people, but they had been sent to him a little later. At the same time, he felt a sense of self-blame. If he hadn't come to test them, he wouldn't have been captured. Similarly, his 7 brothers couldn't be exposed. Even though his daily life wasn't bad, he didn't know when he would suddenly lose his life. Looking at his 7 brothers, with their messy hair, swollen faces, and soulless eyes, he could imagine what kind of life they had after being captured. "Big brother, you've all suffered. I, 8th brother, have implicated you." Hu Yang couldn't hold back the sadness in his heart and said sorrowfully. At this time, the Zhang family and Wang family's inner courtyard had already left. Only the 9 people from the same organization were left in the room. Shan Feng, who had always used a fake name and never used his real name, looked at the 7 people who had come later. He didn't know why, but he actually felt better. He originally thought that he had been sullen enough, but before he could display his eloquence, he had been reprimanded by Xiao Bei with sharp words. Then, without giving him the slightest chance, he had been directly brought here with his mouth covered. He never thought that there would be people who had it worse than him. According to this, he should have performed well. Otherwise, he should have been tortured like the 7 people in front of him and then brought here to meet them. Thinking like this, Shan Feng's lips curled into a smile. He said, How could you be so careless?" The 7 people who had come later had said this sentence in unison at the beginning. Now, after hearing the 2 people's words, they didn't open their mouths. Each one of them stood there in a daze. Their tired eyes carried a trace of relief, as well as a trace of suspicion. Hu Yang saw that the situation was not right. He walked forward a few steps and approached the boss. He asked with concern, "Big brother, what's wrong? It's not a dream. It's not a dream, right? We brothers will meet again one day." "8th brother, you didn't die?" The eldest of the sworn brothers finally murmured, but his voice was light, and the words that came out of his mouth made people feel sad. "Big brother, it's not a dream. I pinched myself. It hurts. Old 8, 5th brother is finally alive to see you. Quick, give me something to eat. 5th brother is starving to death." Lao Wu, who was in the crowd, was still the most erect. He pinched his thigh hard, and the pain made him sober up a lot. As he spoke, he looked at the furnishings in the room. To be precise, he was looking at the small table in front of the chair. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already leaped out. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the small table. His left hand grabbed the teacup and brought it to his mouth. He raised his head and gulped it down. His right hand was not idle either. He grabbed a handful of raisins from the plate of dried fruits. As soon as his mouth left the teacup, the raisins were stuffed into his mouth. There was almost no process of chewing. His Adam's apple moved, and the raisins disappeared into his mouth. "It's delicious. Damn, I've never tasted such delicious tea or eaten such fragrant raisins in my life. Old 8, it seems that you're doing well. Quick, give me something to eat. I'm starving to death." After the teacup and raisins entered his stomach, Lao Wu felt alive before he could digest them. His mental state was many times better than before. Hu Yang did not need to ask. Through Lao Wu's actions and words, he knew very well what the 7 brothers had encountered. He quickly set up a tea set. He did not put tea leaves into the teapot. He picked up the thermos and poured water one by one. He called for the brothers to drink. The 7 people who came later did not hold back. They did not even care if the water was hot or not. They drank from the teacup one by one. When the water entered their stomachs, they breathed in and felt the discomfort of their empty stomachs for the past few days. The fruits on the small table were divided among the 7 people in an instant, and the plate became clean. Hu Yang ran to the door and opened it. He shouted, "I want wine and food. Send it over quickly." I don't care if it's hot or cold. Quick, I'm going to die. The person at the door nodded with a smile. Young master who, please wait a moment. It will be sent over immediately. But the people who were caught later have not eaten properly for several days. Please don't hold out. Thank you, I understand. Hu Yang did not forget his identity. He thanked the person and turned back. Of the 7 people who came later, after drinking the water, they looked more energetic. Of the 7 who ate a lot of fruits, 3 of them kept vomiting. It should be the gastric acid reaction. Even so, the 3 of them endured and did not vomit. They knew that they would be fine after a while. Hu Yang picked up the nut pliers on the small table and used the fastest speed to open the shells of the nuts. He did not say anything and just let his brothers deliver the food. Shan Feng did not help. He found an empty chair in the room and sat on it to size up the 8 people. When he looked at the 8 people, he was puzzled. Hu Yang had been caught and received a separate room, books, and other things. Why did the other 7 not have it? It seemed that they had been hungry for a period of time. This made him feel strange. Did the other party's different methods mean something? The 7 people who came later also did not say anything. They drank bowl after bowl of water and ate everything that could be eaten immediately. Other than letting old 8 help to open the nuts, they picked them up and bit them with their teeth. This hunger made them feel that anything they ate was delicious. It was just a feeling. As for the real taste, they did not have the time to taste it. Although they knew that the food from the Zhang family and Wang family would not be bad. In less than half an hour, people came in one after another. They placed a large round table in the middle of the room and put all kinds of dishes on it. In a short while, 16 dishes, 8 cold and 8 hot, were served. There was also a large bowl of soup, as well as cold steamed buns and hot rice. The steamed buns could not be heated up in a short time, but the rice and noodles could be kept warm. There was also a large jar of wine that weighed 10 caddies. The group of people who served the dishes shuttled back and forth for a while. Brothers, eat first. Hu Yang called out to the 7 people. He accompanied them, but did not touch his chopsticks. The 7 people did not stand on ceremony. Very tacitly, no one touched the wine. Instead, they did the same action, holding a steamed bun in one hand and a pair of chopsticks in the other. Every time they choked, they would drink a mouthful of soup. Seeing that each of his brothers stuffed 2 steamed buns into their mouths in the blink of an eye, Hu Yang picked up the wine jar and poured wine for his brothers. He advised, eat slowly, eat slowly. If you eat too fast, your body can't take it. Eat slowly. How long has it been since you guys ate? Shan Feng also sat at the table and did not touch his chopsticks. He was not hungry yet. Seeing that the 7 people were almost done eating, he asked. Once again, the 7 people very tacitly ignored Shan Feng. Their relationship with Shan Feng could not be considered close. In the past, when they occasionally came into contact, the other party still had that kind of high and mighty attitude. Now that they had been captured, the other party actually wanted to use his identity to show off to them. Did he think that since they were all prisoners, his previous identity was still useful? However, he was more interested in Hu Yang. Old Fifth took a sip of wine and used his hand to grab a braised pig trotter. As he chewed, he asked, Old Eighth, we thought that you had been killed. Who knew that you were doing well? What did you do with them? There was wine and food. The casual question stunned Hu Yang. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. He really wanted to tell the truth and say that he did not do anything. From the time he boarded the ship until now, he had been treated well. But he suddenly reacted. It was easy to say, but others would not believe it. If he did not do anything, why was he treated well and others not treated well? Moreover, the 7 brothers were captured and suffered a lot. You were enjoying yourself here. Could it be that you did not betray us? Thinking like this, Hu Yang sighed. He poured himself a bowl of wine and held it up. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the 7 brothers. He drank another mouthful and said, It's my fault. At the beginning, I thought that I could board the ship alone and find out some useful information. I would immediately meet up with you and pass on the message. Who would have thought that as soon as I boarded the ship, my plan would be seen through? Then, I was brought to the deck and placed there for others to see. They searched the surrounding area intensively. You know, if their intelligence systems set their sights on an area, the secrets of that area would not be able to be kept. Just as you can see, my days are not bad. From the time I boarded the ship until now, I have seen the wine and food provided by the Zhang family and Wang family. I can also eat dishes that I have never heard of before. But my days are good, but my heart is uncomfortable. The day before yesterday, they told me that they wanted me to see you, but it was delayed until today. Today, not only did I see you, but I also saw Brother Shanfeng. I guess they have achieved their goal. Our family is in danger. When he said this, it was much more comfortable to hear. Hu Yang did not mention whether he had betrayed others. Instead, he indirectly emphasized the power of the Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence system. Old 8, we understand. If you were the one who betrayed us, you should have come to persuade us when we were captured and not have someone send us here today. After all, you also know what we know. As the eldest brother, he told Hu Liang a few words to reassure him. The other brothers who had different thoughts before felt that this was indeed the case when they heard the eldest brother's words. They nodded one after another. Hu Liang was very moved. His brothers understood him, unlike Shanfeng, who doubted him first when they met. He was in a good mood. He picked up his chopsticks and found a cold dish to eat. He also poured wine for his brothers, raised his bowl, and said, "I think you have not had a good time in the past few days. From now on, until they decide whether to let us die or not, you don't have to worry about not being able to eat. Cheers! Cheers!" The 7 of them raised their bowls at the same time. You guys are really open-minded? Don't you know the other party's methods? They want you to live a comfortable life for a while, then torture you. Now, you should listen to me. Rest for today, and wait for me to find an opportunity. Follow me out. Even if you have to risk your lives, you have to deliver this important news to the higher-ups. God is watching us. Shanfeng still did not touch anything on the table. He sat up straight, looked around, and said in a deep voice. His words received cold looks from the 8 of them. Hu Yang directly asked, "You think you can break out? You want us brothers to die? If you want to break out, do it yourself. Don't drag us along. We haven't lived long enough." After speaking to Shanfeng, Hu Yang said to the 7 of them, 7 brothers, "In the past few days, I've been following the teams of the Zhang family and Wang family. I've heard and seen a lot. Only now did I know that our God is a fake. He didn't do anything, and he didn't help the people of Tang become rich. Don't talk nonsense. Haven't you seen how powerful our God is? The Zhang family and Wang family are all liars. Our God said that he would make Tang better. In 1 year, everyone would be able to eat delicacies. In the end, Zhang family and Wang family ruined it. But our God is still our God. His ability is not something that mortals can imagine. Even if the demons of the Zhang family and Wang family wanted to stop him, our God still gradually made Tang better." Shanfeng raised his hand and pointed up. His face was full of sincerity, making it seem like he was right. The 7 brothers were stunned. They also looked up at the canopy and nodded. Their faces were also full of sincerity. However, Hu Liang snorted in disdain and said, "Liars, you are the liars. The Zhang family and Wang family are not. Do you think that little light effect you make can fool others? Do you think it can fool me? Do you know what Xiaobei's reaction was when I told her how powerful our God was?" "Old 8, what is a light effect? You told Xiaobei?" "Xiaobei, that little girl from the Zhang family and Wang family? You can still see her?" Old 5 put away his pious expression and looked at Hu Liang. Although the Lord was powerful in his heart, he felt closer to a brother like Old 8 who had gone through life and death together. The Lord was too distant, but brothers were real. Hu Liang glanced at Mountain Wind and explained to his 7 brothers, "The lighting effect is to make use of the various changes in light and the different reactions of people's eyes to light. Then it's a fake thing. Anyway, that's what Xiaobei told me. In the past, when we were pulled into a room and looked out of the window at night, we saw people flying into the sky and making all kinds of movements. Fake, all fake. Xiaobei let me see something even more amazing. That thing Xiaobei called a movie, also called an animation. I could only see it clearly when I saw it. Humans were humans, animals were animals. They appeared on a piece of white cloth, as though they were right in front of my eyes. There were also sounds coming from all directions. Xiaobei is the little princess of the Zhang family and Wang family. Since I boarded the ship, I saw them every day. I saw what they did for Tang, and I saw all kinds of news about Tang from the inner yard. Only then did I know that the one who was really thinking about Tang was not the god, but the Zhang family and Wang family. Xiaobei, they are still children, so they have to think of ways to help the children in other places of Tang. Hu Yang thought about the days on the ship and felt endless emotions. Not only did he see shocking images, but he also saw and heard what the Zhang family and Wang family had done. When Hu Yang said this, the 7 people's expressions changed. They were more willing to believe in their 8th brother. Old 5, who had always been straightforward, asked curiously, "Is Xiaobei as cute as the rumors say? Is it easy to make a movie?" Old 8, "Can you ask them to show it to us? Just hearing about it makes my heart itch. It's better to see it with my own eyes." "No problem. When we get on the ship again, I'll mention it to them. It won't be long. Xiaobei will only stay in Hangzhou for 2 days. She has to leave for Jiangzhou soon." Hu Yang agreed without hesitation. In his opinion, it was not a big deal. In the past few days, he had watched 3 animations. He had even seen the glass that produced the animations. Although there was some wear and tear every time it was played, it was not a big problem. The Zhang family and the Wang family were rich. It was a good opportunity for his 7 brothers to see so that they would not be cheated in the future. As Shan Feng listened and watched, he realized that something was wrong. He coughed and said, "Hu Yang, you are the one who is lying to others. Don't you know how powerful the god is?" When the god saw that life in the human world was not good, he came down to help the human world. First, he asked an old man. When he passed by a village, he told the people in the village to believe in him. He could help people to get rid of their suffering and let them live a good life. At that time, there was a seriously ill person in the village. He believed in the god and gave the god the best food to eat and the best room to sleep in. The god saw that he was pious, so the god helped him. His illness was cured immediately. There was another person who did not believe in the god and mocked him. The god did not say anything. After the god left, this person fell ill because he knew how powerful the god was and was afraid. When Shan Feng spoke, his eyes were fixed in one direction. He did not move, as if he was the incarnation of the god. When he saw the 8 people looking over, he said, "Another time, the god passed by a village and turned into a child. He told the people in the village about his identity and made them believe him. Many people in the village believed him, but some did not. In the end, when the village was flooded, the people who believed in the god had their houses washed away. The people who did not believe in the god had their houses washed away. Don't you know about this?" "Bah, Shan Feng, you are too shameless. We have not seen it with our own eyes. Just because you say so, I'm not the same person as before. I will not be fooled again. The god is so powerful. Call the god over and ask him to make a table of dishes for me to try. In the past, I always heard you talk about this and that. At first, I believed it, but now that I know, who doesn't know how to talk about it? Make it up. Who doesn't know how to make up stories? Xiao Bei's story for Pan, is even better. I heard a lot, but I have not seen it even once. Also, you said that there was a flood. You said that they believed in the god, and then the god sent them food. You said it was true. You even asked people to find out. There was indeed a flood, and food was sent there. But it was not sent the next day at noon like you said. It was sent that night. Not only was there food, there was also medicine. That was because the Zhang family and Wang family activated the emergency system. As soon as Shan Feng finished speaking, Hu Yang spat on the ground. In the past, he had heard a lot of things like this. He had gathered with people from other places and heard all kinds of things about the god. Some people even testified, and he believed them. But when he got on Xiao Bei's boat, he compared some of the things he had heard before and asked the people from the Zhang and Wang families. The inner courtyard directly gave him the data, including how many people were affected by the disaster, how large the area was, how many things were sent, who paid for it, how the disaster happened, and everything else. Hu Yang's 7 brothers looked back and forth between Hu Liang and Shan Feng. For a moment, they didn't know who was telling the truth and who was telling the truth. Shan Feng sneered and questioned Hu Liang. "You said that what I said was false, so what you said was true. Did you see it with your own eyes? Didn't you hear what the Zhang family and Wang family said a lie to you? The god has already said that the Zhang family and Wang family are scourges on the world. Of course they would lie. Hu Liang didn't answer Shan Feng. Instead, he poured wine for his 7 brothers and said sincerely, "Brothers, I admit that I didn't see it with my own eyes. But when I was with Xiao Bei and the others, I heard the idea they came up with. The day before yesterday, at noon, they were building the 4,000 Candy House combined amusement park in various places of the Tang Empire. There was a piece of news in Penglai, Dangzhou, that many children there were sick. There were bugs in their stomachs. Sometimes they were found when they were defecating. You all know that there is medicine to drink, but most of the time, it can't be cured. Old 8, I know. I had it when I was young. Now, I still feel that there are bugs in my stomach, but it's fine as long as they don't harm me. Who knows how the bugs got in?" Old 5 said, indicating that he knew what was going on. The eldest brother also asked, "Old 8, it's normal for children to have bugs in their stomachs. Why? Do they have a solution? I heard from the elders that it's okay to drink vinegar, but not all. It's uncomfortable when you get sick." Hu Liang nodded and said, "Yes, it's not easy to cure, but that was in the past." When Xiao Bei got the news, he immediately sent a telegram to the medical school. Then, the medical school replied that they had just developed a worm called roundworm. They need to take medicine to prevent infection. In the end, Xiao Bei immediately said that she wanted the local candy house to use the method of giving out candy. She wanted to turn the originally tasteless things into candy according to her brother and sister's instructions and give them out for free. Furthermore, all the local pigs started to undergo special treatment. Also, they started to ask and investigate all over the Tang Empire. The cost is also covered by the Candy House Fund. Do you know how much it costs? I asked Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei got someone to do a rough calculation. If there is 1 child in every 5, it will cost 500,000 strings of coins because there's also the transportation fee. I heard it from others, but whether it's true or not, wait until we go out and ask a local candy house to see if there are children there for treatment. Then, everything will be clear. Shan Feng, can the Lord you mentioned give us a chance to see what he does? Xiao Bei and the others use the money they earn to buy the things they send. Do you think the Lord's gifts come out of thin air? Then why don't you let the Lord do more? Why do you let others send things to the Lord? The Lord directly sends food, clothes, and other things to everyone's home. Will there be anyone who doesn't believe in the Lord? Yes, yes. If the Lord is so powerful, why didn't the Lord send us some food when we were almost starved to death after being caught? I was already starving to death. How can I still believe in the Lord? Lao Wu completely changed and began to question Shan Feng. Wei Wei smiled, not afraid of others asking this question. She nodded at Lao Wu and said, "That is the Lord testing you to see if you are pious and believe in the Lord." What Hu Liang said just now is what I want to say. When the Lord came to this world, he already knew that there would be people with worms in their stomachs. He proposed a solution early on, but was stopped by the Zhang family and Wang family. In the end, the Lord was angry. They were afraid of the Lord, so they took out the solution at this time. Everything in this world is given to you by the Lord. Those who believe in the Lord will live a good life. Those who do not believe in the Lord will not live a good life. If the Lord did not exist, your land would not be able to grow food. The Lord is high above. He cares for those who believe in the Lord, but he also tests them. Only by following the Lord's will unwaveringly can one finally obtain eternal life. The 7 of you did not pass the Lord's test, but the Lord still gave you a chance to see Hu Liang and eat. This is the Lord's arrangement. Bah! This time, the 8 of them spat at Shan Feng at the same time. Lao Wu stood up and called out, "Brothers, beat him. I finally know what it means to be shameless. I want to see when the Lord will save him. Let's do it." With a whoosh, the 8 of them rushed forward. Hu Liang was the first. He had recovered well these past few days. The other 7 brothers had just eaten and were still weak. Shan Feng was first hugged by Hu Liang, and then he fell down for some reason. The rest was simple. Even when he was knocked unconscious, Hu Liang's 8 brothers didn't see the Lord come to help him. Only the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family opened the door and took a look. He said, "Don't beat him to death. He's still useful." Then he left. Awesome, really fucking awesome. He lied to us for a long time. I really thought there was a Lord. If he said something else, I might have believed him. But in the end, he was actually so shameless. He continued to drink. After all, the dishes were given by the Lord. Ha! Lao Wu said happily. Seeing that Shan Feng had fainted, he clapped his hands and sat back down. Hu Liang went to the door and opened it. He said to the person outside, he might be sleepy. Find a place for him to sleep. Yes, young Master Hu. The medical staff is already here. I think the bed has been arranged. The person at the door nodded and answered. Turning back, Hu Liang felt very relaxed. There was also a special kind of carefreeness in his heart. He asked the 7 brothers, "Do you believe me?" "Yes, you're the 8th brother." "Actually, not all of us do. Our family used to be poor and can read. Look at what is written on the plate." Lao Wu, who looked like a rough man, actually said that he could read. He pointed to the plate that was half eaten and said. Hu Liang really paid attention to this. He used his chopsticks to move the plate to the side and saw the words that were printed when the porcelain was baked. Since ancient times, food is the god of the people. Perhaps some rich people think that food is cheap. If you want to show off that you bought a Cheong pavilion, you have to be rich to waste rice and noodles. Zhang Xiaobao. This is... Hu Liang was surprised. The eldest brother said, this should be prepared for the people who go to between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. I heard that the pictures and words under the plates are very good. If the restaurant gives away the dishes, there will be such words under the plates. It is a very good method. The people who can go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang restaurant are not ordinary people. Otherwise, they can't even afford to order a dish. Each of them will probably think that they are extraordinary and rich. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that they would waste it. For example, they would spend a lot of money to buy a lot of food. Therefore, he specially wrote his name on the plate for the complimentary dishes. Think about it. In the Tang Dynasty, who dares to compete with Zhang Xiaobao in terms of money? I guess the complimentary dishes are chosen by the restaurant staff according to the number of dishes ordered by the guests. For example, if there are 8 of us and we order 20 dishes, the staff will give us the complimentary dishes because they think we can finish them. If we order 40 dishes and ask for 50 trays of steamed buns, the staff will give us the complimentary dishes first. Do you think that if we see the words on the plate, we will dare to order more? Ordering more would be a provocation. Just by looking at this plate, we can see the magnanimity of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They want to make money, but they want to do it openly. Moreover, they want to tell the diners that the food is precious, and it is not a matter of who is spending whose money. Therefore, we choose to believe you because the Lord will not do such a thing. The Lord has always wanted others to give him money, and then he will help to distribute it to others. As for how much he has distributed, we don't know. Lao San also said, isn't that so? Before we were caught, we went to the supermarket to take a look. There is a new donation box. It is placed there in the name of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family and the emperor. It said that if you don't want to carry the change with you, you could just throw it in the box. Of course, if you want to throw as much as you want, they can use it to do things for the people of Tang. It is also written that all the people of Great Tang can go to the place where the telegram was sent and ask about the amount and purpose of the donation. At that time, we were a little shaken, but we still believed in the Lord once. Now, we don't believe in the Lord anymore. The Lord may be saving the world, but Tang doesn't need that Lord. Tang has His Majesty and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. That is enough. The others nodded in agreement. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Drink first. After drinking, I will personally look for Xiao Bei and tell him that we were wrong in the past. It is up to Xiao Bei to decide whether we should be killed or tortured. Hu Yang nodded and picked up the wine bowl again. Grandfather, see, I told you. The people of Tang are good. It is not easy to deceive them. Now you know why I don't want to kill, right? Because sometimes killing is not the solution. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded at the door, and the door opened. Xiao Bei appeared at the door, with Wang Ju at his side. At the sight of Xiao Bei, Hu Liang stood up first. Seeing that his 7 brothers were still in a daze, he quickly said, Brothers, this is Xiao Bei. With a whoosh, the 7 of them stood up at the same time, their eyes on Xiao Bei as they carefully sized him up. Xiao Bei did not have stage fright, and generously allowed them to see. He even spread his arms and spun around, as if he was dancing. He asked with a smile, "Isn't he beautiful? Damn. Why didn't you let me see Xiao Bei earlier? If I had seen him earlier, I wouldn't have cared. How could such a cute child be a monster? If that's the case, then let all the children in the world become monsters, especially my future children." Lao Wu was the first to speak. He walked up to Xiao Bei with a smile and opened his arms to hug Xiao Bei. However, he suddenly realized how dangerous this action of his would be, so he stopped and did not dare to move. Xiao Bei took the initiative to hold his arm and said with a smile, "Thank you. I will take your words as the truth. In the future, when you have a baby, you can go to baby's candy house to eat for free. However, you can't eat too much. If you eat too much, you'll have tooth decay." Lao was immediately moved. Look at how magnanimous Xiao Bei was. He was actually not afraid of him doing anything dangerous. He was much better than that master who hid in the dark and did not dare to show his face. He then asked what was on his mind. "Aren't you afraid that I will harm you?" "I am. I am afraid of anyone who harms me. However, I am more willing to believe that you will not harm me, right?" Xiao Bei asked in return. In fact, there was a hole in the ceiling above. The fast shooter who had been in charge of protecting Xiao Bei and the others was waiting there. His reaction time and attack speed were off by 0.3 seconds. However, Xiao Bei would definitely not say that. In any case, the 8 of them were focused on him. Who would have thought that there was someone watching from above? Lao Wu's eyes turned red. He nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, how could I harm you? I can't even wait to protect you. In the past, people can't always live in memories. Who cares about the past, right? In the past, I still wet the bed. However, I don't do it now. Is there anyone who sees me and says, 'Xiao Bei, you are too bad. You actually wet the bed in the past, huh?'" Xiao Bei did not wait for Lao Wu to finish speaking before interrupting him and persuading him with a smile. The 8 of them were really convinced. Xiao Bei was really too good at talking. He even said the right thing and did not embarrass others. "Then we will do well in the future," Lao Wu promised. At this moment, he looked very solemn. "I believe you. However, I want you to do something for the children of Tang Dynasty now." Xiao Bei nodded and was also very solemn. "What is it? Say it." "We will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire," Lao Wu said firmly. "Infiltrate the enemy's territory and help us overthrow them. I'm so annoyed with them. They don't live a good life and only know how to make trouble. We originally wanted to do something else, but in the end, we put all our efforts on them. Don't you think it's infuriating? If it weren't for them, I would have patrolled a few more places. If it weren't for them, my brother and sister would be busy with other things. In the end, Uncle Emperor wanted to come, but they hid like thieves and asked others to do it. It's too hateful," Xiao Bei said very aggrievedly. It was as if she, the inspector of Tang Dynasty, could have patrolled a lot of places at once without this matter. However, the 8 of them did not feel that there was anything wrong with what Xiao Bei said. After thinking carefully, it was really the case. Therefore, they, who had changed their minds, also hated that so-called lord. They felt that the lord was incompetent and spoiled everything. He even made trouble for such a cute child. They had to get rid of him to vent their anger. The 8 of them looked at each other and immediately knew what the others were thinking. Lao Wu said, "All right, you guys make the arrangements. We will go out at any time. However, you must not let go of that Shan Feng, who we don't know his real name and keeps changing his alias. I'm not stupid. If you let him go, you will be in danger. However, I will let him run away and give him a chance to report. It doesn't matter even if he uses a telegram. The telegram is under my family's control." Xiao Bei reached out and patted Lao Wu's hand, looking like they were working happily together. After Xiao Bei ordered a few more seafood dishes and toasted the 8 of them with a glass of wine and left, the 8 of them still felt like they were in a dream. "Lao Wu, this Xiao Bei is really too fun to play with. She's also very smart. No matter what we say, she can understand the meaning behind it. You were with her for a few days? You're really too blessed. If I have children in the future, I will be satisfied even if they are half as good as Xiao Bei." Lao Wu ate the seafood and said to Hu Liang. His tone was full of envy. From his words, It seemed that it was good to be able to stay with Xiao Bei for a while. Hu Yang deeply agreed with Lao Wu's words. As he peeled the prawns, he said, Xiao Bei is indeed cute, but you didn't see how the 9 of them look when they are together. Each of them looks different. When they are playing, they're no different from other children. However, when they gather to discuss things, they're like little adults. It is very interesting. When I was with them, I heard them discuss things and then made a decision. There are some aspects that I can't think of. Unfortunately, there are many children in the world, but there is only one Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the world. They can't teach other children like how they teach their younger siblings, because the way they teach is based on each child. Only the Emperor's 2 children have this opportunity now. Forget it. We will talk about the future in the future. After we eat, find a place for us to have a good sleep. We haven't had a good rest for the past few days. We are always on tenterhooks. Lao Wu yawned as he spoke. Obviously, he was already sleepy. Look, isn't the matter solved? The people of the Tang Empire are not bad. They can be deceived for a while, but they can't be deceived forever. Unless the people don't eat, drink, or need anything, as long as they still need something, they will know who is good and who is bad. After Xiao Bei went out of the door, she said to the surprised Wang Ju. Wang Ju was used to her granddaughter's power. She bent down and picked Xiao Bei up. She praised, Our Xiao Bei is still the best. You are even better than Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao planned to kill someone, but Xiao Bei actually helped him do something very useful. Quick, tell your brother. Xiao Bei nodded repeatedly. It was very important to her to help her brother and sister solve some problems. Just as she was being carried by Wang Ju to the place where the telegram was sent, a person rushed in from the inner courtyard and reported to Xiao Bei, that Shan Feng woke up, but it was as if he was possessed. He said that he wanted something from him. Then, tears and snot flowed out together. He was very strong. The 2 guards had a hard time holding him. What did he want? Xiao Bei asked with a frown. He carried a purse with him. There was something black inside. When we searched, we left it behind. That thing doesn't seem to be dangerous. The person in the inner courtyard replied, Let me have a look. Then, get some and send it to him. Let's see what he wants with that thing. Tell me, and I will send a telegram to my brother and sister. Xiao Bei was also puzzled. What was so good about it? Soon, the thing was sent over. The person in the inner courtyard also told Xiao Bei how Shan Feng used that thing. Xiao Bei sent a telegram to her brother and sister as quickly as possible. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.